Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Sketch for a Screenplay. I got to thinking this afternoon about Hollywood. There's a lot of people who don't care much about Hollywood, and I suppose they've got a right to feel any way they wanted. But me, I always sort of liked the place. Not Hollywood, the town especially, but what people in pictures think of as Hollywood. All the way out to Fox and Metro and the Selznick lot. All the way back to Paramount and RKO and Columbia. Out to the Valley to Universal and Warner and Republic. It's all Hollywood to picture people. Even Hollywood itself. I wonder if the loafers still clutter up the sidewalk outside the It on Vine Street. I wonder if the hardest working newsboy in the world is still on the corner of Hollywood and Vine. Wonder if Roland's still at the parking lot back of the Equitable. And that bartender at the Derby that always used to put the bite on you for $50. Hollywood Boulevard at Christmas time. Santa Claus Lane with the gold and silver trees and the lights. And in the summer, when it's 11 o'clock in Hollywood, but it's 3 o'clock in New York, that makes it time to have a bottle of Carte Blanc in the bamboo room. Yes, you get quite sentimental over Hollywood. Especially when you're not there. And you're not ever going back. I got to thinking about a screenplay this afternoon when I was thinking about Hollywood. No, it isn't written. I doubt it ever will be written. But I amused myself all afternoon thinking about it. Walking over to Harry's office with a batch of pages under my arm that Lillian had just typed up all nice and neat on the yellow paper. Maybe Milk Gross or Norman Foster would be strolling back to the writer's building, griping about changes their producer wanted, and bring it back at 3 o'clock, boys. Then Harry would be sitting there with his feet on the big desk, drinking Coke. How many times? How many times? So sit down in a big easy chair with a light in your eyes. And after a while, Harry finishes his Coke and takes his feet down and shuts his eyes.
All right, what you got, Fred?
I just got a few pages, Harry, just the opening, you see. Only a few scenes, but I think it sets the mood of the thing.
Go ahead, let's hear it. Read it to me.
All right. Long shot, the Chateau Park, summer, day. Shooting from a height toward the chateau itself, which stands at the edge of the woods where the low hills rise against the horizon. In the foreground, near a formal garden in the center of which a fountain plays, is a marble statue of a Greek goddess. And through the trees behind the chateau, we can dimly see other sculptured figures. The chateau itself is huge, gray, many-windowed, and its conical turrets rise bravely against...
Okay, everybody knows what a French chateau looks like. Go ahead with the story. I gotta go to the barber shop.
A little breeze from the south moves restlessly through the branches of the trees, and the haze of midsummer is on the distant hills. And over the scene comes the sound of children at play.
Is this about kids?
Kids? I suppose it is, Harry. I suppose it is. I remember those summers, those long, happy summers when I was a child. The park and the chateau were magic places then. And when the twilight fell across the broad woodlands and the tiny lights sprang up in the tall windows above us, we used to sit, the three of us, and dream of Bayard and Roland and Duguesclin and all the paladins of France whose male ghosts were very near to us in the gathering dusk. Paul.
And Roland blew his horn again and again, but the king was far away, and he did not hear.
And Madeleine.
And Roland and all the army died in the pass of Roncesvalles, because King Charlemagne did not hear the horn of Roland.
No, Madeleine, they died But Roland didn't die.
The book says he died.
No, Roland did not die. Did he, Fred?
The colonel says he didn't die. The colonel says Roland lived forever.
Where is he then?
Roland waits for the day when France needs him. Then he will come.
And the colonel says if we listen on a night when there's no moon sometime, we can hear Roland sounding his horn. Maybe see the flash of his sword Durandal in the starlight.
Oh, do you believe that, Fred?
I don't know. Do you, Paul?
No, of course I believe that. I have heard the horn.
Oh, you dreamed it.
I have heard it.
It is nice to believe that.
About the horn?
About Roland living and being ready always to come to the aid of his people.
I would like that. I would like to live always.
Not forever, Paul. That wouldn't be fun.
Yes, it would. To help people when they've given up hope.
It would be fun that way, Fred.
I don't want to live forever.
Oh, I don't think anybody really wants to live forever. Not even Roland, maybe.
I remember that afternoon, the three of us under the great oak tree, and the sun red and gold beyond the hills. Children together in the good days before the great plague came out of the east and swallowed up the youth and happiness of France.
Is that all this thing's about, just kids?
Scene 36, close three shot, Madeline, Paul, and Fred. I'm wearing my going-away clothes, and in my hand is my valise carefully tagged with my name and destination. It's a year later and more. The first chill winds of autumn are sweeping the leaves from the trees in the park, and the frost has touched the flowers in the formal garden where we stand before the silent fountain. There are tears in Madeline's eyes, and a suspicion of them on Paul's cheeks. For this is goodbye again.
You will come back next year, won't you, Fred?
Of course you'll come back, Madeline. Stop crying.
You're crying yourself.
I am not.
Fred, I miss you.
You don't know how I'll miss you, Madeline. Paul?
Why can't we keep you here always?
My mother? You know.
I wish you could stay.
You'll come back, Madeline.
You come back, Fred.
I will, Madeline. I promise.
Go away, Paul.
Go away.
Please, Paul.
Goodbye, Fred.
Goodbye, Paul.
Come back.
I'll come back.
We'll be waiting.
I know.
Till next summer, then.
Till next summer.
Fred, you won't forget us.
Never, Madeline.
We love you, Fred.
And I love you, Madeline.
Come back to us.
I'll come back to you, Madeline.
We'll wait, Fred.
You'll wait for me?
I'll be like Roland, Fred. No matter when you come back. 100 years from now. I'll be waiting.
And over the scene comes the sound of a distant horn. Not the distant horn of Roland, protector of France, but the strident horn of the motor car that was to take an American child away from the scenes of his happiest years and set him on his journey home. And as the two children embrace, wetting each other's faces with their tears, we fade out. And then I thought of the next few years. Fade in. New York Harbor and the Statue of Liberty. Dissolve to a confused, tearful greeting at the pier. Close up. A preoccupied, garrulous mother. And close up, an embarrassed, preoccupied stranger called father. And moving shot, a train streaking westward in the night. And montage, a sad-eyed boy staring out of a train window, a fountain playing in a formal garden in the sunlight. Cone-shaped towers against an evening sky. A girl waving goodbye from the iron gates of a chateau in France. A giant figure in armor brandishing a golden trumpet. And on the soundtrack, distant, distant voices.
Come back, Fred.
We love you, Fred.
Come back.
100 years from now, I'll be waiting, Fred.
Let me see that script, Fred.
Go ahead. Read it, Harry.
Insert. Diploma from the University of Illinois. Know ye all men by these presents that Frederick Arthur, Bachelor of Arts, Seal of the university. Full shot. City room. Daily newspaper. As Fred enters the room, the camera follows him to the desk of the city editor, where he stops respectfully. The camera moves into a close two-shot of Fred and the editor. The editor at last looks up.
I was editor of the college paper my last year in school, and I did a column on sports for the Havana paper.
Dissolved to typewriter and hands at work. The camera moves into a close close-up, and we read,
By Frederick Arthur.
Dissolved to close-up. Fred at telephone.
All right, Senator, I'll see what I can do about it.
Dissolved to medium shot. Group at bar, favoring Fred. Fred raises his glass and drinks.
Here's to Hollywood, you unlucky people. Hollywood and $1 million a week writing movies.
Dissolved to close-up. Fred's hands at a typewriter. Dissolved to full shot. Carthay Circle Theater at night. With searchlights stabbing up into the sky at the premiere of Fred's first picture success. Great crowds of movie fans in the bleachers as the stars leave their cars and parade into the theater. Fred, in a brand new dinner jacket surrounded by picture personalities, walks proudly into the theater. Insert the clock on the Utter McKinley building. The great brass pendulum swings back and forth relentlessly, reminder of death and time.
And the image of the girl waving goodbye is dim, and her voice far away.
We love you, Fred. 100 years from now, I'll be waiting.
And an insert of a calendar that reads September 1939, and double exposed against it, marching men in gray uniforms, Stukas dive-bombing a road, and a man in a rumpled gray uniform howling at a mob, and voices shouting, Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil! Stock shot of the French tricolor being lowered. Newsreel shot of a man weeping in the street. Insert poster in a Hollywood office. Poster reads, Wanted for murder, Adolf Schickelgruber. Newsreel shot. 3 men in uniform before the Arch of Triumph in Paris, one with a little mustache, a fat man, a club-footed man. And they're smiling. Double exposure, superimpose the face of a weeping girl. And over the picture, the sound of a horn, echoing from the pass of Roncesvalles. And again, the face of a weeping girl beside a ruined, shell-torn chateau in France. And a word. One word.
Waiting. Waiting.
Now a stock shot of the studio gates closing from the outside and a quick montage of a raised hand of a train full of soldiers in new, ill-fitting uniforms. A long line of men and a doctor with a needle. Marching men again, and a tower, and airplanes idling in a broad field. That was the old 501 at Lawson Field, the first of the airborne, the men who rode the storm. Bill Ryder and Bill Yarborough, first lieutenants, and Colonel Bill Lee and Bill Miley. Men with high jump boots and the curled-up wings of the paratrooper above the left blouse pocket. The tower, and hanging face down in your harness and sweating out the ground. And jumping from the mock-ups and learning how to land. Endless hours packing parachutes. And nights across the state line of Phoenix City, beer and shooting galleries, and the shout of Geronimo when the MP showed up with the pickups. Sweating out the ground on the first jump. A jumpmaster's voice over the roar of the plane.
Stand up! Hook on!
Checking the chute of the man next to you while the next man tried all the buckles, patted all the bulges on your pack. And the jumpmaster again.
Go!
And the clatter of heavy jump boots on the metal floor and men flinging themselves into the green space outside. And the sudden emptiness of the plane. And then your hands against the side of the door and the jerk that set you spinning. And then silence. And the plane scudding away. And the all-alone feeling with nothing to hold you up but a canopy over your head. No heaviness, no weight, nothing. Freedom. And then the green earth rushing up at you and the sudden vision. A girl's face in the blue above you.
Wait, then.
And the ground and the chute dragging you till you yanked the bottom shrouds and it fluttered down. Behind you, Bill Ryder yelling, "Get out of that harness! You're infantry again!" And the good feel of a Tommy gun in your hands and the earth underfoot. And somewhere a horn calling you. And slowly, the scene fades out.
Long shot. Port of embarkation. Staten Island. Night. An ice-covered ferryboat struggles across the blacked-out harbor to the end of the pier, and soldiers hurry up the gangplank to the dimly lighted interior of the pier. A voice calls out a man's last name. He answers with his first name, and up the gangway to the bowels of the ship. Jump boots on the companionway ladders. Jump boots dangling from the upper tiers of the bunks. Lights, warmth, and great pots of coffee. Dissolve to long shot, convoy, day. A dozen ships wallowing in the bitter North Atlantic swell and a grim gray cruiser standing hardly in their wake.
And a horn, sounding desperately across the heaving ocean. I sit in Harry's office as he reads the screenplay I dreamed of this afternoon. He looked up at last, but he doesn't see me in the easy chair with the light from the window in my eyes. I know what Harry sees. Harry sees the boy that looked like him. The happy, talkative kid that was Harry Jr. The boy that I last saw here in the office when he was talking about how USC was going to beat Notre Dame next Saturday. And I know what Harry's thinking of. He's thinking about a laughing, talkative young Marine corporal who made one too many landings with the Raiders. And the white Star of David out there on that island with a name nobody can pronounce. And Harry turns back to the screenplay and reads silently for a little while. And then he looks at me.
They won't go for war stories anymore, Fred.
And I don't say anything for a second, but I think. Yes, they will go for war stories, Harry. Yes, there's still a lot of people that haven't forgotten. Go on. Read the screenplay, Harry.
Long shot. An airfield in England. Night.
Yes, I remember that. C-47s as far as you could see. Clear night with the stars up there. Us in our jumpsuits, us with our Tommy guns, our knives, and our grenades. Waiting.
Close shot. Men loading an airplane.
I remember that, too. I remember the floor of the plane cluttered with red packs of ammunition ready to dump out. They looked gray in the half-light. Men with sweaty faces climbing aboard and sitting down in the bucket seats side by side like people in the Wentworth Avenue streetcar, not speaking, tightening their belts and sweating out the takeoff.
Medium shot. Control tower.
I remember the green light flashing for the plane behind us as we passed the tower.
Long shot. Formation of airplanes in flight. And high above, more planes, and more and more. And the sound of them was the sound of doom. And the contrails from the planes above stretching out right against the stars like a dozen Milky Ways. Medium shot. Interior. Airplane. Night. The men stand up in the darkness.
Stand up. Hook on. Check equipment. And the green light goes on from the cockpit. And nobody yells your honor, but out we go into the blackness below in a night jump in wartime. And God knows what we'll find on the ground.
Close up. Parrot trooper at door of plane.
Close up with me as I brace my hands against the door jambs. The darkness is sickening and heavy below me. The sweat gleams on my face under the tight helmet. I feel for the gearing of my emergency chute. The man in front of me trips and goes out wrong. Somehow the static line holds, he doesn't break free. The jumpmaster slashes at the webbing with his knife and he's away. But when I jump, I'll be too far away from the rest, and the jump master yells at me to hold it, but he's too late. I'm imprisoned in the dark blackness between heaven and earth. Alone. Alone in the dark, and my heart bursting. I shouted in the darkness, but there was no answer. No answer but the muttering of the planes as they faded away into the night that wrapped itself around me like a cloak. And I gave myself up to die there in space. And I think I prayed. And I heard the sound of a horn blowing urgently. And I crashed through the branches of a tree, and a greater blackness came over me.
Dissolve to medium shot, forest, early dawn. From a tangle of underbrush, a man slowly rises to his feet.
I got out of my parachute harness somehow. I was alone. And as I raised my head to reconnoiter...
Close shot. German soldier. He lies half hidden behind a tree, and he is lowering his rifle after firing a shot. He waves to other soldiers off scene. Close shot. Paratrooper. The American throws himself behind a fallen tree. He peers anxiously through the bushes. Montage. German soldiers. In a series of short flashes, we observe German soldiers, rifles and machine guns poised, completely surrounding the American. Close shot. The American. He looks out from his concealment, searching the area carefully. Suddenly, there is the crackle of a twig, and he leaps to his feet, his Tommy gun at the ready.
Yes, of course, Harry. You guessed it.
A young man and a young woman.
Paul and Madeline.
That's too much of a coincidence, Fred.
It was Paul and Madeline.
Well, Fred?
We said we'd wait, Fred.
They had not changed much. In their plain clothes, they looked a little older, a little thinner. And the cross of Lorraine on their coats told me what they were.
We knew you'd come back, Fred.
Of course, old boy.
What can I say to you?
You might kiss me.
And I kissed her. And her lips were cold as ice. There was warning, and the enemy lay close to us, and perhaps...
Oh, Fred, we have missed you so.
We needed you, Fred.
And Paul took my hand and smiled at me.
You heard the horn of Roland, Fred.
I've heard it a great many times, Paul.
You have not forgotten how we talked about Roland.
No, I haven't forgotten it. How did you find me?
Don't you recognize the place, Fred?
I know.
This is the woods behind the chateau where we all lived.
I wouldn't have recognized.
Well, we played cowboy and Indians, Fred. Remember?
I remember.
Come, Fred, we have got to get you out of here.
Well, but...
The Germans? They can't hurt us, old boy. This is our home, don't you remember?
Follow us, Fred. This way.
Has it been... rough?
Yes. It has been rough, Fred.
Come, Fred, we must hurry.
Medium shot. The woods.
With the three of us struggling through the thorny unkempt paths that once were clear and clean in the springtime. Paul ahead, then Madeline, then me. More and more pathways, some of them new, some of them mere traces of footprints through the woods. My two friends always ahead, always leading.
You came back.
Of course I came back, Madeline.
We knew you wouldn't forget us.
Come on! Come on!
And I followed again. Twice I heard German patrols not too far away from us, but we went on, till I'd lost all sense of direction. I said, "How much farther?" Paul stopped then.
This is as far as we can go with you, Fred.
But what do I do now?
You came back to us, Fred. You will know what to do.
Oh, no, but... Madeline.
Come, Madeline. Goodbye, Fred.
But Paul! Will I see you again?
Yes.
You'll see us again. Oh, Fred.
And Madeline kissed me. It was growing dark again, and the road that led past the chateau was directly in front of me. I knew my way from here. But Madeline kissed me in the twilight there. And again, I heard the distant call of the horn. And I turned away from her and went out. And she waved once when I looked back over my shoulder. And then she and Paul were gone. And I knew at last, Harry, why they couldn't go any farther with me. Read the next scene, Harry.
Close shot. Clearing. 2 graves with rude headboards. The camera moves in to a close-up and we read the inscription, Madeleine Duclos, French resistance fighter, executed by order of the German commandant. Paul Duclos, French resistance fighter, executed. You can't do that, Fred.
There's one more scene, Harry.
Camera moves up and over the 2 graves to a 3rd. We read the inscription on this headboard. Private Fred Arthur, American parachutist, killed in a single-handed attack on the headquarters of the German commandant.
And over the scene comes the sound of children at play. Madeleine and Paul and me.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Lotta Stavisky was Madeleine. Paul was Frank Thomas. Harry was played by James Monks. The original music for Quiet Please, as usual, is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
The story for you next week is called Send Not to Know, which is a quotation that you already know half of. If you don't know the rest of it, you will next week.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Friends, March is Red Cross time, the time when your American Red Cross asks your cooperation and support. The Red Cross has 3 major responsibilities this coming year: disaster relief and rehabilitation, a national blood program so that the whole blood and its derivatives may eventually be made available free to all, and services to veterans and their families. But Red Cross services will not end there. You'll find the Red Cross lending a hand in building up health and ensuring the safety of the community, teaching simple bedside care, bringing the ways of good nutrition to expectant mothers, veterans' brides, the blind and the deaf, as well as others in the community, teaching how to give temporary relief to the injured, how to rescue a person from drowning, how to avoid accidents common in everyday experience. These are traditional Red Cross services offered in your name. Remember, in all it does, the Red Cross depends on you. Give generously and give to the 1948 Red Cross Fund. This program comes from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Never Send to Know.
I wouldn't be caught in an alley with a derby hat, or with one of those light, snap-brimmed ones either. Look. You know what this thing is? It's an automatic pistol. It's not a Rod, a Roscoe, or a heater. You know where I keep it? In my desk drawer. I can't speak Chinese. I think most policemen are very nice fellows, very efficient, generally courteous, almost always intelligent. I get along with them beautifully. I don't know any stool pigeons. I have never hit a woman in my life. Nobody has ever called me a private eye or a Seamus, or however you pronounce it. And I do not indulge in rapid-fire slang. Oh, and for your information, a pistol does not go ka-chow. I will now fire a pistol so you can see. This is how a pistol sounds. You probably could put that sound into words, but I submit that it definitely would not be ka-chow. Would it? Well?
Fool.
I must admit I do have a secretary. Mrs. Radabaugh.
Well?
Come in, Mrs. Radabaugh.
Well?
This is my secretary, Mrs. Radabaugh.
What do you want?
Mrs. Radabaugh, how many jewel robberies have I solved? We may take that to mean none.
You ain't had any jewel robberies.
Precisely. Do you recall any cases involving beautiful Oriental maidens, Mrs. R?
I do not.
Any in which I was kidnapped by counterfeiters?
Listen, I'm busy, Mr. Kramer.
Now, Mrs. Radabaugh, if I propose to you that you and I take an automobile trip to an obscure village in New Hampshire to investigate the murder of an elderly recluse, what would you do?
I'd quit.
And what do you consider the most exciting of all the cases I have handled as a private eye?
A what?
You see? A private detective, investigator, Mrs. R.
You haven't had any exciting ones, and I wish you'd stop calling me Mrs. R.
Thank you, Mrs. Radabaugh.
I'm going home early this afternoon.
Are you?
There's a parent-teachers meeting.
How soon will you be leaving?
As soon as I finish typing the minutes of the last meeting.
Very well, Mrs. Radabaugh.
Don't forget to lock the door when you go.
No, the business of a private investigator is not all gunplay and beautiful blondes. There are occasional blondes, yes. But they all seem to want divorces or to escape divorces, and a startlingly high proportion of them are not beautiful. I have never fired my pistol in anger since I became a private detective. I have looked through a number of transoms, and I have guarded wedding gifts a few times. I have even helped a police officer make an arrest of the man who stole safety razors from a drugstore. In my younger days, well, I suppose I was a roughneck. I bummed all over the country. I've seen the insides of not a few jailhouses. Met some very interesting people. But now, in my fat 40s, I'm content to have this small office and do odd jobs for people at a price and relax. Yeah, Going already, Mrs. Radabal?
It's not Mrs. Radabal.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Isn't Mrs. Radabal out there?
I didn't notice.
Well, what can I do for you, sir?
You're Mr. Kramer, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
May I sit down? Thank you. You're a detective.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I would like to engage you.
I am open to suggestions, sir.
Yes. You find out things.
Sometimes I do, sir. I at least try to find out.
I want you to find out something for me.
Good.
Your fee...
Why, we can discuss that later, sir, when I know a little more about what you want me to do.
All right.
Would you care to give me your name? In confidence, of course.
I don't know what my name is.
I beg your pardon?
I don't know what my name is.
Oh, an amnesia case, I take it. I mean, you want me to find out who you are?
No.
Well, I was going to say that the police... What did you say?
I'm not interested in knowing who I am.
Well,
My name's not important anyway.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand, sir. Just what was it you wanted me to find out?
I want you to find out who murdered me.
I beg your pardon.
I want to know who murdered me, so he can be punished.
But my dear sir, you're not...
Oh, yes. I am.
Oh, you are what?
I'm a ghost.
I see.
Please don't use the telephone, Mr. Kramer.
I wasn't going to.
Well, you were reaching for it. I suppose you were going to call the police and tell them that you have a crazy man here.
It
wouldn't do any good. Because, you see, if the police were to come in here, I'd just disappear. You'd look very foolish.
I see.
I see you don't believe me, Mr. Kramer. Let me show you. I'll disappear. You see?
You know what? You did disappear.
Yes, of course.
I don't believe in ghosts.
You mean you didn't? Well, I'd like to have you start at once, Mr. Kramer. I want to know who murdered...
I thought I heard you talking. Why, there's nobody here.
I was talking to myself, Mrs. Radabal.
Well, I must say, shooting pistols, talking to yourself. Where'd this money come from?
What money?
$100 bills. 1, 2, 3, ick.
What?
They got sticky red paint or something all over.
Well, it wasn't red paint. But it was real money. From a man who disappeared. Well, I said a private detective's life wasn't exciting. It looks as if it's going to be now. But I don't know how I'm going to find out who murdered a man who doesn't know who he is, nor when or where he was murdered. Or do you? I don't even know where to start. I've been sitting here since 3 o'clock this morning. I say to myself, did that man come in here, or did I dream it? And then I see the $300 bills on the desk in front of me, and they're real enough. So I didn't dream it. Yes?
Mr. Kramer,
Yes.
you didn't dream it.
What?
You didn't dream it.
I said that.
Yes, I heard you.
Oh?
Perhaps I'd better come and talk to you some more.
Well...
Yes, I think I'd better. I'll be right there.
I'll
be right there.
Wait, this is... Who is...
Good evening, Mr. Kramer. Yes, I think we'd better talk some more.
But look here. You were just talking to me on the phone. Where were you...
What difference does that make? I don't really mean to haunt you, Mr. Kramer, but I am very anxious, you understand.
No doubt.
I remembered something.
Oh?
Yes. I remembered where I was murdered.
Look, I mean...
Mr. Kramer, you seem to think that I'm trying to deceive you or something.
Well, no, but... Well, really, I've never talked to a ghost before.
Really?
There must be some rational explanation of this, Mr.
I gave you my explanation, sir. You're not afraid by any chance. I don't frighten you, I hope.
No. I don't think I'm afraid, really. But... well, I'm just not used to this sort of thing.
Oh, you will be before we get done. I was going to tell you where I was murdered. Perhaps that'll help.
All right. Where?
It was near Lindale, Utah.
Lindale, Utah.
That's on the Union Pacific.
I think I've been through there.
Oh, have you?
Isn't that near where the branch line to Bryce Canyon turns off the main line?
Yeah, I believe it is. You think that'll be of any help?
You never know. You don't remember when, I suppose?
No, I may remember later. Really, meeting you has been very stimulating. I feel that you're going to be successful, Mr. Kramer. I've tried so many years to find him.
Well, that's good. Now let me see. We might place the time of your
murder? My death?
Yes. How old would you be?
Really, I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, I suppose I can wire the authorities at Lindale and ask them about any unsolved murders they have a record of.
That's a fine idea.
We may solve this problem of yours a good deal more quickly than I hoped.
Good. Oh, the money I left...
It was a little, messy.
I'm so sorry about that, but all my money is like that. That is, as long as I have it. It dries, though.
Oh, yes. Yes.
If you need more...
Later.
Good. Whenever you want it, ask for it.
You'll excuse me, I know. But where does this money come from?
I don't know. I seem to have a great deal of it. It's no use to me, of course, so... You find the man who murdered me, and you can have it all.
Well, thanks. What are we going to do with this man, when we find him, though? The evidence of a ghost, in court.
Yes, I thought of that. I couldn't very well testify, could I? Even if I am the most interested party.
So what?
Well, I thought that perhaps you might take care of that, Mr. Kramer.
Just how do you propose I take care of that?
Mr. Kramer, I know more about you than you might think I do.
Oh, do you?
I know, for example, that you're quite unscrupulous.
So?
Yes, sir. Right.
Well, what then?
You'll be getting a very large fee, Mr. Kramer. And for that fee, I thought perhaps you might undertake the job of executioner.
You did?
The man will be guilty, you know. You'll only be carrying out a just sentence on him.
Committing murder myself?
Oh, no. Nobody ever called a hangman a murderer.
No, thanks.
I'm sure you'll change your mind, Mr. Kramer.
I doubt it.
I told you I know you a great deal better than you think. And there's a large sum of money involved.
How large?
You name it.
In advance?
Whatever you say.
$1 million.
All right. You sure that'll be enough?
I don't like being kidded, Mr. Ghost.
My dear sir.
All right. If I see $1 million in currency on this desk tomorrow morning, you bought yourself an executioner.
Fine.
Provided I can find the man.
Oh, you'll find him, Mr. Kramer. And then you'll execute him.
Well,
Just one thing, Mr. Kramer.
Yes?
I think you ought to swear.
All right. I swear.
I take that very seriously, Mr. Kramer. I shall see that you carry out your part.
I looked up when he said that. And there wasn't anybody there. I don't know what you think of me. I don't know whether you think I'm crazy or what. Talking to a ghost. You expect people to scream and run and be afraid of ghosts. That's the natural reaction. The one you're conditioned to by ghost stories and all that sort of thing. But you must understand that that's the natural reaction only when the ghost suddenly appears to you and waves its arms and you happen to be in some lonely, deserted spot at midnight. But when a man walks into your office and sits and talks to you for a while, and then casually tells you he's a ghost, and then proves it to you, well, you see, you're not frightened. Well, I was wondering a little, too, what you thought about my agreeing to be an executioner. Well, take it or leave it, friend. What would you do? See what I mean? I never made any boast of being an angel. I've been a pretty rough character in the old days, roaming around the country. And just between us, friend, this murder won't be the first one that I've... Well, let's leave it there. And you know, I'm not so sure that I will knock the gentleman off, as the bad boys say. I'll have the $1 million, won't I?
I take that very seriously, Mr. Kramer. I shall see that you carry out your part.
I wired Lindale, Utah about unsolved murders. The telephone woke me up next morning early. Hello?
Mr. Kramer, there's Mrs. Radball. There's a telegram here for you. Collect. Shall I pay for it?
Where's it from?
How do I know?
Well, pay for it and read it to me.
All right. Here, boy. Just a minute till I tear it open. It's from Lindale, Utah.
Well, read it.
Oh, what's your horses? It says, no unsolved murders here. What's that mean?
Never mind. Goodbye.
Now, look here.
How do you like that? Shut up, Radabow. Look, Radabow, I'm not going to answer it, so... Now what?
You didn't answer the phone, so I came over.
What? Oh, you.
You had an answer from Utah.
It said there wasn't any unsolved murder there, my friend.
Yes, I know.
What about that?
You should have let Mrs. Radabaugh read you the rest of the telegram.
What?
There was more to it.
There was?
Perhaps you'd better call Mrs. Radabaugh back.
I will. Come on, answer the phone. Where is that woman? Do you know what the rest of the message was? Where'd he go? Radabow. Answer that phone. Oh, that woman. No, Mrs. Radabow was not in the office when I got there. Someday I shall fire that woman out of hand if she keeps up these high-handed tactics. And what did she do with that telegram? I looked all over the place. It wasn't on my desk, it wasn't in the wastebasket, it wasn't on the floor. If that woman took it with her... You know, one of the worst things about me is an absolutely ungovernable temper. I haven't had an outburst of real red flaming rage for years. It's a good thing I haven't. I could feel it coming on now, though. I could get my hands on her. I ripped through her desk. Compact. What did that old hag want with a compact? I threw it against the wall. Candy bars. Carbon paper. What did she do with that telegram? I went back into my office. When I went out of that office, my desk was clear. There wasn't a thing on it but a blotter and my desk stand with the 2 pens. Now, it was littered with stacks of money. Stacks of money. Did you ever see $1 million? Well, you're likely to use your mind if you ever do. I nearly did. 20s, 50s, $100 bills, stacks and stacks and stacks. And I couldn't help it. I picked it up and loved it. I got up to my elbows in money. I just wanted to feel it. $1 million. I was chuckling and giggling to myself. I'd forgotten all about the telegram. And I heard a voice.
How untidy, Mr. Kramer.
I jumped back and dropped money all over the place.
Your hands.
I'm sorry,
You've got blood all over them.
I'm sorry. I was excited. I'll wash it off.
No. Wait.
What?
I brought you the telegram.
Oh, the telegram.
Didn't you say you'd been in Lindell?
Oh, yes. I've been through there several times.
I thought you did.
Why did you ask that?
I was wondering if perhaps you might not have heard about my death, or,
Or what?
Oh, nothing. I'm sorry, but we have to explore every angle, don't we?
I fully intend to, sir.
Good. Good. There's $1 million there.
That's wonderful.
Just remember, you haven't earned it yet.
I'll earn it, never fear.
Yes, I shall see that you do.
What about the telegram?
Oh, I'm sorry. Here.
Thanks. I was anxious to see what... Only unsolved mystery here. Several years ago, unidentified hobo killed by train. Well, that couldn't be you.
Yes, it could.
Why, it says killed by train.
No, I was murdered.
Well...
I was a hobo.
Well, so was I once, but...
But what?
I didn't get murdered.
No, I did.
And you think this man is you?
I know it is.
I don't know how we're going to prove that.
I'll tell you.
Well?
When I recognize the man, that'll be proof, won't it?
But you said you didn't know who did it.
I'll know. When you find him.
Now, look. This leaves us right where we started.
No, not exactly.
I'm afraid it does.
I'm going to find the man who murdered me. Or rather, you are, Mr. Kramer.
I don't know where to start.
Think, Mr. Kramer. Please think.
I just think it's impossible.
I don't.
Suggest something, then.
You're the detective.
Go to Lindell?
Would you want to go to Lindell?
Well, why not?
Well,
Why not?
there's a line of poetry I could quote to you. Never send to no...
Never mind poetry.
Well, then we don't need to go back to Lindell, do we?
You take your money and get out of here.
Oh,
You hear me?
you'd forgotten all about it, hadn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. But you didn't even think of it when I told you the place.
Well, I didn't know.
You just forgot. Well, you know the murderer now?
It wasn't murder. It was an accident.
Well, the man died. I died.
Well, that doesn't make it murder.
In my book, it does, Mr. Kramer.
Well, I didn't mean to...
Meaning hasn't got anything to do with it.
We were just arguing in the freight car.
I remember very well now.
Just talking.
And we drank that bottle. I remember.
And the train was going slow.
Just crawling along.
And we got to arguing again.
About Herbert Hoover.
I didn't even know your name.
I knew yours. I'd forgotten it, but
And then we started to fight.
That insane temper of yours, Mr. Kramer.
And you hit me.
I remember.
And I got up.
Yes.
All I did was push you out of the car. How was I to know what happened?
I fell under the wheel.
Anybody could fall out of a car going that slow and not get hurt at all.
I died.
But I tell you, I didn't mean to. I didn't even know.
I'm sorry, Kramer.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm not going to do anything. I'm a ghost.
Well, then,
You've got a job to perform, though, Mr. Kramer.
I won't do it.
Oh, yes, you will.
I won't.
Yes, you will, Mr. Kramer. Sooner or later, because I'll be with you, Mr. Kramer, wherever you go until you do. Every second I'll be with you, and you'll do anything to escape me. But there's only one way, Mr. Kramer. Only one way. Well, that poetry I started to recite to you. Never send to no...
I know. Never send to know for whom the bell tolls.
It tolls for thee. Yes, you were a little too eager, Kramer. Well, the pistol's in the drawer there.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Kramer, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell.
And Nancy Sheridan played Mrs. Radabaugh. Edgar Staley was the other man. The original music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
My story for you next week is a true ghost story about colonial days in America, one that really happened. Shall we call it Meeting at Ticonderoga?
And so, until next week, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called A Night to Forget.
Excuse me. It's dark in here. I can't find the doggone lights. Where's the lights?
There aren't any lights, John H.
Who's that?
It's me.
What'd you say about the lights?
I said there aren't any lights.
There's got to be.
Not in here, John H.
Isn't this Studio 15?
You kidding? This is the morgue.
That was last night. I think it was a dream. I remember I went to bed early because I had to get up so early this morning to get that stuff to Ted before he takes off for California. I drank a bottle of ginger ale with some lemon juice. I read Variety for about 15 minutes. Then I went to sleep. Must have been no later than 10:30. And this happened. You know how it is sometimes when you get in a dream and you don't think you're dreaming, and when you wake up you wonder whether it happened or not? Well, I was walking down the hall to Studio 15 for this broadcast, and when I went in, it was all dark. And I stumbled around trying to find the lights, and I hit my shin on something. And then this voice in the dark talked to me.
You kidding? This is the morgue.
Not be darned if I can figure it out. I think it was a dream, all right. But my shin hurts where I barked it. And it's all black and blue. I woke up, and I lay there quite a while. You know, half dopey, trying to figure it out. I turned the lights on finally, and I was right there in my room with my shin hurting me. I know I hadn't been out of bed because I was all wound up in the covers. And I couldn't get back to sleep again. You know how it is? You have a nightmare and you're afraid to go back to sleep because you might have another one, a worse one. Well, listen. I was just lying there in my own room with the lights on, looking at the ceiling and trying to think. And it began to get dark. No, the lights didn't go out. I could see the lights, but it was dark. Everything just sort of faded, like in a movie, you know? And pretty soon it was black dark. I tried to get up, but I couldn't. And I just lay there, flat on my back, in the dark and the silence, and I was scared.
Doesn't he look nice?
Beautiful.
He's got that blue and white shirt on that I gave him.
I wish I could have got that tie from him in time. I always liked that tie.
It is pretty. He certainly looks nice.
Certainly does.
Look, will you two please get out of my room?
What'd you say, John H.?
I said get out of my room.
Why, this isn't your room, John H.
Now, look.
Of course it isn't.
Now, look, if I have to get up and chase you out of here...
Right, John H. You know you can't get up.
Of course you can't.
You're dead, John H.
And then it got, well, undark. And pretty soon it was just the same as it was before I fell asleep. If I did fall asleep. Look, I'm a hard-headed guy, even if I do work on supernatural radio shows. You don't want to believe this stuff. You go nutty. Only, well, sometimes I always sleep in pajamas. Both halves. I put on my pajamas when I went to bed last night. Red and white striped textron. Yeah. Well, when I woke up, or when it got undark again, I was wearing a blue and white shirt I never saw in my life. And I was wearing a hand-painted Countess Mara necktie that I never saw before either. So this is too good. Somebody's playing funny jokes on me. I love practical jokers. In a pig's eye, I do. Radio's full of practical jokers. All sorts of bum gags, like Don Amici used to do when he was a radio actor. You used to be reading a commercial, giving it this and that. Don would come up behind you and start to take your coat off. Well, you know you can't stop. You're on the air and you have to make with this thing. So you'd wiggle around. The first thing you'd have your coat. Then he'd unbutton your suspender buttons. Take off your necktie. You can't do a thing but keep that old smile in your voice and go about locked-in goodness and please, Mrs. Housewife, buy the large economy size and holding onto your pants with one hand, and it's all very, very funny. Especially if the sponsor's sitting there in the booth looking at you. So I say to myself, some practical joker. Only I add a couple of adjectives to that. Only thing is, how did he get the lights to go out? I lie there a while and I think and I try to figure it out. And I shut my eyes, I guess. Anyway, when I opened them, it was dark again. I am walking around in the dark, and the ground is springy underfoot. There's a cool wind blowing. What are those things? Those white things. Why, they look like gravestones. They are gravestones.
Will you stand to one side, please, John H.?
Excuse me.
I gotta get to work, see? This is an extra special rush job. I gotta get it done right away. Did you say something, John H.?
I was just going to ask you, what is this place?
My goodness, John H., this is a cemetery.
Cemetery?
Certainly. Would you move your foot a little?
What am I doing in a cemetery?
What do people usually do in a cemetery, John H.?
Why, what are you doing?
Me? I'm just chiseling your name on this gravestone.
And there it was, laid out in chalk on the gravestone. John H. And I shut my eyes. When I opened them again, I was lying on my bed. Well, do you know what people mean when they say their mind reels? Oh, boy, I do. I rubbed my eyes, and I felt like sand on my fingers. It wasn't sand, though. It was marble dust. And brother, I was shivering. This kind of nightmare is a little too real. Then the telephone rang. And so I got up to answer it. Mind you, I was awake. Well, I know I was. Well, the lights were on. I got up and I picked up the receiver. And I said, hello? Hello?
Sure is too bad, isn't it? Sure is. I never heard of such a thing.
Hello? Hello?
Poor old John H.
This is John H. Hello?
Poor old L, I'd say. It's tougher on him than on John H. L? L who? L April. You know, the sound effects man. Oh, I didn't know his name.
Who is this? Hello?
Yes, he feels pretty awful about it. Well, I should think he was.
Who is...
killing a man. He didn't mean to, you dope. I know it, but just the same, poor old John H. He didn't know it was loaded. I mean, loaded with bullets. Matter of fact, there was just the one bullet. One was enough. Right on the air, too. Yeah. I bet that was the first time a radio audience ever heard a real killing. Yeah.
Hello? I want to know who this is.
What about its commercials? You know? John H., you mean? Yeah. Well, I'm auditioning for the big one tomorrow. You are? Yeah, they called me this morning. Gee, I wonder if I could get in on that. Well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're going to pick me. I think I'll try anyway. Sure you won't mind? No, oh no. Well, I'll see you. Poor old John H. Yeah, too bad, wasn't it? So long.
Who is that? Hello? Hello, hello!
Yes, sir?
You got me in on a crossed wire or something.
Oh, no, sir.
Well, when you rang me, I picked up the phone and...
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but I didn't ring you.
What?
Well, I hadn't had a call for you all evening.
Now, that wasn't a nightmare. Or a dream. That happened. Even if the operator did say she didn't ring me. Whoever it was playing a joke on me, they fixed it with the operator so she'd say that. Didn't they? All right, that's the way I figured it, too. So, this was about 11:30. At 12:30, the manager of the hotel called me on the phone.
I hate to wake you up at this hour of the night, John H., but I thought maybe radio registry or somebody might have called you and couldn't get you, see? And I know how important it is for people on the radio to get their calls, and...
What are you talking about?
Why, I just thought you might want to call registry and see if they've been trying to get you, see?
I don't get it.
Oh, excuse me. See, something happened to our telephones about 10 o'clock, and nobody's been able to get a call in or out of the hotel since then, and I...
Well, maybe my practical jokers might have got to the manager, too. But this morning when I came downstairs, I found he wasn't kidding. The phones had been out for 2 hours and a half. Something blew up in the switchboard or something. Well, that's carrying a practical joke an awful long ways, isn't it? Yeah. That's one night I won't forget, believe me. Yeah, but I gotta stop this kind of talk. And this kind of thinking. I will forget it. Heck, it was probably a lot of nightmares. I'm going to stop drinking ginger ale before I go to bed. Well, anyway, I saw Ted and gave him the stuff, and he got away to California okay. I sort of had a hunch that if this was a gag, Ted might have had a hand in it. So I made a few cracks, but he didn't give it a tumble, like he would if he'd had anything to do with it. He can go just so far with a gag, and then he can't keep his face straight. But he didn't fall for any of my hints at all. So, man, I gotta forget it. But just for laughs, when I see that Al April, I'm gonna make him show me that sound effects pistol. Believe me. So then I went and did my commercial. The guy from the agency was there. He had the renewal of my contract with him, so... Well, anyway, after I signed it and he signed it, I'm not going to hold auditions for my job tomorrow. So, like they say on the radio, here we are at the bottom of the well. This is no dream. This is the hallway that goes down to Studio 15. And there's Miss Rose. Hello, Miss Rose. Through the door. There's the drinking fountain on the left. And the lights are turned down. It's bright. I'm early today. I'm going to be here early so I can talk to Al April and look at that sound effects gun. I'm not dreaming now. Got it on John H. Studio 15. In the door. Look in the control room. There's nobody there. Hang up the coat. No in the studio. Yeah, the light switch is right where it always was. And the light go on. Yeah, studio's been all right. Nobody here yet.
You're late, John H.
Oh. I'm not either. Look at the clock. Oh. Who are you?
I'm Mr. D. I got your note and I came right over.
Note? What note?
The note you wrote me to meet you here tonight.
Oh, I didn't write a note.
Why, you certainly did. I've got it right here in my briefcase. Yeah, got it right here.
I don't know what you're talking about, mister.
Now, just a second. Oh, my goodness, I don't seem to have it after all. But I'm here, so that's all that matters, isn't it?
What'd you say your name is?
D.
What'd you want? I'm on the air in just a little while.
Oh, it won't take long, John H. I've got the catalog right here. And you can pick one out in no time. How high do you want to go?
What'd you say your name is again?
D. Here's the catalog.
How do you spell it?
Spell what?
Your name.
Oh, Death. Shall we sit down here at the table where I can spread out the catalog?
Listen, Mr. Death, or whatever your name is, this gag has gone just about far enough.
Why, what gag, John H.?
Your gag, my friend's gag. I'm tired of it.
Prosperous as you, John H., you wouldn't want to be found dead in this one. No, sir, you wouldn't be found dead in it. Hey?
Look, Buster, I don't want a coffin.
Ah, then why did you sign an order for one and pay a substantial down payment?
I didn't.
All right. Well, let's get this settled. This model, 23, code name Tired. This will set you back $441, 23 cents. Tax included, of course.
I don't want it.
Something a little more expensive, perhaps, eh? Ah, here's a dandy. Code name Sleepy. Solid rosewood. Well, practically solid. Hand-polished silver alloy handles, nylon lining in your choice of color.
I don't want it.
Okay. Ah. Well, what do you know about this for a coincidence?
Huh?
By George, I didn't know this model was in the book. Look at that.
What?
Look at the code name.
Code name? John H.
Man, is that a job! You know, I haven't seen this model yet. Look how it's streamlined. Plastics, too, the latest thing. Real built-in factory-engineered dependability. Finest model we've ever made. And look, it's fireproof. And that coincidence about the code name, the John H. You know what, John H.? You'll be the very first user of this latest model. Stand up.
What for?
My goodness, this is a made-to-measure job, John H. Nothing too good for you famous radio people. Stand right up there. That's it. Now, let me see. Dimension A. My, you have broad shoulders, don't you? Now, let me put this down. There.
Listen, mister, please,
I'm going to get it absolutely right, John H. I tell you, I can hardly wait to see you in it. Stand still.
Listen, this has gone far enough.
Just hold the tape measure. Now, let me see. 3 inches above your head. Now, 6 feet 4 inches. I didn't realize you were that tall, John H. How much do you weigh?
Well, let's see. I've lost 17 pounds since I went on the diet.
My. You must tell me about that. If we have time. 17 pounds, and that makes it...
191.
Oh, my gracious, I can save you a little money then. The oversized models carry a 4% discount, you see. The little ones are harder to make. You're very fortunate, John H. Now, the plaque on the lid. See here?
Yeah?
Now, well, we can engrave that with any lodge emblem or, you know, an odd fellow or a moose or anything like that. You are a big fellow, and I suppose you could say in slang that you're a big moose. Get it?
No. The only thing I belong to is the lambs.
Lambs? Oh, my, John H., I really don't think we could do that. You see, we carry all the well-known emblems in stock, but the lambs, we'd have to have that engraved, and I'm terribly afraid there won't be time.
Huh?
Oh, you said it was a rush job, remember? Matter of fact, it's tonight, isn't it?
What's tonight?
When you're to be killed. If I remember correctly, you said in your note with the order that a sound effects pistol was...
Mr. Deep, did I write that?
Well, I couldn't swear to it in court, of course, John H., but somebody wrote it, and your name was signed to it.
Well, look. I'll write my name. Is that the signature?
Absolutely identical, John H. Yes, sir, absolutely identical. I remember the curlicues on the H.
I don't understand.
It's perfectly simple. You're going to die, and you need a respectable, refined, late model coffin, that's all.
Are you sure I'm going to die?
Cheer up, John H. Of course you're going to.
You know, I heard that before.
Yeah, it's all over town.
Tonight.
That's what you said.
By a shot from a sound effects pistol.
I saw it in your own handwriting.
How did I know, Mr. D?
I'm sure I don't know, Johnny.
Isn't there any way out of it?
Don't ask me. I'm just a salesman, and you're just a customer. Not that I don't enjoy listening to you on the radio, John H. I really do. And I must say that you're going to be a great loss to the art, science, profession. What do you call it?
It's a living.
Living. And now it's a dying. Mustn't mind my little jokes, John H. I'm an inveterate joker.
Is this one of your jokes?
Oh, no, John H. This is strictly business. And now, did you want to give me a check for the remainder now?
Well,
I think possibly that'd be wisest, considering that, well, you know how long it takes to get money out of an estate.
Now, look, what if I don't die?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that.
Well, what if I don't?
Well, you will eventually, John H., and at least we'd have time to engrave anything you wanted on the plaque.
Mm-hmm.
So, excuse me. Is this the gentleman that's going to shoot you?
Huh? Oh. Hello, Al.
Hi, John H. Well, you get killed again tonight.
I do, huh?
Yeah. Says here you do.
How do I get killed this time, Al?
Get shot.
I see. Excuse me, Mr. D.
Certainly. Is he the one?
He's the sound man. Al April.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very interesting.
Say, Al.
Yeah?
You ever have any accidents with those guns?
No. How could you?
I don't know.
What kind of accidents?
Really shooting somebody.
With these things? No. Look, in the first place, they're loaded with blanks. In the second place, there ain't any place for the bullet to come out, if there was one. And in the third place, I always shoot him at the floor. So, how could I shoot somebody?
I was just wondering.
You know, I always wondered how you do sound effects on the air. This is most interesting.
This is Mr. Deeth, Al.
How are you, Mr. Deeth? Your face looks familiar. You in radio?
Oh, my, no. I'm a salesman.
Oh.
Can I look at the guns, Al?
Sure.
Which one you going to use on the show?
This one. Say, what's the matter with you, John H.?
I'm a little nervous, I guess, Al.
I thought you was on the wagon.
Well, I am. I'm just a little nervous, I guess. Let's see the bullets.
They're not bullets. Blanks.
The blanks.
Here.
How do you load it?
Oh, give it to me. There.
Can I shoot it?
Sure. What do you want to shoot it for?
Well, I got to make sure of something.
John H. is sure he's going to be shot tonight.
Yeah, that's right, Al. I just want to test out these shells.
Well, that's silly because... go ahead. But don't point it at me.
Oh, I thought you said you couldn't shoot anybody with it.
Well, you know, the wadding. It stings, kind of.
You'd use these same shells on the show, huh?
Sure. What you scared of?
I got a hunch, Al.
Well, those are the same shells I'll use on the show. Go ahead and shoot. I gotta get set up.
Okay, Al. You asked for it.
Hey, don't point that gun at me. Doggone it. Hey, I told you about that wadding. It stings. Doggone it.
I'm sorry, Al.
You shot me.
There, Mr. Death.
Why, John H., you killed him.
That's right. So I'm not going to die after all. Take your coffins and get out of here.
Why, don't be silly, John H. Of course you're going to die.
I am not.
Why, certainly you are. You murdered poor Al in cold blood, and they'll send you to the electric chair.
Yeah? How are they going to do that? They won't have any witnesses except you.
Why, John H., how foolish. What about the people listening to you on the radio? Goodness, John H., don't you know you're on the air?
Quiet Please story you have listened to is A Night to Forget. Willis Cooper writes and directs Quiet Please, and John H., the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell.
And James Monks played Mr. Deef. Al April was played by Murray Forbes, and the sound effects on the show were played by Al April. Others in the cast were Jack Tyler, Kermit Murdoch, Lon Clark, and Polly Cole. Original music for Quiet Please, as usual, is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here's our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Tonight's show was the 40th in the series of Quiet Please. Next week, for the 41st, I think I'll call the show after the name of our series. Let's call it Quiet Please.
And so, until next week at the same time, stand quiet, please. I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Your Quiet Please story for tonight takes its name from the title of the series, Quiet Please. There are books left, many books, and I suppose I have read them all. I remember things, too. I remember a long white road between the shoulders of the hills and the distant clusters of the live oaks against the uplands beyond, and the wide light blue of the sky. There was a wind that wandered the edges of the hills that brought the salt smell of the sea so that it mingled with the loamy scent of the grass and made a perfume that I have not smelt in so many years. There was a great plain where the hills fell away in tumbled, rocky magnificence. A plain all cut into green and brown and yellowing squares, and a little stream with bridges of stone that strolled its way across the wide plain and sparkled at last into the distant western ocean. There was life on the hills and on the plains. The field beasts that moved serenely through the pleasant grasses and rested at noon under the shadowed kindness of the green-gray oaks. There were men and cheerful women in the white-walled houses where the road curved, and the children that played noisily and sweetly in the cottage dooryards. are long since dust. Shall I tell you of the graceful beaches where the sound of the surf was a measured, majestic melody we thought would never cease? Shall I speak of the great ships prone upon the breast of the ocean, the ships that are seen no more? Would you hear of the wind-whipped nights and the lightning in the forests and the gentle rain in the dawn time? Would you remember and not forget? I remember. I alone remember. This was a temple. And this a place dedicated to the arts. And there where the waves fed upon the beach, the shattered walls of stone we made remain to mock us. And there where the white road was, is the desolation. The winds die down, and the sun wanes, and the moon is sickly. Yet I remember the lights on the hillsides and the stars above them wheeling their ancient way across the sky. There was a day when I could name them all. They seem very far away tonight. Antares and Betelgeuse and Aldebaran, Arcturus and Vega and Procyon. In these days, Orion, the mighty hunter, draws away from us, and the glory of Berenice's hair is dimmed in the heavens. I would welcome the sound of the thunder again on the horizon, but all the manifestations of nature are ended, and only the twilight of eternity remains above the bleakness. I would welcome the voice of a hungry wolf even this night, or the hiss of the serpents that once we hated, that once we trampled upon. I would welcome even the voice of old Krog and listen with delight, and laugh happily to hear him tell again the schemes he dreamed that brought us to this end.
It is true that men cannot live without wars amongst themselves. Why should not we be the ones to win the wars? Every man plots against every other, and men speak of honor and laws and fair fighting. But if a war is to be won, then do away with fairness and honor, and let us win and be the masters, and they the slaves.
Yes, I could laugh to hear that voice, and to see those hard black eyes glitter again in the light of the little lamps. I could take old Krog and lift him up and say, look upon your work, old Krog, your work and mine and the work of all of those who could not live without wars. But Krog is dust and may not speak. And for a little time while I live, the dust shall speak its final words to those who would listen. It was a fair world, our world. And I would not have you believe that all who dwelt in it were like old Krog, plotting wars and seeding the countrysides with discontent. We knew love, too, and all the virtues. Some of them we even practiced. I am old now, and my speech is set in somber ways, for I've looked on somber things for long. But there was a time when I was young in this very world, and my speech was the speech of the young of every world, careless, gay, happy. And there was one whose speech was like mine, young and gay, and very dear to me, Morna. There was a night on the shores of a lake when there was music and laughter and light somewhere in the distance, and we sat alone together. And I remember I would speak, but Morna laid a hand on my lips and laughed and spoke.
Quiet, please.
And for a long time there was only the music, and we watched the stars.
Thor, do you love me?
Silly question.
Do you?
What do you think?
Know what I think?
What?
I don't think you love me very much.
You don't?
If you love me, you'd kiss me.
Well, lean over this way.
Why, you conceited creature.
You're the one that wanted to be kissed.
Well, I don't anymore.
All right. Just for that, you're going to get kissed. Come here.
Oh, look out. You're mussing my hair.
Quiet, please.
Oh, you do love me.
There just aren't any words to tell you, Mona.
Oh, my darling.
When the music began again, and we sat silently, and the stars moved above us.
The stars are so beautiful tonight.
They're not all stars.
What? What are they then?
Some of them are planets.
Oh, smarty.
Sure.
Thor, do you suppose there are people in some of the other planets?
Probably.
Earth. That's the nearest one, isn't it?
I think so.
You suppose there are people there?
I wouldn't know.
People that look like us and have music and nights like this.
Nobody on Earth could have a night like this.
You sweet. No, I mean it, Thor. Do you suppose they have houses and automobiles and wonderful stores like ours and they have babies like we do and everything?
And they're probably 80 feet tall and have 6 arms and 16 eyes.
Oh, no, not
And
Thor.
someday they'll come roaring out of space at us in terrific big spaceships and disintegrator guns and death rays.
And we'll say boo at them. And they'll all turn around and go right back where they came from.
Maybe they will. And maybe they won't.
What would we do if they invaded us from Earth, Thor?
Fight?
I hope we're not alive when it happens.
Yeah, so do I.
Or maybe they'd be nice.
Don't kid yourself about that.
I wonder what they call our world.
Why, probably the same thing we do.
Mars?
Well, sure, why not? After all, it is Mars, isn't it? We were not 80 feet tall either. We did not have 6 arms or 16 eyes, and we didn't dream of conquering your world either. We were like you. We were human beings, too. And we lived and loved and worked and died. Very much as you do. Look upon your own Earth if you would see us as we were. Stand at your window tonight and look out upon the lights of your fellow beings' homes. Look upon the faces of your sleeping children and see the reflection of ours. Let your mind's eye wander across your oceans, beyond your mountains. See all the lights of the world and its darknesses and the sun rising again beyond. Let your thoughts dwell upon the people of your Earth, and you shall know us as we were. Neither happier nor sadder, neither better nor worse. Old Krog, the prophet of war, muttering away of disaster, might be one of your own. Morna, with her golden hair and her laughing eyes, might be the girl you passed unseeing in the street this afternoon. And the triumphal arch to a long-dead general brooding above a little park in the city where children race and shout might be the one that stood in a city in another world, 100 yards from where I speak to you. And here, no stone remains upon another. Old Krog has said that wars are inevitable. Have you found it so? In the years when I was a reporter for a great newspaper, I sat in his study and heard him speak to us, and through us to all our world.
Is written from the standpoint of the winners of the wars. And thus wars are essential to the progress of the race. Had our enemies won in the last war, then their cause would have proved the just one. And we, by losing, would have been in the wrong. For future events would then have shaped themselves upon the basis of their winning. and the decision would have been irrevocable. Future history would be changed, our nation's bid for leadership forgotten, and thus it will always be.
And there was silence in the room for a little time. And at last I spoke. Dr. Krogh, I said. Dr. Krogh.
Well, son?
Dr. Krogh, 50 years ago we fought a war. Were we right?
We won, and by winning, we charted the course of history in the 50 years since. Had they won, the last 50 years might have been very different.
And which is right?
What is right, son? And what is wrong?
And then another war came against another nation, and the ones we had defeated before were allied with us. And old Krogh made notes in a great black book that was one day to be published to all our world, but no man's eyes of his have seen it. But the sands are running out. Let me speak of the things that have perished. Our cities, where people worked at 100 occupations, in the muddied brown slums of the cities and the great green parks. Go out tomorrow in your own city and set your feet upon the smooth concrete of the sidewalk. See the gleaming windows and marvel at the wonders within them that you men have created. Touch the garment of a passerby and joy to know that this humble thing man has created. And know that I too have done these things. And that I have seen man destroy them. And that I helped. Do you know the good black smell of the mold of the earth in springtime? Will your heart leap at the first green shoots of the bounty that lies in that earth? Have you seen the lilies and heard the bells of your churches? The bells rang in my world once. The flowers bloomed and men laughed and sang and hated. We have run our course. The course we chose, back to the ineffable dust from which we sprang. There was another time, when Morna and I had been married for many years, and the war that had raged across our world had at last flickered out and died. We sat long at table that night, silently, each of us dreaming of a world purged by fire and sword, and full again of the promise of peace and perhaps happiness.
I'm glad you didn't have to go, Tom.
I suppose I shouldn't say so. But I am too.
You're not a coward, Tom.
I don't think I am, Morna. But
Now we can get started all over again.
we need so many things we haven't been able to get.
I can hardly wait to go shopping.
I bet. Well, at least we can afford them.
Some of them. It's just a shame, isn't it?
What?
I hate those people. The things they've done to us. All those boys dead and our cities smashed.
Well, they lost the war, though.
And we killed plenty of them.
Yes, we did.
We should have killed them all.
Quiet, please, dear.
All right. You're always saying that, though, to shut me up.
Well, it helps, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose.
If we could have only said it to them when the war started. Quiet, please. They'd have gone away.
We said it all right, only in a different way.
Yes. They'll be quiet for a long time, some of them. And some of us.
Who's that?
I know a good way to find out.
Well, you go. I've got my apron on.
Well? Hello, Thor. Dale. Why, you... Dale, when did you get back?
Just now.
Who is it, Thor?
It's...
Hi, Morna. I'm home.
Oh, Dale, are you all right?
Oh, sure. Hey, don't break my rib.
It's great to see you, boy. Oh, it's what... Oh, excuse me.
Well, I wondered when you were going to pay attention.
Well, I was so glad to see you. I'm sorry.
Well, who...
I want you to meet my wife.
Dale, how wonderful.
Why, you old son of a
Ray, this is my sister Morna,
How do you do?
and her husband, my brother-in-law, Tor.
How do you do?
Why, you darling. I'm so glad.
Thank you. Thank you. It's so nice to know Dale's people.
Well, come in. Come along.
Yes, come in. Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Dale. And Ray.
Go ahead, Ray.
Thank you.
We haven't heard from you for so long, Dale. We were beginning to get worried.
Oh, I was all right. Didn't get a scratch. Say, face looks about the same. Where's old Chef?
He died last summer, Dale.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. He was the greatest dog in the world, Ray.
Well, sit down. Sit down. Have you had supper?
Yes. Sure.
Wouldn't you like some coffee, Ray?
Oh, I would love it.
I'll make some fresh.
No, that will be fine.
Oh.
I'm finding it hard to get used to coffee again.
Well, how was the war, Dale?
I got all the war I want.
Oh, the coffee, dear. Thank you, sister.
She hasn't had much coffee the last 7 years.
What? Why, you poor thing. Why not, Dale? Why hasn't she had coffee?
I'd better tell them, Dale.
Tell us.
What?
Well, Ray was one of our enemies.
What do you mean by that, Dale?
What's she?
Yes.
Should we go, Dale?
Thanks for the coffee, Morna. Tor.
Where are you going, sister?
Morna.
Sit down, sister.
Do you think I'd throw my brand new sister-in-law out of my house? Come on, let's go make some fresh coffee. Lots of it.
And in the early hours of the morning, I was awakened by Morna's sobbing. I put my arm around her.
Oh, that poor child. She actually thought we were going to turn her out. Oh, Tor, how can people think such dreadful thoughts of us? And she's so sweet.
No, I have never solved the problem either. Why people can love individually and hate collectively. And the children of Ray and Dale were very dear to me, no different from the other children who played with them in our yard, who went to school with them, who read history with them. I suppose it's only strangers we hate, for Ray was a daughter of the nation we had fought bitterly with. And yet when our friends became acquainted with her, they too grew to love her. And some of those who wept most bitterly at her funeral were the ones who at first had pointed her out as the enemy woman. Well, Krogh said wars are inevitable. Perhaps they are. There has never been a year in all the 1,000 centuries of our recorded history when there has not been a war in some part of our planet. And always history told us men have been striving for a means to end it. A war to end war, they said. A war to end war. They achieved it. They ended everything. Wars had grown more and more destructive. And at last men laid wicked fingers upon secrets that were not for men to know. Men have always pried at the locks that nature has set upon her deepest secrets, seeking the power that was never intended for them. And step by tedious step, they came to the final awful knowledge, to the very corridor of creation and of destruction. Ours was a fair world, I said. There was beauty in everything. Beauty in the mornings and in the red sunsets. Beauty in the long, low hills and the mountains that bore themselves majestically aloof above us. And beauty, too, in the humble things of our world, the simple, unnoticed things that haunt my memory tonight. The turning wheel, the flight of a bird, the sound of a train whistle in the night, the rustle of wind in the trees.
And unforgettably, the voices of people. The voice of old Krog.
Now we have the supreme weapon. There is no defense. And the weapon will bring us undisputed mastery of all the planet.
But why should we be masters of the world? Why should any one people be the masters? Is it not written how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity? Men said that, cannot men practice it? And the voice of Morna.
There will never be any more war after this next one, Thor. Every one of our enemies will be destroyed. And we'll live happily ever after.
No, Morna. There never will be war again. There never will be anything again. For now, Morna, men have plotted against the green hillsides and the towering mountains. They have declared war upon the flowers and the grass and the forests. They have made our planet an altar on which to sacrifice us all. And the voice of Dale.
I'll not go to war again. If they bring it to me, I'll fight. But they'll have to bring it to me.
They brought it to you, Dale. They brought it to your very home, to your doorstep, to the gay little blue and white curtains at your windows. And you died before you knew it. And the voice of Ray, the displaced person, the alien in a strange land.
Who is my enemy now? Dale was my enemy once, and you, and Mona. And now you are my own people as surely as if I had been born among you. Who will be my enemy when this new war is done?
You will have no enemy, Ray. For there will be none left to hate or to love. Fortunate for you that you died before the war came. Your last sight was of the faces of those who loved you. And my own voice speaking to you at long last. Remembering the thoughts we had of you, of towering 80-foot giants swarming down upon us out of the cold black reaches of space, seeking to prey upon us and conquer us and at last destroy us. Did you have thoughts of us as demons too? Did you think because we were another world we must be monsters ravening for your blood? We were not. We were people like you. Older perhaps, but with the same instincts you have, the very same. We gloried in the summertime and the white winters. We loved individually and hated collectively as you do. We lived. We fought. We died. Your astronomers have watched us for so many years, speculating on the possibility of life here. Well, there was life. Great cities, wide, peaceful farms, tall dams holding back the might of great rivers, great deserts flowering in the spring with all the dazzling lavishness that can be packed into a brief span of life. We had rivers and oceans and lakes, forests and deep valleys, great monuments to our dead, giant buildings to house our living. We had music and books and great schools and statesmen. Your astronomers tell you of the canals that cover our planet. I saw those canals created. I saw the solid earth splash and boil beneath me. I saw the mountains melt into rivers of molten fiery stone. I saw the great tawny mushrooms of cloud erupt from the floor of the ocean. And I smelt destruction near at hand. Yes, there will be no more wars on our planet. There is only silence and cold and dust that was once a people and a civilization. There is only one man, I, Thor, the last man of Mars, to say the last words. The two moons that circle our planet are rising now, Phobos and Deimos, fear and madness. Death himself marches back to the black-draped cavern, and he pauses beside me to lay his icy fingers upon my arm. This
is the end of the world and the people that you might have mistaken for your very selves. Honor us at last with your silence at the end. And pray, friends of Earth. Pray not for us, for that is too late. Pray for yourselves. Quiet, please. You have listened to Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And others in the cast were Floyd Buckley as Krogh, Vinton Hayworth as Dale, and Lotta Stavisky as Ray. Morna was played by Claudia Morgan, Mrs. Ernest Chappell. Music for Quiet, Please is by Albert Berman. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called I Always Marry Juliet.
I did knock. I assure you I knocked several times. I can read signs. It says knock before entering, and I knocked and then I entered. Sir, my name is Rambo Bainbridge. I give you my card. Modestly, I may say that my name is not unknown in the theater. The Shakespearean theater, that is. I am no strolling player, a dashing hero in white flannels today, an elderly mountebank in a straw hat tomorrow. I have devoted my talents to the creations of the immortal bard, the sweet singer of Stratford-upon-Avon, the immortal Shakespeare himself. I take it you are not unfamiliar with his great works. Perhaps you have even seen me treading the boards in Macbeth. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day. Or possibly as the noble Mark Antony in Julius Caesar. The evil that men do lives oft to them. The good is often interred with their bones. I had great success in the part of Antony. However, my greatest triumphs have been in the romantic role of Romeo. Lady, by yonder blessed moon I swear the tips with silver all these fruit tree tops. But soft, what light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. I always did better with that one. I beg your pardon.
I was trying to say, what can I do for you?
Why, my dear sir, I was given to understand that casting was going on here. Why else would I pay a visit to this, rather musty cubicle? Eh?
You talk a great deal.
Naturally, sir. Speaking is my profession. Speaking is my life, my being, my métier. You speak French? I have been told I speak it like a native. Où sont les neiges d'antan? Lyon. But speak to myself briefly. I am prepared to deliver on short notice any one of a large number of Shakespearean parts. Othello, Romeo, Dromio, Bottom the Weaver, King Henry the Fourth, Fifth, Sixth, Petruchio, Oh, and Henry VIII.
I am reasonably familiar with the characters of Shakespeare, sir.
Good.
You say you have played Romeo?
Innumerable times, sir. 2 packed houses. I recall one time in, I believe it was in Moline, Illinois, when they placed kitchen chairs in the aisles in addition to the hundreds of occupied seats in the house.
When did you last play Romeo?
Alas, it has been some time since. But I am a very quick study, sir, that I assure you. I could be up in several days, say 3 days.
What have you been doing recently?
I have just concluded a very successful run as, on the radio.
A Shakespearean role, no doubt?
I am sorry to say it was not. Although it was very interesting in a, shall I say, sordid way.
What night were you on?
This, sir, was an afternoon presentation.
Soap?
Phonograph needles.
And your part?
I played the part of Clapper Claw Duddy.
So?
Heavy, naturally. A part a little like a sort of poor man's Macbeth. Perhaps a touch of Casca.
And the part is finished now?
Sir, a regard for the truth compels me to admit I was replaced by a young man who had a different conception of the character of Clapper Claw Duddy.
They didn't appreciate your technique, I take it.
That director. I also read a commercial message.
My,
indeed. Well, sir, shall we look over the contract?
We'll see, Mr. Bainbridge. I seem vaguely to recall your name.
Yes. I was afraid of that.
I don't remember just how.
I am the man who married Juliet.
Ah, yes. That's it. Oh, yes.
Sir, you are a man of the world.
It's been said that I am.
I always wanted to grow a beard myself. I think I'd be very distinguished with a beard.
No doubt.
But always playing Romeo, you know, it can't be done. Besides, my beard always comes out straight. This half comes out red.
So, you're the man who married Juliet?
The man who always married Juliet.
Would you care to tell me about it?
I prefaced my remarks by suggesting that you are a man of the world, sir, as I myself am. I was young and ebullient when I first played Romeo to her Juliet. The city, let it be nameless, safe to explain that it was in central Illinois, a section of our great country at that time somewhat lost to culture. However, a group of young seekers after the light, theater-wise, ventured to put on Romeo and Juliet, and I was summoned from Chicago, where I'd been playing.
Playing Shakespeare?
At that juncture in my career, I was singing illustrated songs in a small house on South State Street. I shall never forget my first meeting with the young woman who played the part of Juliet.
And Elizabeth Beetler.
Why? How did you know that, sir?
One reads.
Oh, the newspapers. Publicity. Well, Anne Elizabeth was young, Anne Elizabeth was beautiful, Anne Elizabeth was unsophisticated, I thought. I was introduced to her at our first rehearsal meeting, and I tell you, sir, I was bowled over. I can think of nothing to say to her but that lovely speech I first quoted to you from Act 2, Scene 2. Lady, by yonder blessed moon, I swear that trips with silver all these booty. And she picked me up at once.
Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon, that monthly changes in her circled orb, lest that thy love prove likewise variable.
And we went right through the scene, the entire scene, letter perfect, down to...
Good night. Good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say good night till it be morrow.
Sleep dwell upon thine eyes, peace in thy breast, and so on. And I tell you, sir, the place rocks with the applause of our fellow players. And so we were married a week later in our costumes on the stage in the setting for Act 2, Scene 2. The romance of Romeo and Juliet was at last consummated in our persons. I like to think that the master himself, Shakespeare, would have liked that.
If Shakespeare had married him, there wouldn't have been any story.
Well, by Jove, why, you know, I never thought of that. Perhaps he wouldn't have liked it then.
I expect.
Well, our marriage flourished for a time, and then there came the rift within the lute.
Tennyson, Idols of the King.
Indeed? I thought that was Shakespeare, too.
Tennyson.
I must make a note of that. Well, I remember we were playing in Dodge Center, Kansas, or Dodge City, Iowa, or some such place. Fort Dodge, Minnesota, I think. I had met a young woman, the daughter of a plastering contractor, in one of our previous stands, and we found a great deal in common. She was interested in watercolor painting. Her name, I'm afraid I don't remember after all these years. By a strange coincidence, she turned up in Lake Dodge in Nebraska, or wherever it was. As a man of the world, I could do no less than invite her to supper after the performance. You understand.
Of course, of course.
And we were leaving the restaurant much, much later when we ran directly into Anne Elizabeth. There was little of the gentle Juliet about her, sir.
Well!
I was speechless. Anne Elizabeth wasn't.
So this is the friendly game of cards you're going to indulge in after the show. Well, I think I'll just shuffle you around a little bit. Oh, here's a hand for you, too.
Ouch!
You stay away from my husband, you hear?
It was intensely embarrassing. It was even more embarrassing when, 2 weeks later, Anne Elizabeth found me kissing the plasterer's daughter in Union Station in Minneapolis. Sir, those Minneapolis policemen are, rough and tumble.
And what did you do about it? Did you...
The crowning blow was when Anne Elizabeth purchased the traditional weapon of the outraged wife.
What?
A rolling pin. Playing the innocent, I asked her if she intended to bake an apple pie or two in our humble lodgings as we fared across the country.
What did she say to that?
No, darling Romeo. That I'm going to use to beat your brains out if I ever catch you with that woman again. So you'd better wear your crossover beard when you go out with her again, if you don't want to wear this rolling pin for a hat.
She had a remarkably pungent manner of speech. I was both sorrowed and relieved when the balcony collapsed in Act 2, Scene 2, and she broke her neck.
How did that happen?
For some unaccountable reason, a stage brace seemed to have been removed. It was very depressing.
And then you married another Juliet?
It seems to me I've been marrying Juliets all my adult life. Yes, I married another. Faith McNulty. I was playing in Framingham, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, or somewhere when I met her. Faith was not young. Faith was not beautiful. Faith was an execrable actress.
Why did you marry her?
It seemed a good idea at the time. As a matter of fact, it was leap year, and she asked me.
Rambo, if you'll marry me, I'll start a Shakespearean company of our own. And you can be the manager and do whatever plays you want to.
I thought, what will we use for money? But she answered that before I asked.
My great-aunt Ruth in Stafford Springs left me $89,000, Rambo.
Well, I assure you that put a different face on the matter. So we were married. We were married the day after we opened in Romeo and Juliet in South Boston. To most unfavorable notices, I must say. Mine were adequate, but poor Faith. I wish you could have heard her read that scene.
Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon, that monthly changes in her circled orb, lest that thy love prove likewise variable.
To borrow an expression from the street, oh boy. I pleaded with her to resign the feminine lead part and to allow me to find another actress. I told her she could be the manager. She could do anything she wanted to.
I am the manager, Rambo. I will do anything I want to. It's my money.
There is very little one can do to argue with that sort of thing, sir.
Yes, I should think so.
The woman had no shame, sir. Nightly I went on and suffered the torments of the darned. She had no sense of timing. She forgot lines. We had to hide prompters behind every tree, under every bench, outside the window in Friar Lawrence's cell. And I daily grew more and more haggard. That voice, I can hear it yet.
What if it be a poison which the friar subtly hath administered to have me dead?
Act 4, Scene 3.
That's right. In Juliet's chamber.
Well?
Scene 5, Act 4.
The nurse.
Alack, the day. She's dead. She's dead. She's dead!
Well, you seem to have cut quite a swath among the Juliets, sir.
Shakespeare killed her too?
So he did. Well,
I don't know why I'm telling you all this, really.
Probably because I asked you.
Well, there were really only 3 of them.
Oh, is that so? I thought there were more.
It just seems like more. Oh, if I never play Romeo and Juliet again, I'll be happy. How about Coriolanus? I don't exactly understand Coriolanus, but then I don't really understand much of Shakespeare either.
You don't?
It's just words, a lot of it, to me.
Well, what about Juliet number 3?
Oh, yes, that Juliet. Well, her name was really Juliet. And I'm afraid she's the only woman I ever loved in all my life.
Tell me about her.
Well, I suppose she was as close to the Juliet Shakespeare wrote about as any woman could be.
You think so?
Yes. Yes, I do. There wasn't a thing wrong with our marriage. We loved each other. There wasn't room for another woman in my life. Then.
Did you dispose of her, too?
I never fully realized my own inadequacies until I married Juliet. Why do I marry Juliet? What is it that makes me do it?
There is such a thing as destiny.
Destiny. Shakespeare was always talking about destiny and fate and those things I don't understand. But they work out, do they not?
Very often.
I have a picture of Juliet. Here.
3 words, dear Romeo, and good night indeed. If that thy bent of love be honorable, thy purpose marriage, send me word tomorrow by one that I'll procure to come to thee, where and what time thou wilt perform this rite. And all my fortunes at thy feet I'll lay, and follow thee, my lord, throughout the world.
It is my soul that calls upon my name.
Romeo.
How silver sweet sound lovers' tongues by night, like softest music to attending ears.
Romeo.
Yes, that's a very beautiful picture. And she's dead?
I wish I never had to play Romeo and Juliet again. I could play... You're doing Shakespeare, of course.
Oh, yes, nothing but Shakespeare.
Well, what kind of run do you expect?
How can anyone tell? with Shakespeare.
That's so. I remember once in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, or Sheboygan, Michigan, I can never tell them apart, we played 5 solid weeks. And when we came back the next year, we had to cut the last act of A Merchant of Venice because a burlesque troupe from Chicago was coming into town. How about King Lear?
I've thought of King Lear.
Child Roland to the dark tower came. His word was still, hi, fo, and fum. I smell the blood of a British man. Or, Hamlet. To be or not to be? That is the question. But I suppose you'll be wanting to do Romeo and Juliet.
I, do need a Romeo.
Well, then, gaze on me, sir.
You didn't tell me all about your latest Juliet.
Frankly, I would be very happy to be back in the theater.
I must confess that I murdered a Juliet once, myself.
You did? Well, for goodness sake, I mean, by Jove, what kind of people are we? Did you really?
Yes.
Did you marry her, though?
Oh, no.
Oh, well, then. I married all of mine. 3 of them.
And the last one?
No. You tell me about the Juliet you killed first.
Oh, no.
Go on, please.
You first.
Well, I told you I loved her very much. She was good for my ego. I remember those nights after the show in hotels everywhere. It was always the same.
Rambo, let me get your slippers for you.
Thank you, my love. And would you fetch me a cold bottle of beer, too?
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. I'm afraid there isn't any beer left. I'll run out to the corner and get some.
Oh, thank you, dearest. If you're going to do that, would you mind picking up a cigar or two for me? Panatellas, please.
Of course, dear. Anything else?
And I would love a sandwich, if the restaurant is still open.
Do you want a magazine, too?
No, just evening papers. Oh, if you see a racing form, bring it along, too, will you?
Of course, sweetheart. I'll be right back.
I hope you will, darling. That pink shirt, I wanted to wear it tomorrow.
I'll be back in time to iron it for you, dear. Or let me help you with your slippers first, though.
Oh, no. I guess I'm capable of taking care of myself, dear. You run along.
All right, then.
Wait! You didn't kiss me!
She sounds wonderful, sir.
She was always buying me things. Such neckties. I remember one. Oh, my dear sir. And such a cook. How many times I fell asleep to the sound of her washing the few dishes we had. After a succulent midnight meal of beef stroganoff, or chicken marengo, or choucroute garni. Cooked, my dear sir, over a gas flame in a room as often as not. And she never asked for a cent for herself. Always had a few extra dollars when I'd had a bad session at the track. And such an actress. You know, it's amazing. I never saw her play anything else but Juliet. I wish you could have seen her.
I'd like that very much.
Yes, you would.
And what did you say happened to her?
Well, she died.
Did you?
It was very odd. Singular, I mean.
What happened?
It was a Saturday night. I remember because we had no performance that night. We played only a Saturday matinee, then a matinee on Sunday. I'd been playing cards with some of the prominent citizens of the city we were playing in, and I came home about 10 o'clock. I expected to find Juliet asleep. She wasn't. She was standing in the center of our room with a strange man. And their arms were around each other. And they were kissing. It was very bad. Very, very bad.
You killed her?
Oh, no. I am afraid I was rather violent, though. I saw red, as the saying goes. The man, who was somewhat smaller than I threw downstairs. Juliet tried to explain, but she fainted. I was sorry she hit her head on the corner of the table, of course.
Is that what killed her?
Oh, no. I stormed out of the place and went out to a restaurant for dinner. And then after a full meal, I felt a little better, and I went back, determined to forgive her. I was a little late. She had hanged herself.
That's too bad.
Yes, it was. How was I to know that the man she was kissing was her brother, who had just dropped in to see us both? So, sometimes I can hear their voices, my Juliets. And Elizabeth.
Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon.
Faith.
That monthly changes in her encircled orb.
Juliet.
Lest that thy love prove likewise variable.
Well, come along then.
Am I, hired?
I think so. But I want you to read against Juliet first. Out here, to the stage.
Why, you've got it all dressed, haven't you?
Act 2, Scene 2.
Oh.
Over there by the balcony, if you please. Take it from Lady by Yonder Blessed Moon.
Well, where's Juliet?
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you.
I say, that's familiar.
It's Shakespeare. Go on.
Well, Lady, by yonder blessed moon, I swear that tips with silver all these fruit tree tops.
Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon, that monthly changes in her...
Here! What is this?
You, talked about destiny, Rambo. Here's your destiny, and mine.
What?
This is the destiny we spoke of, friend. This is your fate, your punishment. There are the 3 you murdered. There is the one I slew.
I don't...
Remember, Juliet had to die to make the play. So, I found her the poison.
Who the devil are you?
Why, I thought you knew, friend. My name is Shakespeare. William Shakespeare, at your service.
Quiet Please for tonight was called I Always Married Juliet. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And James Monks played Shakespeare. The 3 Juliets were Margaret Draper, Abby Lewis, and Anne Seymour. Music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here's my good friend Bill Cooper.
First, I must tell you that the characters on Quiet Please are not intended to represent any person living or dead, with the possible exception of Mr. Shakespeare. And there are certain people who doubt he lived anyway. The other characters are completely the children of my own imagination. And if you happen to have the same name as one of them, it isn't intended to be you. Quiet Please for next week is called 12 to 5.
Now, why did you have to be so legalistic, Mr. Cooper? Well, until next week at this same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called 12 to 5.
Yes, ma'am, it does get lonesome down here. What? Oh, sure, being able to talk to people on the phone helps. But how'd you like to be stuck away down in the basement all by yourself from midnight to 5 g.m.? With nothing but a microphone, a turntable, and some telephones? Sure, I got coffee. I bring in 4 thermos jugs when I go on. I'm coffee up to here. Oh, well, only 4.5 hours more, and then I can go home and have breakfast. No, ma'am, I don't drink coffee for breakfast. Well, you guess what I drink. No, you're getting warm. Sure, 3 of them. Well, after all, it really isn't breakfast, you see. It's supper or dinner or something. Sure. Well, thank you very much for calling. Good morning. Hello. Yes, this is Connie Duffin. Hello, Vic. Play what? No, I haven't got I'll Be Glad When You're Dead, You Rascal, You. Yeah, we're not supposed to play it. Ever since about 1934 or 5 or sometime. No kidding. Well, sure, I'll play you something. Just a little while. The other phone's ringing. Well, stick around. Keep tuned to us, and you shall hear music. It says here. Good morning. Hello, Connie Duffin speaking. And how are you? Well, fine, thanks. Huh? Settle a bet? I'll try. Now is the hour? Well, it's generally sung in 4/4 time here, but it was originally written in 3/4 time. Yeah, that's right, regular waltz time. Well, so I guess you both win or you both lose or something, huh? Sure, you're welcome. Good morning. Fine, how are you? Yes, ma'am, the theme used on Quiet Please is taken from the second movement of the Symphony in D minor by César Franck. Well, I'll be glad to play a little of it for you. Just a second. Let's see, here she is. Played by the Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra under Eugene Ormandy. Here you are. Hello? Yes, this is Connie Duffin. No, ma'am, I never lived in Denver. Closest I ever been is Omaha. I played Viper harp and xylophone there in 1932.
No, not on the air. Hotel. I'm sorry. I guess I'm not your cousin. Okay, have one for me. Good morning. What? Why, sure I'm lonesome. No, I'm all alone in here. No, it's just a little place about as big as 2 telephone booths, I guess. No, the engineer's upstairs in master control. Well, we're the only people in the station. No, I guess there's a janitor upstairs in Studio 14. They had a quiz show up there tonight, and there's probably custard pie all over the stage. Well, thank you. They don't allow me to have visitors. Besides, my wife's listening. Sure. Verna. No, she can't even come down to see me when I'm on the air. Well, thanks very much. Sure. Till 5 o'clock, 5 a.m. 0500, we used to say in the Navy. Well, thanks very much. Good morning. Good morning. Friends, this is your friend Connie Duffin on the 12 to 5 shift of playing music and saying words to you. If you can't sleep, call me up and let's talk. We talk to everybody. Night owls, bartenders, policemen, burglars, music lovers. You know the number. Give us a ring. Now, for a little music, let's see what we have here. It's, the Mills Brothers singing Till Then. And while they're singing, I'm going to have me a little coffee and a cigarette. So lean back and listen. Said you're here every night.
No, I've been around here for years.
No, I never get around here in the daytime, so I don't know very many people. Hoover upstairs, the cashier's office.
Yeah.
What you doing?
I brought down some news bulletins to read, if you don't mind.
Oh, I should say not. Saves wear and tear on my vocal cords. You in the newsroom?
Part of the time. I've been a disc jockey, everything.
Yeah, here's the mic, baby. And the platter's running down.
Want to put me on?
Sure. Well, friends, we've got something new for you tonight. My good friend Herbie Buchanan has just come in with a pocket full of news flashes, and while I have one more cigarette, Herbie will tell you what's going on in the world. Okay, Herbie Buchanan.
Thank you, Connie Duffin. Well, there's not much new in the way of international affairs. Everybody hates everybody else just as much as they did yesterday and about as much as they will tomorrow. So let's see what's going on right here in our own fair city, if you want to call it a fair city. Chief of Police Beans Lopez will be startled to know that a murder was committed this evening only 2 doors away from the Southside Police Station. Hubert W. Cronkite, a retired broker of 2319 West 17th Street, discovered a burglar prowling in his apartment who shot and killed Mr. Cronkite in his bedroom. There are no clues to the murderer's identity. A taxicab collided with a streetcar at the corner of Pacific Avenue and Maple Grove, killing a passenger and seriously injuring 2 of the passengers in the cab. The weather today? The temperature is now 52 degrees, and as you no doubt know, rain is falling heavily. The correct time is 1:32 p.m. Standard Time.
Hey, Herbie.
Huh?
You got the time wrong.
What?
Well, look at the clock, you jerk. It's 1:02. You're a half hour ahead of time. Hello, this is Connie Duffin. What? Not raining. Why, Herbie said that... What? Okay, I will look out the window. Hold the phone. Well, I'll be darned. Say, Herbie. Herbie! Yes, ma'am, you're right. Well, I'm sorry. Herbie must have been mixed up or something. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Hey, where did... Herbie! Where did... This is Connie Duffin.
Look here. What kind of nonsense is this?
Well, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Making fools out of people. I'm going to sue you.
Well, what for goodness sake?
Are you the man who just said I was shot by a burglar?
Huh? Me? Oh, why, no, sir, that was a man from the newsroom.
Well, he's a liar.
Listen, friend, who are you? I don't get
I'm
this.
just as much alive as you are.
Well, all right, sir, but who are...
My name is Hubert W. Cronkite. I was not killed by a burglar.
You weren't. I mean, what?
Do I sound as if I've been shot? Now look here, young man, I demand a public apology. Wait a minute.
What?
I said, wait a minute. I hear somebody in my bedroom.
Well, but... Okay. Hello, this is Connie Duffin. Who? Oh, sure, good morning. No, sir, I don't think I do know you. What, police? No. No, it was a gag. Oh, it couldn't be. I was just talking to Mr. Cronkite on the phone. Well, he's on the phone right now. I'm just waiting for him to come back. Hello, Mr. Cronkite. Hello. Hello, Mr. Cronkite. No. He doesn't answer. Well, wait a second. I gotta put on some music. Music, for God's sakes. It's a radio station. Friends, here is music for you from yours truly, Connie Duffin, to you wherever you are.
Good to have you back home, Milton.
Yeah, I'm sure glad to be back, Lucy. You haven't changed much.
Got awful lonesome for you, though.
I know. I was lonesome, too. We were awful chumps, weren't we?
I should say so. Let's not ever fight again, huh, honey?
Not ever. You love me?
An awful lot. You love me?
Plenty.
No, let's just sit quiet and listen to the music. Put your arm around me. That way.
Are Lucy and Milton listening to me? Are you there, Lucy and Milton?
Listen, Milton.
What goes on here? That's the radio.
Listen.
What?
You've been away a long time, Milton. Since you and Lucy had that quarrel and you walked out on her in the restaurant.
How does he know that?
Listen.
It's too bad, really. You were so much in love, and then this thing happened to break you up. And now it's great to be together again.
Who is it?
Happiness lasts such a little while, doesn't it? It's such a shame that yours can't last longer.
What's he talking about?
I'd hate to have to be the one to tell you, but it's going to happen tonight. You're going to quarrel again.
We are not.
And this time, you're not going to run out on her, Milton.
I don't know what he's...
Shut up.
Now, listen.
Quiet.
Because Lucy won't take it again. Lucy's got a gun, Milton. And this quarrel's really going to end things. But good, Milton. But good.
Lucy.
What?
Have you got a gun? Have you?
None of your business.
Now, listen, sweetheart.
You got no right to come in this house after 6 months and start jumping on me.
This is my house, baby.
This is my house. You ran away from me.
I had plenty of reason to run away from you.
Oh, you did. Well, go ahead and get out now.
Who do you think you're talking to?
I never asked you to come back.
I don't know why I didn't.
Well, get out if you don't like it.
I will not get out.
Just stay away from me.
Lucy.
Get away.
I tell you.
Get away.
The time is now 2 a.m. Standard Time.
Huh? Oh, I must have been asleep.
Yeah, I guess you were, Connie.
Say, where did you go?
Upstairs for a minute.
Yeah, you sure got me in a hassle.
What do you mean? How?
Talking about that guy getting killed by a burglar.
Oh, that.
And getting the time wrong. Bob put it in the log upstairs, and what's his name will jump down my throat tomorrow. Today.
That's too bad. Hey, your phone's ringing.
Oh. Hello, this is Connie Duffin. Who? The police. What? He did? I don't know. Yes, I'll come in. Sure. Okay. Yep. Listen.
What?
He did get killed by a burglar.
Well, all right.
Huh?
That's what I said, didn't I?
Well, yeah, but
hadn't you better get on the air?
Oh. Yeah, sure. This is your friends. Connie Duffin and his records. Now, a word from our sponsor. Chappell's apples are the finest, most delicious, great big eating apples you ever sunk a fang into. Direct to you from the tree to your table in handsome handmade baskets containing 12, 48, and 96 of the finest eating and cooking apples you ever laid eyes on. Friend wife will fly at once to the kitchen to concoct a genuine old-fashioned apple pie that'll set your mouth a-watering as it did when Mother made those luscious, spicy pies of your youth. You'll tussle with her over Chappell's apples because they're just as good eating apples as they are pie apples. Just say, Chappell's apples, please, to your neighborhood apple dealer and accept no substitute. First thing tomorrow, Chappell's apples. And now, music. Listen, Harvey, I can take a gag as big as the next fella, see? But fun's fun.
Well?
So what is this?
What is what?
How did you know that fellow was going to get killed?
Look, it's on the paper.
Where did that come from?
Up in the newsroom.
The newsroom? There's nobody in the newsroom.
The teletypes are there. They're running.
They shouldn't be, not this time of night. Morning.
Well, they are.
You got that off the teletype?
Mm-hmm.
How do you know it isn't kidding somebody?
It isn't.
Yeah, but how do you know?
Believe me, Con. I know.
It's awfully funny to me. I never heard of you before.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't get it.
Well?
What about that taxi cab accident?
It'll happen any minute.
You wouldn't be kidding the guy.
Not me, Con.
You got a union card? An AFRA card?
Sure.
Let's see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Herbert L. Buchanan. Paid up, too.
Yep.
Hello, this is Connie Duffin. Good morning. Oh, hello, Bob.
You got somebody down there with you?
Yeah?
Who?
Herbie Buchanan.
Who?
Herbie Buchanan, I said. What's the matter? Can't you understand English?
It sounds just like Fourble to me. And that's the way it's been sounding on the air. Why don't you take the mush out of your mouth?
Listen, I never had any trouble with people understanding me before.
Well, I don't give two boo-toos down there with you. That's your responsibility. But if what's his name hears you going Fourble, he's going to pin your ears back like a snoot.
Listen, you...
And listen, this is your program. But if I was you, I wouldn't be playing a funeral march this time of the morning. See?
Funeral march? We're playing Gene Krupa's Opus No. 1.
No, it isn't, Connie. Listen.
What? Good morning, Connie Duffin speaking. Oh, how are you, ma'am? What? No, I just turned it off. Yes, ma'am, 12 to 5. Yeah, only a little while to go now. Oh, you're glad? Well, I'm sorry. Well, ma'am, you have no idea how rugged it is here. For some reason, everything is slightly mixed up this morning. No, I have not been drinking. I do not drink on the job. Yeah, I'm sorry, ma'am. What would you like to hear us play? 3 o'clock in the morning. Just hang on. Here it comes. Listen, ma'am. What? What'd you say? But, madam, I can hear it. Well, listen. Da-da-da-da-da. Can't you... Lady, I tell you, it's not a funeral march.
Well, so long, Connie. I gotta leave you for a while.
Where are you going?
Out.
Well, wait. Listen, can't you help me get this all straightened out?
No, I'm overdue.
But wait. Wait, Herbie,
No, I'll see you later.
Oh, my head. I wonder if I have been at this too long. Who is this guy? What's he up to? I don't get it. Hello? Yes, good morning. I'll try, sir. No, sir, we're not playing games. I don't know. I know it. I'll play you some music. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, if you don't like it, why don't you turn off your radio and go back to bed? Oh, man. I did it. Oh, if what's-his-name heard that one. Oh, wow. If that guy comes back in here, I'm going to beat his brains out. Making a fool out of me. Hello?
Listen, this is Bob upstairs. Stop talking to yourself. Your mic's open.
Oh, gee.
Yeah. Whose brains you gonna beat out?
This Herbie Buchanan.
Who's he?
The fellow that was here with me.
Never heard of him. Say,
What?
you talk plainer now. Cut out the monkey business and get back on the ball.
I'm going up to the newsroom a minute, Bob.
Okay. Been a platter and hurry back.
Oh. Well, friends, shall we listen to a little music? All right. We'll listen to a little music. I've got a key to the newsroom. Well, nobody here. I thought he'd be. Oh, there goes the teletype. Well, Herbert L. Buchanan, former announcer and disc jockey on local radio stations, was instantly killed in an accident this evening when a taxicab in which he was riding was struck by a streetcar at the corner of Pacific Avenue and Maple Grove.
Hiya, Connie.
Herbie,
What's the matter?
you're dead.
Sure.
Huh?
Sure I am.
Listen,
I got only a couple of minutes, Connie.
Well, yes, but...
I've been to the newsroom, too.
You have?
Yeah, I better read this to the customers.
What is it?
I'll have to hurry. It's pretty near 5. Hold it. A presentiment of imminent death felt by the well-known master of ceremonies of a popular radio record program heard from 12 to 5 each morning was the actual preliminary to the death of Cornelius Connie Duffin this morning.
Hey,
Shh. Mr. Duffin fell in a coma as he left his studio this morning at 5 o'clock as his program concluded. He died on the way to the hospital. It's 5 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. Open the door, Connie.
Quiet Please for Tonight was called 12 to 5. It is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and Connie Duffin, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell.
And the intruder, Herbie Buchanan, was none other than the well-known disc jockey and commentator, Jack Lescoulie. Others in the cast were Connie Lepke, Marilee Jones, and Ed Latimer. Music for Quiet Please, as usual, is played by Albert Berman. Now, my good friend Willis Cooper for a word with you.
Nobody in this story is at all like anybody else in the world, living or dead. All of them sprang to life from my typewriter, and they're completely fictitious. Next week's Quiet Please is called Clarissa.
And so, until next week at this same time, and Clarissa, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the world's largest network serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Clarissa.
No. He was dead before the fire started. I've told you that a dozen times. No, I can't prove it, of course not. You'll just have to believe me. Take my word for it. I can't prove he was dead. You can't prove he wasn't. And anyway, what difference does it make? Now, I'm sorry. I can't hear you very well. Yes. Well, all right. It was an old black shell of a house. A house that has lived too long. A house where the floors groaned in pain at night, where the windows shuddered at the gentlest touch of the wind. Where door latches suddenly gave up their grip and let the night come sniffing into the house to paw at your eyes and wake you to the other silences that lay around you. It was never warm there. In the winter, old Heinz kept a fire going in the fireplace in the old sitting room, but the logs were scrawny and the draft was bad, and the flames seemed to grudge us their warmth, so that we shivered all through the day. We're glad when night came and we could escape to the meager comfort of the drafty bedroom.
And in the summer, there was a dampness about the place. An unhealthy clamminess drifted from the walls and stirred uneasily among the ancient smells of decay that clung to the place. Well, I suppose you could call old Heinz a character. You said you didn't know him? An immigrant from the Rhineland sometime in the early 70s. That would make him, let me see, how old?
Ich war im Rheinland geboren, in der Jahrzeit 1862.
That's right, 1862. He was an old man, but he never appeared old. You might have taken him for a vigorous man of 60. His hair and his scraggly mustache were jet black. I suspect he dyed them regularly. And his blue eyes seemed as keen as those of a boy of 18. And he'd never been away from the house for a single night, he used to say, from the day he bought it and moved into it in 1888. And it was an old house then. Yes, I spent some very dreary days and nights in that house. What? I couldn't afford a better place to live. No, people don't go to live in a haunted house if they can find another place, you know. Well, yes, of course, I'd heard it was haunted before I went there to live. Do you believe in haunted houses? No, neither did I, of course. Well, I agree, it did look like a haunted house. I've told you about the sounds in the night. I mean, I've told you about some of the sounds in the night. Yes, of course, there were other sounds. Well, please, let me tell it my own way. Well, Clarissa, for instance. Clarissa in particular. Clarissa above everything else. I had lived there nearly a year. Heinz and I sat that first night alongside the fireplace. I remember he'd asked me to share a bottle of Ben Cussler Doctor with him. We sat in front of the stingy little fire, and there was a kerosene lamp on the table, and Heinz in his old black coat with the sleeves that were too short.
You like the wine then, Jesse?
Yeah, very much. Very much.
I have not much left. This is from before the war, when it was easier to get, you see, but now, well, it is almost the last.
You shouldn't be so generous with it, Heinz.
No. Good wine always schmeckt besser, wenn with a friend you drink it, nicht wahr? A little more?
Not for a moment, thanks.
Yes, to sit by the fire and look down into the coals and see images of the things pass. Drink wine and see the images grow clearer. It is good in the old age.
You've lived here alone for a long time?
Yeah, for a long time. Long time. I'm used to it. Used to the nights and the little fire and the silence.
Yes.
It is cold for this time of the year.
Listen.
What's the loose?
Oh, I thought I heard someone singing.
So?
Did you hear anything?
It is Clarissa.
What did you say?
Clarissa, my daughter.
Well, I didn't know you had a daughter, Heinz.
Yes. With some more wine?
No, thanks. I haven't seen her around.
No.
Well, is she... Excuse me, Heinz.
You will forgive me, Jesse. She's a child. I do not wish you to be bothered.
Why, she wouldn't bother me, Heinz. I like children.
There's enough left here in the bottle for one more for each of us, huh?
Thank you, Heinz.
And jetzt, schlaf wohl.
And I drank the last of the wine with the old man. And then I climbed the creaking stairs to the dreary little room, carrying the kerosene lamp in one hand and casting fabulous shadows on the peeling wallpaper. Seeing the ancient plush-covered rocking chair nodding away at me as I entered the room, as if a startled occupant had suddenly deserted it at the sound of my footsteps on the stairs.
and the cold spring rain drenching the window panes, and the murmured complaints of the beams and rafters of the old house. The pleasant, musty fumes of the wine I had drunk kept sleep away for a while when I'd blown out the lamp. The melody of that children's song flowed again across my mind as I lay there. My thoughts wandered to the lonely child that dwelt in the haunted house with the old man and the new-come student. I smiled to myself as I thought, now that settles the question of the house being haunted, doesn't it? People have heard the little girl singing to herself in the night. They've not known that a little girl lived here too, and thus the ghost. And I smiled again at superstitions. And another idle thought struck me. I wondered at the child's age. 10 or 12 years old by the sound of her voice. And somewhere in the back of my drowsy mind, I seemed to remember that Heinz had told me Helena, his wife, had died. When was it, the year of the San Francisco earthquake? Well, that would be 1906. That would be 42 years ago. And this was a child of 10 or 12. I must have been mistaken. I was getting sleepy. The wine, the rain, the dark. I slept. Well, you wanted the whole story. I'm telling it to you. In the morning, Heinz was working in his garden, and the early sun made the old house seem a little more cheerful, a little more livable. There was a tinge of green through the gray of the fields that surround the house, and Heinz told me he'd seen a robin. I stood and watched him a long time, and I don't think he noticed how my eyes wandered to the windows of the old house, searching for a flash of color that might be a child's hair ribbon, or how I listened for the sound of a young voice singing a little song the children who danced so long ago on the bridges of Avignon. I didn't even notice that I was humming a song under my breath.
You sing Clarissa's song, nicht?
What? Oh.
That's Clarissa's song.
Oh, kid used to sing it when I was young.
Yeah, my wife is French. She taught the song to Clarissa.
Oh?
Yeah, it is an old song.
How old is your daughter, Heinz?
Eh?
How old?
Oh, she's young.
Is she pretty?
Oh, yeah. You had breakfast?
Coffee. I found it on the stove.
Clarissa made it.
Oh, did she?
You'd better go to work now, huh?
Yes, I suppose so. You don't need to keep the little girl out of sight on my account, Heinz. I like children.
Oh, she bothered you.
Oh, no, I've got a little sister back home.
Oh, yeah?
Miriam. She's 11.
Clarissa is older.
Oh? Miriam's got bright yellow hair.
Clarissa has dark hair.
Yeah, I got a picture of her here.
She's very pretty. I have no picture of Clarissa.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, I see you tonight, huh?
Yes? Yes, sure, Heinz. I should have let the thing drop then and there. If the old man felt that children should be kept away from adults, that was his privilege, of course. And although I was often lonely for other company than the old man, I was a dweller in his house, and naturally subject to his wishes. My work? No, I never left the place. My book? Well, I was writing a book. No, not very exciting. Mathematics. I have some theories. No, the book is gone. The fire, you remember? I could understand Heinz, I thought. He obviously had a great respect for a man's work, especially a work of such apparent erudition. I must not be disturbed. I might stay in my room day and night with my slide rules and my profile paper and my broken flower pot full of sharpened pencils. I was not to be disturbed. But how many times I wished for the happy sound of my little sister Miriam's gay laughter. Found myself listening for the lilt of the little girl song that she used to sing, and that Clarissa knew, too. Heinz mentioned Clarissa occasionally.
I sometimes wish that I could have sent Clarissa to school, Jesse.
Well, it's too bad you didn't.
Always there is never enough money.
Why, there are schools. Public schools, Heinz.
No, not for Clarissa's free schools.
You know, I wonder...
Wonder?
Well, children are supposed to go to school. I'm surprised that the school authorities haven't been to see about sending her.
The police?
Oh, no, not the police. But there are laws about schools. I mean, you might find yourself in trouble if they discover you have a daughter school age.
They will come here?
If they find out.
Jesse, you will not tell.
Now, look here, Heinz. You're not being fair to the child.
Oh, yes.
No, really, I mean it. Hasn't she ever been to school?
Well, I teach her a little.
Well, Heinz, it's none of my business. But you're doing her a very serious harm.
No. Listen, Jesse. You don't tell anybody about her.
Well, I don't know, Heinz. If they come and ask me...
Jesse, listen. I tell you something.
Well?
Clarissa can't go to school.
Well, why not? I told you it doesn't cost anything.
It is not that.
Well, then?
She's not well.
Oh, I'm sorry, Heinz. Look, would you like it if I gave her a little of my time and taught her some of the elementary...
No, please, don't.
Well, I'd be glad to.
No.
Well, have it your way, Heinz. I don't mean to intrude on your affairs, but after all, a child...
I'm sorry, Jesse. I thank you, but no.
All right. Forget it. But I couldn't forget it. A kindly old man. Yes, he was kindly. And a sick child who had never seen the inside of a schoolroom, who was growing up to become... what? In an ancient, moldering house, a house that had lived too long, alone with a father born 86 years ago. Alone at night in the darkness with the house grumbling and complaining around me, I thought about the plight of the child. Sometimes I could hear her song far away somewhere in the dank recesses of that crumbling house. And my thoughts revolved again about this mystery. Heinz said she was not well. Heinz would not allow her to appear. Was Clarissa some misshapen monster child that she must be pent up and never see the sun? Was she... I detest mysteries of that kind. I love the good, clean mysteries of abscissa and ordinate, the logarithm and antilogarithm of the calculus and the grand old theorems devised by the ancients. But the fascinating mysteries of the human mind and of human behavior are alien to me. Them I hate. And my thoughts crept further and further away from the 10 numbers as doubt and speculation about the child laid hold of my mind. In the night, how often I heard her sobs, I thought, sometimes close outside my door. And yet when I opened the door, there was nothing. And old Heinz grew more and more taciturn. He never spoke of his daughter. He seemed to avoid me by day and to disappear by night. But the summer came then, and the fall, and winter. My book was going badly. And my thoughts wandered. I must leave this place, I thought, or find out this mystery. And again I asked the old man if there was not something I might do for this pathetic child, this invisible, haunting voice.
No, Jesse. There is nothing you could do.
But Christmas is coming, Heinz. What can I get her for a Christmas gift?
No Weihnachten, Jesse.
What?
My Helene. She died on the eve of Christmas.
Well, but Heinz, you owe it to the child.
No. Let us not speak of it again.
But to me, the thought of Christmas passing by this child was unspeakable. I determined that if the old man would do nothing about it, I would. You know, I had little money, and there was so little I could do. But I did come into the town here, and I found a toy for her. I found one I could afford. A little woolly lamb. A little woolly white lamb with black buttons for eyes and a blue silk ribbon about its neck and a gay little blue flower in its mouth. I hung a little card about its neck that said, Merry Christmas to Clarissa. And on Christmas Eve, Heinz and I shared the last bottle of Ben Kostler Doctor before the miserly little fire. And I gave him one of the handkerchiefs my little sister Miriam had sent me, and he gave me an old stone Krug with a heavy pewter top that he said came from Heidelberg. And we regretted that there was no creamy Pilsner Urquell to drink from it. Wished each other a happy Christmas. And then, in the night, I was awakened by a tiny sound. And I lay awake silently for a moment. And there was another sound. A hesitant little footstep. And a rustling at the dresser across the room from me. And I lay quietly and listened. Is that you, Clarissa? Is that you, Clarissa? Do you like it? Good. Happy Christmas. I'm sorry, that's all I could get you. But I hope you like it. And I felt the touch of a tiny hand on my shoulder, and lips brushed my cheek, and the door closed. And the sound of her voice in the little song was happier now than I'd ever heard it. And so I knew at last that Clarissa was not a ghost, but a living person. And I felt more at peace with myself as I realized that this was what had been plucking at the corners of my mind. And I was happy now that I knew she really lived, that I was not living in the midst of fantasy. I had wondered what Heinz would say. He was perfectly natural about it.
It was good of you, Jesse.
Good? What?
To find a gift for Clarissa.
Oh, did she like it? Well, I'm glad.
She asked me to say Dankeschön to you.
Well, then I say Bitteschön.
It is good. You're a kind person, Jesse.
I wish it could have been more.
Oh, it is a very rich gift. Never has she had such a thing.
Is she going to have Christmas dinner with us, Heinz?
No.
So, I had won a little victory in this conflict with the darkness. But I was to go no further. I asked Heinz about her. Heinz answered shortly. I suggested that a birthday gift might be in order if I only knew her birthday. I proposed writing to my own sister and begging her for outworn storybooks that Clarissa might read, even if she must stay aloof from the rest of the house. Heinz did not reply. Everything was as it had always been, so long as the name of Clarissa was not mentioned. But a night came in the late spring when it was cold and windy again, and the raw snow pelted against the windows and the whole house shivered. I heard her crying again in the night, and there was a quality in her voice this time that brought me out of the bed and into the hall. I called in alarm. Clarissa! I stepped back into my room and lit the kerosene lamp. And as I stepped out again toward the hallway, Heinz confronted me.
Was machen Sie, Jesse?
Why, can't you hear her, Heinz? Something's wrong. She's sick.
No, go back by your room, Jesse.
Oh, but Heinz.
No, bitte, Jesse. Go back.
Now, Heinz, listen to me. Something's awfully wrong with that child, and
I will take care of her, Jesse.
Please, Heinz.
In your room.
Now, see here,
I take care of my own, mein Herr. Heinz.
I reached for the door at once, but it was locked from the outside. And I beat on it and stormed at it in the cold. But for once it held. I screamed at the father, threatening every kind of vengeance on him, till at last I suddenly realized that I was being hysterically silly. In the silence, I could hear nothing but the moan of the wind around the rusty cornices of the house, and the hiss of snowflakes against the window. I sat down, shaken, bitter at myself for giving way to such an outburst over a child's crying in the night. And at last I lay down again, and in the frosty silence of the early dawn, I fell asleep. And when I awoke, hours later, and found my door unlocked again, Heinz was not to be found. Not that day, nor the next. I tramped through the house, opening doors, calling him, calling Clarissa. There was not a sound to answer me. I found a little wood and made a miserable fire. I suppose I ate. I don't remember any too well. And at night I went to bed till I, shivering for hours, straining my ears for a sound. The sound of a child's song. The sound of a father's footstep in the cold darkness. Then it was morning, nearly morning. Gray fingers of morning plucking at the frost-rimed windows. And I awoke to see Heinz standing beside my bed. In the 2 days, he seemed to have aged 20 years. He was an old man. He spoke to me.
Jesse, my friend.
What's the matter, Heinz?
No much matter, Jesse. I am dying.
Heinz!
It is finished now, Jesse. Alles is Fourble.
Well, here, sit down.
No. Hear me. The key to Clarissa's room. You take it.
Is she all right? Heinz!
Too late for me now. Go. Clarissa's room. Do what is to be done.
I lifted him to the bed. I bent over him. I listened for his heart. There was no sound. Heinz was dead. Yes, just as I told you before, he died. He died there in my room, yes. What? Oh, yes. In the little half-light, I found the kerosene lamp and I lit it. I took the key from the floor where he dropped it. No. I found the room very easily. It was at the far end of the hall. I called, Clarissa? Clarissa! And there was no answer, so I unlocked the door. And holding the light above my head, I walked over to the bed. And there, lying on the bed, dressed in a pinafore that might have come out of a Teniel drawing in Alice in Wonderland, clutching a little woolly lamb to her breast, there lay a tiny, old woman with long white hair braided into pigtails. Clarissa. And I knew why I hadn't heard the little song for 2 days. And so when the lamp dropped out of my hand, and the flames started licking around the dry as dust draperies and the fragile old oaken boards on the floor. I turned and went out of the house. Well, what else was there to do? The house had lived too long. And so had the father and daughter who dwelt there.
Quiet Please for tonight was called Clarissa. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Heinz was played by Bruno Vick. Clarissa by Peggy Stanley. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now a word from our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
The characters in tonight's Quiet Please are neither living nor dead. They enjoy neither of these interesting conditions because they're solely the invention of my own imagination, intended to represent nobody at all. Quiet Please for next week is called 13 and 8.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called 13 and 8.
I don't remember when was the first time I seen him, I don't think. When was the fire at the Harbor Hotel? Last August, wasn't it? When the fellow jumped out the window, lit on the streetcar, got carried 3 blocks in his nightshirt? Yeah, last August. I guess that was the first time. I've seen him a lot of times since then. Well, I never thought much about it the first time. Me and this kid Buzz, we was covering the fire. You know how it is when the hotel gets on a fire in the middle of the night. It could be a big story. And you could get a shot of a guy doing a swan dive out the 20th story and get one of them prizes. Only the Harbor Hotel is only 3 stories high, and this guy landed on a streetcar, and all he got was a fractured clavicle, wherever that is. When I get the picture, only no prize. I'll tell you about it, see? There's about 12, 15 photographers there from different papers, and a lot of reporters and cops and firemen and things. Too many of the bubblegum kids with their box cameras getting in everybody's way, and once in a while getting stood on their heads in the gutter by working stiffs like me. And all of a sudden, this Buzz, he hollers, "Hey, look at the guy in the window." And I look, and so does everybody else. And everybody has got his camera aimed at the guy, and this citizen steps right in front of me. Well, you know what is a lens louse? We get them all the time. They're citizens, they want to crawl into a picture a news photographer's making, and so they get their pusses in the paper. And they're by the millions, brother, by the millions. So we got to kind of yell. We yell sometimes when we see a lens louse lousing up a picture to warn off the other guys, see? We holler 13 and 8. Then everybody is onto his guard, see, and the lens louse ain't got a prayer. So I holler 13 and 8. And all the other photographers, they look around, and just then the fella jumps out the window, and I am the only guy looking, and I bang the shutter. Well, I figure the lens louse was right in the middle of the picture. He was googling into my lens. But maybe I also got the fella jumping out from the window into the background, and we could rout out the lens louse and just have a shot of the guy flying through the air with a greatness of ease. Well, up runs Biggie Wallenstein from the press, and Ori Parks and Lee Nittinger, all hollering and waving their cameras because they missed the picture on account I hollered 13 and 8. And I said, listen, I'm just trying to be a nice guy and a comrade. I missed the picture too, don't I? And they say, there wasn't nobody. And I say, what do you mean, you adjective? And they say, there wasn't nobody, and I was just trying to draw him off the picture. I say, there was too. There was a guy, wasn't there, Buzz? And this Buzz, he looks kind of funny, and he says, sure there was. And then this Biggie Wallenstein, he says that this was the old days we take the plate away from you and bust it. I say, well, it's film, and you can't bust film. And then I say, and besides, this is the new days when you lay off, and maybe I'll take your face and bust it. Then they swore at me, and well, the fire was out. So Buzz and me, we went back to the office. So we go in the dock room, and I cook the film, and sure enough, I got a sensational shot of the guy skimming out of the window, and there ain't no sign of the fella I seen in front of me, the lens louse. So I say, hey, Buzz, that's funny. Buzz says, listen, Rocco, he says, listen, you know there wasn't nobody there. And he laughs and says, hey, that was a pretty cute trick, drawing off them other fellas like that, Rocco. So what am I, crazy or something? I say there was a guy there, or else I wouldn't have hollered 13 and 8. And I got a $15 bonus check. Yeah, but just the same, I'll holler 13 and 8 again if I see a fella googling into my lens. Well, all right. 2 more times I seen a guy. You ever know how it is? You see a guy and you don't see him, and he looks like somebody you know. Or maybe it's because you see him every once in a while and you get to recognize him like. Well, that's with this guy. I only get to see him, see, looking through the wire thing on my camera with one eye, and I got nearsightedness in that eye a little bit. But up he pops right in front of the mayor one day while he is saying welcome to some ambassadors or something in his plug hat. And it's very quiet, and I holler out, 13 and 8! Then the mayor jumps, and his plug hat falls off. And I shoot just as him and one of the ambassadors bumps their heads together, reaching for it. And oh boy, I've got another $15 bonus. On account of we don't like the mayor, see? And at the next skill meeting, Biggie Wallenstein, he prefers up charges against me. He says Brother Rocco Carcioli is guilty of conduct unbecoming. And if Buzz didn't testify for me, I'd be thrown out of the guild or something. All I'm doing is trying to be a good guy. Yeah. Well, now I'll tell you about the third time. The time I got the raise. This fella, this big-time Charlie with the pinball machines, you see, he was bit by the dust. Well, they had put the finger on him, but big, and the judge says how he's to spend the next 40 years making little ones out of big ones or whatever they do down at Juliet. So it's the day when they're going to shove him in a car and take him down Highway 66 to Joliet and stuff him in the pokey. All the papers have got the guys around to make the farewell shots of the takeoff. He's been in the big can out on California Avenue. We're standing around outside waiting for the party to come out. This here Biggie Wallenstein is standing alongside me.
You're gonna holler 13 and 8 on us this time, Rocco. I'm gonna shove your camera down your throat.
Yeah, you and who else?
Me and the rest of these guys. I'm not kidding, too.
Well, listen, Biggie, I don't holler unless I see somebody.
You never seen anybody the last 2 times.
I did, too.
I'm only trying to do you a favor.
You should do me favors.
I'm just warning you.
Heads up, they're coming.
You keep your nose clean now, Rocco.
Go shoot your pitches. Hey, Chief! Hey, Chief, how about it?
All right, boys. Make it fast now.
Pull up your hat a little bit, Chief.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold that. One more.
Have him take his hat off, Chief.
Take off your hat, Dad. How's that?
Okay. Hold it.
Hold it.
You got all the names?
Sure, we got the name.
We shoot one while you get in the car, huh?
Okay. Come on, Dan.
And then I see this here character again, this Lancelot. Doggone it, I say to myself, that fellow looks familiar to me. I move around so he ain't in front of me. Yeah, but he moves too. And they're just getting in the car, and somebody else is stepping up close to this big shot. And I yell out, 13 and 8!
Hey! Get it!
So, that's how I got the only shot at this big shot blowing a hole through the chief of police with a gun that somebody slipped him. And you know what? Biggie Wallenstein, if it hadn't have been for his camera, Biggie Wallenstein would have got his head blowed right off. Only he was holding up the camera to his face, and all it done is ruin the box and all the other shots he made. Yeah, this Glenn Klaus was standing right in front of me. But he wasn't in the picture when I developed it. There wasn't nobody but the big shot with his gun and the chief of police standing there with a dumb look on his pan and a hole in his chest you could choke a horse with it. And I get a scoop. And a raise. Well, I want to tell you about this kid, Buzz, I was telling you about. We worked together quite a lot. You see, he is fresh out from college, where he was a GI Bill after the war, and Steve Trumbull is the city editor, and he hires Buzz. Well, we're getting kind of famous, see, on account of the scoops I'm getting. And, of course, Buzz is with me, so he's kind of in on it, too, and I figure maybe he's good luck. Besides, he's smart. He was the guy, for instance, that named the streetcar. You know, the killer car. You know, the car that bumped the old lady at Lake Park and 49th. Then it run away from the motorman, remember? Hit the automobile with them kids from the university the very next week. Yeah, it was Buzz that thought that up. How'd you think it up, Buzz?
I didn't think it took any special genius to think that one up, Rocco.
Oh, yeah. Sure it did.
Anybody'd think of it.
I wouldn't have.
Well, you're a photographer.
I wished I could think of things.
You're doing all right with your pictures, Rock.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Only one thing, though, Rock.
Huh?
One of these days, you're going to wake up with a busted nose.
You and who else?
Nah, not me. I mean that 13 and 8 stuff.
What about it?
Well, it's been a great gag. But one of these days, you're going to pull it once too often. Some of your valued colleagues will put the arm on you.
Well, listen, I ain't kidding, Buzz.
You're not kidding me.
No, there is a guy.
You mean this is the same guy? Come on, you know it's a gag.
Well, no, it ain't. I pretty near can recognize him.
Well, how come I've never seen him?
Ain't you seen him? You said you did.
I'm your pal, Rocco.
Listen, Buzz, cross my heart, I hope you die. There is a guy.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he follows me around.
Little man with a green coat.
No green coat, but he's a real guy.
Well, how come he never appears in any of those pictures?
Oh, you got me.
Don't kid me, Rocco. I wouldn't kid the other guys either if I were you. I think they're getting tired of it.
I tell you, I ain't kidding nobody, Buzz.
Okay, Rock. But don't come to me for sympathy when they gang up on you.
They ain't gonna gang up on anybody of them.
Telephone for you, Rocco.
Okay. Hello. Hello, Mr. Trumbull. No, sir, I was just going in the darkroom to develop it. Yes, sir, I sure do need a new camera. Hey, it's right here, what's left of it. Oh, no, I got the holder out and the film's all right, I think. I think I got a good shot. Sure. Oh, sure. Well, I never seen who hit me, but I think I know who it was. Biggie Wallenstein. Yeah, sure, from behind me. And I'm pretty sure it was Ori Parks on the star that jumped on my camera. No, I was laying down. Well, I just seen footprints going up and down on my camera right in front of my nose. Yes, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Nothing. Why, sure, that was kind of a reflection. Reflection, like automatic. I seen this fella, he stepped in front of me, and automatic, I say 13 and 8. And boom, I'm dead. Huh? Oh, well, it was a beat-up old camera anyway. Okay, right away. Yes, sir. All righty.
What's the matter, Rocco? You get worked over?
Shut up. Who's in the dark room?
Nobody.
Anybody in there? I guess not.
Hiya, Rocco. Where'd you get the black eye?
Hiya, Bud.
Where'd you get it?
Come on in the dark room with me.
Okay. Got another scoop?
Lock it. Yeah, maybe I have.
Who smacked you?
Biggie, I think. Where's the suit? Oh, here.
You say it again?
Say what? Set the timer there.
13 and 8.
Yeah. I seen them again. They're digging a hole in the river. How's the time?
I can't see in the dark. You mean the tunnel?
Yeah, this fella got a taxi or whatever it is, and they're hauling him up with a pulley.
Pulley?
Yeah, and my friend the Lenslaw steps in front of me, and I just say it, and pop, I get a clout on the knob. And I fall down, and I press the thing as I fall down. The rope breaks on the bullet, and the guy falls back in the drink. And they jump on my camera.
You mean you got a shot of the man falling, Rocco?
Why, I did if that character ain't smeared all over the film. There. It's cooking up. Leave me get it in the hypo. Wrench it first. I hope that's hypo.
I turn on the white light?
A minute. Okay. Oh, boy. Hey, look at that.
Yeah, that's fine, Rocco. Terrific. Wait a minute. Hey, me.
Tell you what.
Where's your guy?
What guy?
Your lens loss that was standing in front of you.
Yeah. Hey, look here. Wait till I get the front of the light. You see? Look here.
I don't see.
You see? There's his head, see?
Huh?
You see his hat? See? There's an arm, see?
Well, yeah, but...
He's there. You pay me.
Yeah, he's there, all right. But why do you suppose you can see right through him?
Well, you know what? I took this here negative over to Kinsey Grill one night where I knowed I'd meet Vicky Wallenstein, and I walked in with it. Him and Ori Parks is getting at a table organizing some beer. I just walk over and sit down. I says, look, I want to show you something. I ain't mad, see, I just want to prove something. I just want to prove I never hollered 13 and 8 for nothing. I want you to see this here, I said. Well, see what happens when you're an all right guy? By 11 o'clock, I'm full of free beer. And Vicky Wallenstein offers to leave me hit him in the nose. And Ori Parks is all for going over to the office and getting his camera so I can jump on it. I mean, they're sorry. And the only one thing that bothers none of us is why is the guy so you can see through him? And then Vicky Wallenstein pretty near scared the beer out of me.
Maybe the guy is a ghost, Rocco.
You know what? I am out on the thing with Buzz the next afternoon. Who is there also but Biggie Wallenstein. He gives me a big hello. I give him one. We're pals, see? And we are standing alongside each other, lining up a shop. He borrows a flash bulb from me, just to show we're brothers and things. And he grins at me and he says, "Now don't holler, Rocco." And I say, "Why should I holler? There ain't anybody here but us chickens." And he laughs. And so we line up our shots so they won't be too much alike. And it's a shot of a coal shed where they found $34,000 in $20 bills. And I'm squinting with my bum eye through the wire thing, and all of a sudden,
13 and 8!
And I pretty near dropped my camera as I butt the standing high jump record. And listen, there wasn't anybody there at all. Nobody but me and Biggie.
I seen him, I tell you, Rocco. I did too seen him.
You're crazy.
He was standing right there in front of us both.
Well, where'd he go then?
I don't know.
Listen, Bud, you wouldn't be pulling a gag on your pal, would you?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I seen him, Rocco.
Just because you think I pulled a gag on you a couple of times?
Oh, so it was a gag, huh?
Listen, you
I knew you would pull a
I'll
gag.
bust your neck
I'll
off.
smack you down.
Well, now I am back at the shop with another busted camera and a loose tooth someplace. Also, I got no picture, and I feel off.
Hey, Rocco, telephone.
Shut up. Yeah? Huh? Get away from there, I ain't talking to you. Now listen, Biggie, You what? You did. You have? You are? Holy. Yes. You know what? He's got a picture of that guy on his film. And you can see right through him.
Hey, Rocco.
Yeah, what do you want?
Come on.
Oh, Buzz. Hey, what's cooking?
The killer car did it again.
Huh?
The killer car. You know, the street car. Ran off the tracks on the south side and killed the mailman. Come on, Trumbull wants pictures.
Oh, my goodness. Here we go again.
Come on.
What do you want pictures of it now for? The fun's all over.
Come on. He gave me taxi money.
Oh, well, in that case, if we ride, Wasn't nothing very much. Streetcar blocking the street, the snow's up on the sidewalk. Didn't bother it a bit. I got me 4 or 5 shots the art department could paint up with dotted lines and X's and stuff. And Buzz, he got a lot of stuff from the people that seen it. Then pretty soon Biggie Wallenstein come up. Buzz is listening to the barber tell how he was giving some old guy a shampoo and he heard bungle, 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 and the mailman comes sailing through the window scattering poster cards all over the shop. And I'm sitting on the curb drinking a bottle of ale and writing down names.
Got any good shots, Rocco?
Yeah, regular stuff.
Hey, that picture.
I don't want to talk about it.
Leave me show it to you.
No.
Yeah. Look. I made a print.
Listen, Biggie. What do you suppose this is?
I don't know, but it scares me.
Did you see anybody here?
No.
You think you and me is nuts?
You know what? I wouldn't take no bets on it, Rock.
What'd they say over the paper?
I told him it was a double exposure.
Wasn't, though.
You know it wasn't. Hey, you think we're haunted?
I wouldn't bet on that either. Hey, look.
What?
He's a lot plainer in your picture.
I noticed it.
Can't quite see his push, though. No, but there's something awful familiar about him. Yeah, that's what I thought. Put it away, quick. Well, what's that?
Give me a close-up of the front of the car, will you, with the number and everything?
What for?
I want it.
Ah!
Trumbull wants it, too.
Oh, well.
Oh, hi, Biggie.
Hi, Buzz. How's it?
All right. Hurry up, Rock. I want to get back.
You find out something I don't know, Buzz?
Nah. I want to meet my girl.
Oh,
13 and 8!
What? Hey, Biggie. Come quick. That guy again. He's under the front of the car. And he's dead. Come on, Buzz.
Telephone, Rocco.
No, I'm just going in the dark room.
At Trumbull.
Oh. Yeah, Mr. Trumbull. Yes, sir. Well, Buzz is right there with you, ain't he? He can tell you. No, sir, I ain't developed it yet. Well, I know. Well, no, sir, I sure thought there was somebody under that car when I was taking a picture. And when we went back... No, that's right. I couldn't see anybody either, but I'd have swore that... Well, I don't know. Well, I'm going to cook the film right now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll call you as soon as I get it developed. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, anybody in the dark room? Give me Biggie Wallenstein. Biggie, this is Rocco. Listen. Well, wait. I got to pull myself together. Yeah. You know that picture I took when I thought I'd seen that character under the car? Yeah. Yeah, well, in the picture there is a guy under the car, and he's all smacked up. Oh, I'm not kidding. Yeah. Sure. No. You couldn't see through him this time. Well, listen, Biggie, I'm scared. Have you got a shot at the front of the car I could borrow? I gotta have it. I never missed a shot in my life. Yeah, I gotta. Send it over by Kid, will you? What? I can't show this in the Trumbull. Oh, I can't. I can't show it to Buzz either. What? Listen, Biggie, I burned it up. The film, I burned it up. Well, you can see the guy's face plain in this picture. Yeah. Yeah. It's Buzz.
Rocco! What the devil are you doing down here in the lobby? Where's your camera?
Why, what for, Buzz?
Come on, you're going with me. We got a feature assignment, boy.
Well, I ain't got my camera.
Go get it. Hurry up. I'll wait for you. I've been looking all over the place for you.
Yeah, but why
I'll tell you on the way. Go get the camera and a lot of film. Color film, too, Rocco, and hurry. Beat it now.
I'll meet you down here?
Yeah, I'll be right here. I gotta make a phone call. Let me talk to Steve Trumbull, Alma. Hello, Mr. Trumbull. This is Buzz. I found Rocco all right. Yeah. So I want to thank you again. It's going to be a swell story, I promise you. Yeah, we're going right out to the car barns now. The killer car is waiting for us. So long.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story is 13 and 8. It is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Murray Forbes played Big E. Buzz was played by Ed Raggy. And a variety of voices in the course of the half hour. Reporters, cops, thugs, office boys, etc. were by J. Pat O'Malley. Music for Quiet Please, as usual, is played by Albert Berman. Now a word from our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
You couldn't possibly have recognized yourself or anybody you ever knew living or dead in 13 and 8, because I invented them all myself. And any resemblance to anybody else is an amazing coincidence. Quiet Please next week is called How Beautiful Upon the Mountain.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called How Beautiful Upon the Mountain.
I don't say that Mount Everest will never be successfully climbed. I don't say that at all. What I do say, however, is that no one will ever successfully climb Everest and come back. Yes, I know they said that about the Matterhorn, and Edward Whymper climbed it. Whymper was the man who first stated what many mountain climbers insist is the creed of their arduous calling. You don't know that? Well, it was many years ago, after he'd made the first successful ascent of the Matterhorn. Someone asked him why he could not see a mountain without wanting to climb it. His reply was simple, and it's become historic. Because it's there, he said. And mountain climbers the world over will solemnly assure you that that is their reason, too. I beg to differ. I think there's another reason. A compulsion in the hearts of certain brave men and women that has existed since the beginnings of time. A compulsion that they very probably never realize is there. A compulsion that is revealed only to a rare few of those that lift up their eyes to the hills. I think it is because the mountains have always been the earthly, abiding place of divinity. I think it's because certain mortals are consumed by a subconscious cosmic curiosity to find the abode of the gods, by an urge to seek and an overpowering hope to find naked divinity at last incarnate on the roof of the world. But these divinities do not welcome human intrusion. Men have walked upon the peak of Mount Olympus, where Zeus and Hera, Pallas Athena, and Aphrodite dwelt, and have not found them. Quetzalcoatl has departed from the high peaks of the Mexican Cordilleras, where men have vainly sought him there. And though the specter of the Brocken sometimes appears today, the traveler knows it to be only the magnified image of himself. But still the ancient, secret compulsion exists. And men climb mountains because of it. In all the recorded history of the world, no known man has ever conquered Everest. The reason? Well, they speak of unclimbable walls, of the lethargy that comes from lack of oxygen. They speak of insufferable cold, of howling winds and sudden storms, of impassable crevasses and monstrous avalanches. And these things are true. I've experienced them myself. But there are avalanches and crevasses and winds and snow and cold on other mountains, and men have climbed them. Could it be that the gods have tired of retreating and have set a barrier on this, their last refuge, against the men of the plains? No man has ever looked upon the summit of Everest, more than 5 miles above the level of the distant sea. Many men have flown near Everest, hoping for a glance at the highest spot on Earth, but Everest has evaded them. In the motion picture that the Marquis of Clydesdale made more than 15 years ago, when he became the first man to fly over the mountain, the eternal veil, the plume of Everest, reached out and covered the peak. You haven't heard of that? Well, if you ever have an opportunity to see those pictures, go. Perhaps what you see will help convert you to my way of thinking. Ceaselessly, day in and day out, in sunshine and in storm, a great plume of ice crystals and powder snow streams out from the crest of the mountain, a terrible white banner that can instantly become a great whip to lash down at the mountain's own flanks as if to drive off some intruder toiling up the incredible slopes to the virgin summit. Yes, I have seen that. Others have seen it, too. Irvine and Lee Mallory saw it, the two men who came closest to the top. The others of their party saw the plume snatch at them as they struggled upward, and when it lifted again, they had disappeared. No man has seen them since. They did find the ice axe Lee Mallory carried. They found it far down the slopes from where the plume snatched the two men away. And it was curiously bent and twisted, the sturdy, high-tension steelers. I met John Chandos when I was a Rhodes Scholar at Oxford. We became great friends through our mutual interest in mountain climbing. I wish you could have seen John Chandos standing before the mantel in my rooms at Oxford on a bleak, rainy day in early autumn.
I'm fed to the teeth, Hugh, with this place. Let's chuck it and go somewhere. Climb a mountain nobody else has climbed.
Yeah, what mountain, old boy?
Well, Everest, by choice.
You got 50,000 pounds?
I could get it.
All right, let's go.
I mean it. I could get it.
Where?
Never mind where. Now look, would you come?
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Oh, I wish you were.
I tell you I am.
Yeah, of course, you know it'd probably be the end of us.
Rather have it that way than drying up bit by bit in Oxford, wouldn't you?
I would, yes.
Well, then?
I haven't a cent. A shilling, I mean.
You won't need it. I've got plenty.
Well, why Everest?
Look, Brent, old boy. Ever since I was a child, I've had only one ambition. You got a cigarette?
Yeah.
To see the top of Everest. And I'm going to. Come along, do. What are you laughing at?
Well, just the casual way you put it. Let's go see the top of Everest, you and I. Half the world away, 5 miles straight up, dozens of men had died and disappeared trying it. Let's go see the top of it.
Someone's going to do it one day, you know.
Yes, that's true.
Well, shall we be the one?
And on that casual basis, the Chandos-Brent Mount Everest expedition began. We left Oxford. We left England after purchasing thousands of pounds worth of equipment, tents, windproof clothing, weapons and photographic equipment, dehydrated foods, pitons, ice axes, cases of brandy, miscellaneous equipment by the hundredweight. And at last we were in Darjeeling, talking to men who knew the roof of the world, learning the names of obscure villages, where we might find guides to lead us to the upper reaches of the Great White Mountain. And a day came when our preparations were completed and a great deal of money spent, and we set out in motor cars to the final takeoff spot where no motor could go, and only the feet of men had walked before. The native guides, as hard-bitted a crew as ever I saw, gathered around their tiny fires. We sat before our little tents and smoked and drank hot, sweet tea against the morning.
Glad, eh, Brent?
Yes, in a way. Not going to be pleasant, though.
Oh, won't be too bad for a while. Till we get up really high.
Oh, no worse than some places I've been. I wonder what's up there.
Can't tell much from the photograph, can we? Just ice and snow and rock.
And plenty of it.
Quite. You know, I was wondering something today.
What?
I was wondering if any of these native chaps have been up there.
On top?
Yes. Be like them, you know, to be laughing at the silly white men, coming halfway around the world to be the first man on top. While all the time, old Bungo and his nephew been up there a dozen times. Good joke.
No, I doubt it, Chandos.
Oh, so do I, really. But you know these chaps?
None of them seem any too enthusiastic about going up.
Not if you go by the pay they'd insisted on.
Well, you know, Everest is some kind of a god or something to them.
Is to me, too.
What?
Oh, I know it sounds silly, but maybe we're being sacrilegious or something. Maybe nobody's supposed to climb up there.
Not getting cold feet, are you?
Oh, no, not at all. They're quite warm, thank you. Oh, more of your American slang. No, I've not got the wind up, if that's what you mean. But
superstition.
I was thinking. I mean, I wonder what is waiting for us up there.
Cold and snow and ice and thin air.
Besides that?
What do you mean?
I'm remembering what that chap wrote about Wahine and Lee Mallory and the plume up there. Down it came, he said, like a sentient thing, like the hand of a god, and swept them away before my very eyes.
Now, look, you begin to worry about giants and things up there. You'd better stay here.
Oh, I'm not worried, Brent. I'm just curious. Somehow, I'm excited. Like a chap who's waiting to meet his bride at the church on his wedding day. I say, that's being a bit idiotic, isn't it? Look at her up there. Cold and white and beautiful. Not caring about us at all. We're coming up after you, old girl, if we die in the attempt.
And as I lay there in the firelight, listening to the quiet music that came from the shadowy groups of guides and bearers, a strange thought formed in my mind. Shouldn't John Chandos have said, and die in the attempt? And the sound of the little flute went on in the cold twilight, and presently we went to our tents and slept. And I dreamed of a woman's face, a bride's face on a high mountain, and somehow the face was the mountain itself, and the mountain was a face. And it was cold, icy cold. And the voice said in my ear something that I dimly remembered from the Bible, from Isaiah. How beautiful upon the mountain. And the music of the flute dissolved into a great crashing chord. And I awoke, trembling, in the blackness of a frigid morning. I need not tell you of the next few weeks of the ascent to the camp at 23,000 feet, hardly a mile below the summit. If you have climbed the mountains, you will know it to be an endless nightmare of traversing great rocky slopes, of scaling precipitous walls, of making our way cautiously across the ice bridges that span crevasses as deep as infinity. Days of toiling upward, roped together sometimes, only to find the way blocked by a new fall of rock or a snowslide our guides had forgotten. Inching our way up rock chimneys, hammering our pitons laboriously into the face of the living rock and climbing a foot at a time up walls where one misstep, one missed grip, would have sent both our bodies tumbling to a horrid death 1,000 feet below. Days of clawing our way through sudden snowstorms with a biting flake so thick that we'd lose each other at 10 feet distance. In the midday halts to gulp scalding tea, wolf down a bar of chocolate, and then rise and go on again. And behind us, the diminishing string of porters carrying our supplies, dropping off at regular intervals to set up camp against our return. We should return. And then the agony of the last few thousand feet. At those heights, of course, exhaustion was our greatest enemy. The oxygen at 20,000 feet is pitifully thin. Each upward step is a lifetime. And the brain reels up there in the rarefied atmosphere that man is not meant to breathe. We made the 26,000-foot camp and we climbed another 1,000 feet. I'm not sure whether the way grows more difficult as one goes higher. Perhaps the rock formations are no more forbidding at that elevation than they are at the lower levels. But here the strain on mind and muscle and heart is so magnified that the slightest setback is enough to cause a strong man to fall down and weep loud, freezing tears of frustration. I remember that our guides would go no farther, and we struggled upward alone that one morning. And at the end of the day, we were a bare 200 feet above them. It seemed to take half the night to get our tents pitched, and I have little doubt it actually did. And I sank into delicious sleep. And again I dreamed. I dreamed of the woman again. A surpassingly beautiful woman, with eyes like the crystals of ice that made up our world here. And about her hair she wore a great white scarf, a kind of plume that moved as if it were a living thing, billowing out over her shoulders, never still, seeming not to be blown by the wind, but to control the wind itself. And I knew something about the plume. Although my tired mind could not remember what it was, I knew. And I tried to look into her eyes, but she was looking beyond me. And in my dream, I turned. And I knew she was looking at John Chandos. And on his face was a look of ineffable adoration. And when I turned to gaze at her again, the same look of love was in her eyes. And the veil, the plume whipped around, and I thought it brushed my face like an icy lash. And it reached out and encircled John Chandos, and I awoke. And when John Chandos awoke, he spoke of a dream he had had.
The most amazing dream, old boy. Dreamed of the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Clothed like a bride. Had a great white veil, blowing in the wind. Smiled at me. Most real dream I ever had. She was barefooted in all this cold, and the veil wrapped it around me. Must be going, mustn't we?
And he crawled out of the tent into the clear, cold dawn of the high altitudes. And in a moment I heard him calling.
Fred! Fred, old boy! Fred, I say, come out!
What's up?
Come out! I found something.
I crawled out with great effort. To find him on his knees at the side of the tent, staring at something in the hard-packed snow.
What is it?
I asked. He pointed.
Look, there.
And I looked. There in the snow were a woman's footprints. A woman's bare footprints in the age-old snow where no human being had ever been before. On my knees, I examined them carefully. A woman had stood there for a long time, and then turned away. And the footprints in the snow led upward. I lifted my head and looked up at the top of the mountain, still far above us in the rays of the first sun. And the veil, the plume of Everest, fluttered coldly against the dark blue of the sky.
You said superstition when I talked about what was out the other day. You know it wasn't superstition. You saw the footprints. You saw how easy it was to follow them this morning. You know we climbed 3 times as far today as we ever climbed before. She's leading us. She wants us to come on up to her. Do you remember the night we started? When I spoke about going to meet my bride? Do you remember that?
Yes. I remember.
I've not taken leave of my senses, have I, Brent?
Not unless I have to.
My name is John Chandler. My family's coat of arms is Argent Empire Guild. The days of the week are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's right.
That's right.
And we did see the footprints.
Yes. We saw them.
Are you afraid, Hugh?
Afraid?
Yes.
No. I'm not. I'm afraid. Not for me.
What then?
I had the dream too.
Why did you say you're not afraid?
Because in the dream, she chose you.
I know that.
You're not afraid?
Why should I be afraid of my bride?
And then we slept again, and in the morning we went higher. The way was more difficult for me, but Chandos seemed to find it almost easy. We were on the very ledge from which Lee Mallory and Irvine disappeared in the folds of the plume. I recognized it dimly from the photographs and motion pictures that Captain Noel had made years before, as the two men slowly made their way along the rock wall not 2,000 feet from the summit. That scene will never leave my mind. And I knew we were almost in the exact spot where they had been snatched away. At any second, I thought, the cold caress of the veil, the plume, would fall on us. And then the silences returned. I was seized with a desperate desire to turn back, but Chandos was marching on ahead easily, while I made most heavy going on it. We were roped together, and there was nothing to do but follow. I stumbled more and more frequently, and at last I could go no farther. I sank down in the snow, close beside the wall with a sheer precipice at my elbow. And Shadows came back to me, having felt the pull of the rope at his waist.
Much further, Hugh.
I can't make it.
Well, higher than any man ever been before. Look up.
I looked up. It was scarcely 500 feet to go. My tired eyes told me.
Scarcely 500 feet.
I can't. Go on without me.
No, I won't.
I can't go any farther.
Tomorrow, then?
No.
Well, what'll we do?
I'm going back.
You can't do that, Hugh.
Yes.
Well, I'll go back down with you. But let me go on ahead for just a moment. We're so close now. Let me see if I can go on up to the top by myself. And if I can, I will. Then I'll come back and we'll both go back down. Will you let me do that?
If you like.
If it's easy, you can go on up too. It's pity to be this far. Then turn back.
Do what you like.
You'll stay right here.
I'll stay here.
And hurry, old boy. Eat a bit of chocolate.
What? Why do you have to go and leave me?
I've got to see if somebody's there, old boy.
I was already falling into a half stupor as he turned and went up the ledge. And for a little while I slept, I think. Alone on a 16-inch ledge 5 miles above the ground. And I remember confused dreams of a beautiful bride with a veil of sparkling ice crystals. And there was strange music in my ears. And presently, the sound of John Chandos voice in disappointment.
Come on, old chap. We're going back down.
Down?
There's no way to the top.
What do you mean?
There's an absolutely unclimbable wall. Just around that corner.
No way?
No way, old boy. No way at all. The rock face leans outward. I looked at it from every angle. There's just no way. So, come on.
And as he lifted me to my feet, there was the softest little sound as of something dropping into the snow beside us. I leaned against the wall as Chandos bent and picked it up. He looked at it very curiously for a long moment, and finally I mumbled, "What is it?" And he stretched out his hand to me, and in it was a full-blown, green-stemmed white rose. And when I took it from him, the frozen thing shattered into a million glittering fragments. And I looked at John Chandler's face, and it was transfigured with a joy and a hope, such as I have never seen in any man. My gaze went on beyond him, upward. And against the darkening sky, the great veil that streamed from the mountaintop slowly wheeled around and down toward us. And it seemed not like a whip that lashes to an icy death, but like the compassionate arms of a beloved woman stretched out to her lover. And then as its coldness enveloped us, I heard the beginning of an avalanche's roar above me, and the sound of great bursts of triumphant music. I opened my eyes, and it was morning. I lay on the snow 100 feet above our last camp, and by turning my head I could see a tiny thread of smoke rising from the tent. And I rose slowly and looked up. The plume of Everest was still blowing, wide and free from the sun. And with an effort I found my binoculars and focused them on the topmost peak. Snow and ice and barrenness. Snow and ice and barrenness, and a man and a woman. A man in mountain climber's dress, a woman in a bride's flowing white gown and a veil floating from her hair. A veil that dissolved into the great streaming banner of ice crystals flung across the sky above the roof of the world.
Quiet, please, for tonight was called How Beautiful Upon the Mountain. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The lad who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And John Chandos was played by Roy Irving, late of the Dublin Gate Theatre. Music was played by Albert Berman, as usual, who also composes the special music heard on Quiet Please. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, and his usual little insertion, my good friend, Willis Cooper.
The two principal characters in tonight's Quiet Please are, of course, fictitious and sprang to mature life from the keyboard of my typewriter, so don't think they're anybody you ever knew. They aren't. Quiet Please for next week will be called There Are Shadows Here.
And so, until next week at the same time, and There Are Shadows Here, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
ask yourself this question.
Do I practice prejudice in any way? You know, your answer is very important. Because after all, you simply can't hold a grudge against any of your fellow Americans and be a good American yourself. In this country today, the forces of bigotry and intolerance are definitely at work, undermining the principles of our freedom and equality upon which this nation was founded. If you help these forces of group hatred, you enlist yourself on their side and against America itself. You also do help these forces every time you speak out against your neighbor, because he attends a different church or if he had ancestors of a different religion. Remember, your personal behavior can encourage respect for other races, tolerance for other religions, so don't betray this country by spreading a doctrine of hate and prejudice against fellow Americans. Do your part to make freedom a living reality. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please for tonight is called There Are Shadows Here.
Look at my hands. Trembling like a leaf. And there's nothing I can do to stop it either. Well, if you've been through what I've been through. Last Wednesday, I come into Tim's bar. I sit down on a stool. I say, I'll have a Scotch mist, Patty.
Oh, hiya, Woody.
Scotch mist, Patty.
Scotch mist. Hey, there's a lady in here looking for you.
Lady?
Yeah. What kind of scotch?
Got any Glenlivet?
No, there's White Horse and Vat 69. Maybe there's a little less in the Hague bottle. Yeah, a lady looking for you.
Who was she?
I don't know. I never seen her. Tim told me about her.
Well, when was she here, Patty?
A while ago.
Well, what'd she want?
I don't know. He was just looking for you. Scotch mist.
Well, didn't she say what she wanted?
Just wanted you. Is that stuff good?
Yeah, it's all right. Why?
I was just wondering. I never tasted it.
Don't you ever take a drink, Patty?
Me? Oh, I never take a drink. Except ginger beer. And you can't get that anymore.
That's so?
Comes in little stone jugs. Crocks, like.
Funny about that woman.
Yeah, I sure used to like ginger beer. I think Tim said her name was Esther.
Esther? I don't know any Esther.
Esther, Hester, Lester, something like that.
Esther, huh?
Yeah. Esther, Hester, Lester. I don't know.
Well, if she was good looking.
Tim didn't know.
What?
Tim said he didn't see her face, see? You don't know her, huh?
So I don't think so. It's funny.
Dames. You want another of them things?
Yeah, I'll have another.
Oh, sure wish I could get some ginger beer. Used to drink it up in Canada. Marlborough Hotel in Winnipeg. Drink it with a quart.
I wonder who it could have been.
Who?
The woman who was looking for me.
Oh, I don't know. Scotch mist.
Yeah, thanks. Esther, huh?
Yeah, that's what Tim said.
I don't know any Esther.
Well, she knows you. Woody, she said. That's your name, ain't it?
Sure.
I could give her your phone number.
No, don't do that.
Okay.
If she comes in again, tell her to leave her phone number. I could call her up.
Yeah. I'll tell Tim.
Hey.
Huh?
How come Tim didn't see her face, Patty?
Oh, it's always dark in here. Always shadows in here.
Oh.
Shadows set you nuts sometimes.
Yeah?
Yeah. Good thing I don't drink nothing but ginger beer. Even if I could get it. You drink, and these here shadows set you nuts.
Yeah, it is dark in here.
Oh, that Tim. Look at them shadows, Woody. That there one in the corner by the cannibal's head. Don't it look like the cannibal's head is making faces at you? Look now.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks funny.
I'm in here all alone. It pretty near sets me nuts. There's one there by the second booth, you see? Looks like a big black cat.
You got a terrific imagination, Patty.
There's one on the bar here.
Huh?
Every time I stoop down to pick up a beer glass, I jump. Looks like a hand reaching out for me. Makes me jump.
Hell, I'd say it's a good thing you don't drink.
Nothing but ginger beer. I go nuts.
Well, I'm going to get out of here before I go nuts, too.
Okay. $1.30.
And a dime for you, Patty.
Oh, much obliged. If she comes in again, I'll tell her you was here. Shadows. Every place you go, there's shadows.
When did I say that was? Last Wednesday. The things that can happen in less than a week. Look at my hands. I can't stop shaking. Patty and his shadows. I said to myself, I'm not going to Tim's anymore. There's a bar in the hotel where I can drink my Scotch mist and not have him mumbling in my ear all the time. I got to thinking about shadows, though, myself. I was sitting in the Italian place waiting for my lasagna and stuff and wondering if I should order a bottle of wine. There was a candle on the table. There was a little draft in the room. The flame was jumping up and down. And the shadows on the wall. It doesn't take much imagination to see things in shadows, does it? A game everybody plays. You want a little bit of advice, though, friend? Don't do it. Huh? Oh, I'll tell you. First thing, I found myself making shadows on the wall with my hands. A rabbit, old man waggling his beard. Owl. You know how you get fascinated with that kind of stuff? The waiter must have thought I was crazy. I know he did when I jumped up and knocked the table over with all the dishes on.
Hey, what's the matter with you, mister? You sick?
What made that shadow?
What a shadow. I see you making with the hands from the shadows on the wall.
Oh, I didn't make that shadow.
What a shadow you talk.
There was the shadow of a woman there.
Oh, you talk crazy, mister. There wasn't been no woman here for 2 weeks. Not since Esther got mad and quit.
Esther? Who's she?
She's a waitress here the last week, and she quit. The boss is saying he's not going to have no woman in this place never, especially not Esther.
I ordered the bottle of wine and I drank it. Because I'm telling you, I did see the shadow of a woman's head on the wall next to me. And I'm also telling you I didn't have anything to do with it. All right, think whatever you want to. I tell you, I saw it. And Esther, too. Yeah, what do you think of that, my friend? Well, let me go on. I went home, I went to bed. Sure, of course I dreamed about shadows. What'd you expect? Well, Well, I live in a hotel, as I said, all by myself in a little room on the 8th floor. I didn't think I was going to get to sleep, but I did. I read a while. I left the light on in the bathroom. Didn't go for the dark, you see. I woke up in the middle of the night, thirsty from all that wine I drank. I started to get up and go to the bathroom for a drink of water. As I sat up in bed, there was a square of light on the wall opposite my bed from the bathroom light. And right in the middle of that patch of light, there was a shadow. The shadow of a woman, just standing there. Not doing anything, just standing there. I was scared. And the darndest thought come into my mind, scared as I was. I didn't get out of bed at first. I just sat there and I said, Esther? And there wasn't any answer. And I tried it again. Esther?
Yeah.
Ever feel your hair actually stand on end? Well, it does all right. Mine did. And I managed to speak again. I said, what do you want, Esther?
Will you come with me?
And the shadow sort of stretched out its arms to me in a gesture that was like a little girl. And yet it wasn't. It was, I don't know how to say it, like someone who was in love with me, someone that I loved. I can't explain it. I got up and threw my robe around me, and I walked toward the light. The shadow moved, too. It moved toward the door of the room, the door that leads out into the hall. The shadow's hands touched the doorknob. I looked to see who it was that was casting the shadow. I tell you, I was alone in that room. Yes, sir, I was alone in the room. I turned back to the door just as the shadow seemed to kind of melt into the wood, and then seemed to go on through the locked door. And I reached for the door and opened it. The shadow was moving down the hall toward the stairway beyond the elevators, and there wasn't a soul in the hallway. I tell you, there wasn't. The hall's brightly lighted, and all there was this woman's shadow gliding away from me along the wall. I stood there with my mouth hanging open, and just as the shadow reached the end of the hall, it stopped and put out its arms again.
Will you come with me?
And I slammed the door shut, turned all the other lights in my room off, and I stuck my head under the cold shower. I was scared to death. And you know what? There was a smell of perfume in the room. Russia leather. I remember it from a girl I used to know in New York that always used it. And believe me, brother, I haven't got any Russia leather perfume in my room. But I smelled it. Plain. Well, all right, maybe somebody's playing tricks on me, but if you can tell me how to play that one, brother, I'll put in with you. Listen, I was riding down on the elevator the next morning with Frankie, the wise kid that runs the car. You know what he did? Listen.
Hey, Woody.
Huh?
You stink swell.
What?
Perfume. I didn't know that about you.
What are you talking about?
Sure smells expensive. Where'd you get it?
You trying to kid me, Frankie?
Oh, goodness, no.
And I could smell it myself then. Russia leather. Well? I don't know why I ever go to Tim's. It's dark in there, and Patty... Well, you know Patty. Yeah, he gets you down mumbling, always mumbling about the shadows. And that's where I first heard about Esther, too. It's a depressing place. So...
Got your list, Woody?
Yeah.
I don't see why you drink these things. We had some ginger beer now. But you can't get it. Why do you drink these things?
I like them.
Tim says your girl was in here again today.
Who?
This Esther, whatever her name is. She was in, Tim says.
When?
Today. She asked for you.
What did you tell her?
I didn't tell her anything. It was Tim that seen her. Or, rather, he didn't see her.
Why didn't he see her?
The shadows. You know.
Yeah. You didn't see her face to face then?
Just kind of like a shadow.
I see. What'd she want?
You, he said. She said. Wanted you to go someplace with her.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I know. You, want another Scotch mist?
Yeah, I guess so. Patty.
Sir?
Do you believe in ghosts?
Yeah.
Oh.
Scotch mist. Sure, you work around a place like this as long as I have. You believe in anything. These here shadows. There's a fellow murdered here once when it was his feet. Fella hit a fella with a chair.
Yeah?
Yeah. If you see over there on the end of the back bar, that's one leg of the chair. Tim always likes to keep these here souvenirs. I don't care much about them.
Yeah, I shouldn't think you would.
No, them things is haunted, see? Boy, you ought to be here sometimes late at night when I'm alone.
Why?
The things that happen. Aye, get me the willies.
What things, Patty?
Oh, shadows and things. Scare you right out of your year's growth. You know what, for instance?
What?
These here shadows, Woody. Nothing worse than a shadow.
You're telling me.
Unless it's not a shadow.
What do you mean?
Well, there's people that don't have no shadow, see?
You know what I think, Patty?
What?
I think either you or me is crazy.
Huh. Or maybe it's both of us. What makes you think so?
Talking this way.
Yeah? What are you scared of?
Who says I'm scared?
But your hands trembling for that way. Well,
I drink too much.
It ain't that kind of trembles, Woody.
It is, too.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Don't look now.
What?
Right behind you. Take it easy now. There's a shadow on the wall behind you, Woody.
Cut it out.
There's a shadow of a woman on the wall right behind you, Woody. And there ain't nothing that's making that shadow.
A woman?
Yeah. A woman looking right at you. Go ahead. Turn around and look.
And I turned around slowly on my stool. I looked at the wall where Patty was pointing. I looked hard. Patty, you're crazy. Isn't any shadow there?
There's two.
There is not. I'll go show you. There, you see? My overcoat here on the bench.
Where's that perfume all come from?
Hello, Frankie.
Hiya, Woody. Hard day at the office?
Yeah, not especially.
Oh, you just look kind of peeking.
Well, I feel all right.
You in love, maybe?
What?
Who was the babe looking for you?
Babe. Looking for me?
Yeah, a little while ago.
I don't know any babes, Frankie. What'd she look like?
Don't kid me, Woody.
I'm not, I tell you.
It's Clark. It's Clark.
Listen, Frankie.
Yeah?
Listen, there is a woman that's been looking for me. I don't know who she is.
You in a jam?
Yes.
Well, I didn't see her, Woody, honest. I was just closing the doors to run up to the 12th to pick up the old guy with the teeth, you know. And I saw her just a second. She asked for you, and the old guy was punching her brother. You know how he does. And all I saw was a kind of a shadow, see?
A shadow?
Yeah, kind of, you know. Hey!
What?
That perfume I was kidding you about this morning.
Well?
She had some of it on, too. Does that make you think of anybody?
Yes, Frankie. Yes, it does make me think of somebody. What's blood, Frankie?
Huh?
Who is it? Me, Patty. Is that you, Woody?
What are you doing here, Patty?
I come to visit you.
Well, come in.
Hey, has she been here, Woody?
Who?
You know who I mean, this Esther, whoever she is.
She was here.
You see her?
No.
Good.
Patty, what is this?
It's a sending.
Of what?
A sending, like they used to have in the old country. My grandpa used to tell me about it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She's after you. She's come to get you. Now listen, did she ask you to come with her?
Yeah, she did. Last night.
Oh, man.
How do you know so much about all this, Patty?
I know a lot of things you ain't got any idea I know. My grandpa was born with a caul.
What?
A caul. A thing on his head. Look, I know what I'm talking about, Woody. I'm going to make her go away.
Patty, listen.
No, you listen. I know what I'm talking about.
Is she a real woman?
She's a shadow.
Patty, if you're playing a dirty trick
Woody,
on me...
I was never more serious in my life.
Well, what are we going to do?
You watch, and you do just like I say.
Well,
turn off the lights.
Patty...
Turn off the lights. Well, go on.
And I turned off the lights in the room, feeling like another idiot. Patty and I sat down in the darkness to wait. And we waited. And waited. And at last I heard a noise. A faint, strange, uncanny noise. I whispered, "Patty." There was no other sound. And it was fully 5 minutes before I realized that the sound that had set my hair stand on end again was Patty snoring. And so I got up and turned the lights on again and kicked Patty out and went to bed. Well, maybe I dreamed it, maybe I didn't. But somewhere in the darkness I heard the sound of someone stirring in my room. And a voice.
Woody? Woody? Come with me.
And I awoke, and the scent of her perfume was heavy in the room. That would be last Thursday, wouldn't it? Well, the next night I came straight home, and Patty was in my room waiting.
I tell you, Woody, you're in danger.
And so we sat late again, Patty with a curious collection of books and implements that he said would get rid of the sending for once and all. But there was no sending. Patty stayed all night with me, and we heard no sound, saw no shadows, smelled no perfume. But there was dust on the shelf of my bathroom. And when morning came, Patty showed me something scrawled in the dust by a finger. A woman's finger, if I'm any judge. It was just one word. A name. Esther. Yeah, maybe Patty did that himself, maybe not. I didn't know what he was up to. I can't get away from the fact that there is someone named Esther who wants to see me, whose shadow I have seen, whose voice I have heard. Someone who leaves the scent of Russia leather behind her, who scrawls her name in the dust. In the dust. That's curious, isn't it? Dust. Friday night, and Saturday night, and Sunday night. Now, Patty and I sit again in the dark waiting. This time I know something's going to happen. Patty says you send her back where she came from. Send her back alone.
It can be done, Woody. All you have to know is the secrets like my grandpa knew. And they've got all the stuff right here. The only thing is, maybe she knows. And she won't come whilst I'm here.
Yeah, we see, Patty, but I'm telling you something had better happen. Yeah, I'm about at the end of my string.
If she comes, she'll go, Woody.
I hope so.
Yes, sir. Shadows is terrible things. And the only other thing that's worse is for a man not to have a shadow.
Well, how could that be?
How could there be a shadow without anything for it to be a shadow of?
Yes.
Quiet.
It's late. It's past midnight, I think, and I'm so sleepy I can hardly keep my eyes open. Patty. Are you awake?
Yeah.
And the little light from the bathroom casts its square of light on the green wall alongside the dresser. And I can just barely hear the traffic in the street below. A night owl taxi. Somebody yelling a goodbye to a belated friend, and...
Be still, Woody. What? Looky at the wall.
And I look at the wall. And there is a shadow in the square of light on the green wall alongside the dresser. And there is a hang of Russia leather in the air. And the shadow stretches out its arms to me.
It's time for us to go.
And I find myself getting up from my chair. And the shadowy arms are about to take me. And I hear Patty muttering something, and he seems so far away, and the arms are still reaching for me. Suddenly there's Patty's voice again, loud, real in the room.
Turn on the lights.
Of course I'll turn the lights on, Patty. And I do turn on the lights, and it's just a room again. And the shadow is still there. The arms are still reaching out for me, and the shadow starts towards the door. Suddenly, Patty screams again.
Woody! Your shadow's gone.
And so my shadow is gone. So it is. And I follow the other shadow, Esther's shadow, to the door, and I open the door. And I follow the shadow out into the hall and down the hall. And it seems so odd to be walking along in the light and there's no shadow for me. And the elevator door's open. And I walk in, and the shadow glides in ahead of me. And there's a woman standing there at the back of the elevator. The shadow just seems to melt into her figure. I look at her and I say, Esther? She looks back at me as if she never saw me in her whole life. The elevator jerks suddenly. It starts to plunge faster and faster down the shaft. She turns horrified eyes to me and she screams. And I know the sending is completed. And Esther and I are done with shadows forever.
Quiet Please for Tonight was called There Are Shadows Here. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Alan Sparrow was Esther. Patty was played by Ed Latimer. The writer was Sid Cassell. And Frank Thomas was Frankie. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, word from our good friend, Bill Cooper.
Nobody living or dead was even hinted at in tonight's Quiet Please story. I thought up the characters in the story without any outside stimulus at all. Next week's Quiet Please will be called Gem of Purest Ray.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Gem of Purest Ray.
Eleftherios Moraides. M-O-R-A-I.
I know how to spell it. I'm Greek, too.
Are you? I didn't get your name.
Pappas. Nick Pappas, Detective Sergeant, First Grade. We got your address, 47 North 51st Street. Well, thank you there, Dr. Moraides.
I'm sorry, I don't speak modern Greek. I assume that to mean, how do you do, though?
That's right.
Well, Kala.
Well, you Kala, huh? After killing this guy.
I have no regrets at all, Mr. Pappas, is it?
That's right. Well, go ahead.
There's nothing more to say.
You know that what you're saying will be used in evidence against you, don't you?
Yes, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting pretty tired of it, Pappas.
Of what, Dr. Moraides?
Killing these people.
Oh?
Do you suppose they'll...
Electrocute you? They sure will, Moraides.
Electrocute. What a word.
Quite an experience, too. They tell me.
I wasn't thinking about the experience. It's the barbarism of the word that sets my teeth on edge. Words like electrocute, locate, reside.
What's the matter with them?
They get me down.
Well, not to change the subject, but what about these other people you mentioned?
Oh. I was just thinking, as long as they're going to send me to the electric chair...
Oh, you're on the way, okay, Moraides.
Well, in that case, I might as well tell you about the others.
Sure. Go right ahead.
And I could warn you at the same time.
Warn me?
Yes.
Warn me of what?
These people that have to be killed.
Oh? Who are they, Moraides?
I'm of perfectly sound mind, Sergeant Pappas.
You bet. Now, let's get this confession over with first, huh? Then we'll get on to the warning, huh? Okay.
Well, so far as I can remember, there are 32 of them.
All together?
That I've murdered. Killed.
This one makes 33.
No, he's the 32nd.
Well, nice going. You have their names, I suppose?
No, not all of them. As a matter of fact, I have the names of only a few of them. I could give you the details of the murders, you see, and perhaps you could work back from that.
Yeah, I suppose we could, couldn't we?
But there are so many more of them.
So?
You find them everywhere.
Good.
And they've all got to be destroyed.
Who's going to destroy them?
Well, I've destroyed 32 of them. And now you're going to hang me.
Objection, Doctor. We're going to fry you.
For trying to save the world.
For knocking off Mr. Oliver Meredith, 38, of 202 South Winter Street, to which you have confessed. And for which you will be fried like a fish.
I am not a fish.
Not yet.
He's a fish.
Who's a fish?
This Meredith that I killed.
Hey, you may get out yet on a loony plea.
Sergeant Pappas, did you see Meredith's body?
Sure.
Did you look at it carefully?
Careful enough to see he was dead. Dead as a fish.
Did you notice his neck?
No. Why?
There are 2 scars on his neck. On each side. Just below his ears.
That's the coroner's business, Doctor.
It's your business. It's everybody's business.
Why?
Because that's the way you can identify them.
Identify who, for gosh
The
sake?
people that are trying to destroy the world.
Who?
The people from the bottom of the ocean. Those scars on their necks are gills. Gills like a fish. Excuse me, I'm becoming ungrammatical. I mean, they are gills such as fishes possess.
No fins?
I beg you, Sergeant, please don't joke about this.
And they come from the bottom of the ocean.
They do.
Lean over here. Turn your head. Mm-hmm. The other way now. How come you got scars on the sides of your neck, Dr. Moraitis? You been to the bottom of the ocean, too?
Yes. Those are my gills. Yes. I've been to the bottom of the ocean, too. We Greeks have an enormous affinity for the depths of the seas. Our first heroes were men of the sea, Jason, and Odysseus and the others. We were a sea-going, a sea-loving nation. When the very words we use to describe the sea today came from the Greek, Pelagian, of the sea, from the Greek, pelagos. Plankton, the microscopic animal forms that lie at various levels in the ocean depths. That's a Greek word, too.
Plankton, a wanderer.
And Atlantis was one of our colonies. Atlantis, whose people so loved the sea that the gods of ancient Greece sunk the whole continent into its depths.
You believe that kind of junk?
And you'd better believe it, too. Sergeant Pappas of the police?
Yeah?
Because Atlantis exists today. And its people live. And the ambassadors of Atlantis come from the sea to live beside us. And sow seeds of discontent and hatred among us, wherever we live. You remember me now, don't you? The Moraitis Deep Sea Exploration Group, that's right. Men have gone down to the depths of the sea before. William Beebe and his bathysphere, you remember, of course. Bathysphere, we Greeks again. Comes from bathos. Depth.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to go deeper, to plumb the utmost depths of the sea. To get out of the valleys that extend farther below the sea's level and the highest peaks on earth ascend above it. I wanted to find Atlantis. I found myself in possession of certain documents, charts, maps, the existence of which had heretofore never been suspected. And I found the exact coordinates of latitude and longitude of the ancient city, the capital of the country that sank below the waves so many, many centuries ago. No, never mind them. It will do you no good to know them. Let it suffice that the depth is something more than 8 miles. I beg pardon?
I said, go on.
No need to tell you either of the details of the construction of my diving bell. It was made to my own specifications, internally braced to withstand a pressure of several tons to the square inch. There was light and heat and large ports set in the sides with cone-shaped plexiglass deadlights, so that no matter what the pressure of the water from the outside, the plexiglass would be only forced in tighter.
But the thing busted anyway, didn't it?
That was the story. What really happened was somewhat different.
Get on with your story, Doctor.
If you'd just not interrupt me.
Go ahead.
If you read the newspaper accounts at the time...
When was it?
May 17th, 1946.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that you
might have remembered that there was no physical connection between the bell and the surface. That is, it was not on a cable of any kind. It was free.
How'd you expect to get back?
By releasing ballast, of course, upon which the bell and the people in it, if any, would rise to the surface. We had, of course, radio contact with our headquarters ship on the surface.
And you and the woman...
Miss Elizabeth Case.
You
My
and...
assistant.
Yes. You and this Miss Case went down in this thing, and it busted or something, and they pulled you out of the ocean at Old Saybrook, Connecticut. They never found Miss Case's body. Is that right?
They didn't find Miss Case's body because she is still alive. Or was when I last saw her.
Oh, yeah? And when did you last see her, Doc?
Standing in front of the Temple of Poseidon.
And where is this Temple of Poseidon, if you please?
In Atlantis. 40-some thousand feet below the surface of the ocean.
And what was she doing, Doc?
She was talking to the high priest.
Talking? 40,000 feet underwater, and she talked. Well, Doc, you're really bucking for a Section 8, aren't you?
I am telling you the truth, Sergeant Pepper.
Okay, go ahead. Long as you don't get violent.
It is very quiet in the lower depths of the ocean. I remember the bathymeter showed a depth of 8,000 meters, that is, roughly 20,000 feet, when we saw the first inhabitant of the ocean, completely different from any previous conception of ocean life.
Doctor, look out this port.
See something?
Look.
Well,
I wonder if it's alive.
it seems to be.
Looks like a great big sheet. Don't see any eyes or a mouth or anything. It's coming closer.
It's alive, all right. This is wonderful, isn't it?
Well, Doctor, it is alive.
Looks like a blanket. Oh, it's turning over. Now maybe we'll see what...
What did she scream about?
The thing turned over. Then we saw the other side.
Well?
The thing was a huge face. A human face. A woman's face. Paper-thin, flesh-colored, and alive. 30 feet across like a huge mask. And the thing looked at us and it smiled, and then it darted toward us, and Betty screamed again as the thing wrapped itself around the diving bell. And I could see the plexiglass ports start inward with the increased pressure. And then I looked closer at the port, and across its surface outside there in the water, 1,000,000 tiny hands, women's hands, crawled across the glass, clutching, reaching, trying to come inside.
And what did you do then, Doc?
I am afraid I fainted.
Mm-hmm. What about Miss Case?
She fainted too.
I sort of expected that.
Well, why shouldn't she? The face that she looked at out there in the depths of the sea was her own.
Better and better, Dr. Moraitis. Then what?
It was black. Outside when I came to. Black. And immeasurably cold. The thing was gone. There was nothing but blackness. I gave her some brandy.
Always brandy in these stories.
And I took a little myself.
Oh.
The bathymeter indicated 9,200 meters.
And you saw a red, white, and blue turkey with a straw hat.
I saw far below me the lights of a city. I saw Atlantis. Well?
Go on, Doc.
I show you this jewel.
Yeah? What is it?
I found it on the floor of my diving bell. A moment after I saw the light of Atlantis below me.
How did it get there?
I don't know.
Well, what is it?
You ever read Thomas Gray's elegy written in a country churchyard?
I guess so. In high school, the curfew tolls the knell of parting day. Why?
Let me quote one of the couplets to you. Full many a gem of purest rays serene the dark unfathomed caves of ocean bear.
Go on, Doctor.
I suspect that Thomas Gray was trying to tell the world something.
That's kind of reaching for it, Doctor.
I didn't know where it came from, I told you.
That's right.
But Betty Case knew. Betty Case gasped when she saw it.
Where did that come from?
Well, I don't know. It was on the floor.
Give it to me.
Well, what are you so anxious?
Because it's mine.
Oh, well, I had a weird idea it came from outside. Isn't that silly?
No, Dr. Moraida. It isn't silly.
What?
It did come from outside.
And the two red scars on her neck, just below her ears. The red scars I had never noticed before, pulsed as she spoke. And I was struck with a queer, fleeting thought. What? She looked just like a fish out of water. And I could feel the motion of the diving bell quicken, and in a moment it was like an express elevator dropping down out of control from some great height. Betty Case was laughing at me, and queer things sped past the fort. The light grew stronger, and my mind reeled. Suddenly I was flung to the floor of the bell as it thumped against the bed of the ocean. The bathymeter registered 13,800 meters below sea level. We had come to rest 8 miles below the surface where the sun danced on the waves. And we sat in bright light in the streets of Atlantis.
Well, it's a great story, Dr. Moraida.
A crowd of people in the streets. A crowd of people dressed in the garments of ancient Greece. A sound of music that set the brilliant steel walls of the diving bell to humming. Men and women and children in the light of great lamps beaming down from tall marble columns. Men, women, and children living and moving and breathing 8 miles below the ocean surface. And I turned to look at Betty Case.
I remembered, Doctor, when I saw the door. I remembered when I dreamed after the face looked in at us and I fainted. And when I saw the jewel...
This can't be. This is utterly, fantastically impossible.
No, it is not, Doctor. Look outside.
They're coming closer. Betty, look out. You see them?
Yes, I see them. It isn't impossible, Doctor. This is Atlantis.
Can't be.
It is. It's Atlantis. I'm home again.
And she started for the door of the diving bell. Started reaching out for the mechanism that would unlock it, that would open and let the sea in to crush us both. And I leaped in front of it to prevent her. But she raised the jewel and held it in front of my eyes, and I felt my strength leave me suddenly. And all I could see was the coruscating brightness of the jewel burning into my eyes. And all I could hear was her voice, echoing hollowly against the steel wall.
No. Never seek to stop me now, man of earth.
And I thought idly of the archaic form of speech she employed. This girl who was on earth the most prosaic, dry as dust, laboratory assistant.
Never seek to stay my hand, nor turn thy eyes away from the gem of purest ray. For thy faith is before thee now, and thou shalt go forth into the depths where mortal man hath not yet trod.
And I thought with considerable surprise, why, she's speaking the purest of ancient Greek. And I'm understanding it.
Now let thee become as one of us.
And I watched her calmly, as she extended the gleaming jewel toward me. I felt it touch the sides of my neck just below the ears, and a searing cold pain went through my body. And suddenly I was gasping for breath. I drew in great gulps of the oily air of the diving bell, and with each breath I grew weaker and weaker. I was suffocating, like a fish out of water. And as the darkness shot with flashes of red descended upon me, and I knew I was dying, I dimly saw her touch the scar on her neck with a jewel, and she was gasping suddenly too. And I saw her reach again for the lever that operated the door, and it burst open. And I felt life returning to me as I breathed in great lungfuls of cold, pure salt water. Great. And old Kosan gave me my own jewel. The jewel that lies on your desk there. Kosan, the elder, with his white beard and a look of antiquity in his eyes, he has lived since Atlantis first disappeared beneath the ocean. Kosan spoke to me many times.
Never lose the jewel, Eleftherios. When you go back to the land, you'll need it to change you back from a water breather to an air breather, you see.
I'm going back then?
Yes, of course. There are a great many messages that I want to send to our people on the land. Messages that cannot be trusted to our ordinary radio, you see. Because the time is almost here.
The time?
I forgot that you didn't know.
Is Betty going back with me?
No, she stays here. She'll be here when you come back.
Or must I come back?
You don't want to die, do you?
What do you mean?
There isn't going to be any place for you to live up there, you know.
What?
Sit down, son. You're happy, aren't you?
I'm pretty confused, sir.
No doubt.
May I ask you some questions?
You can ask them, yes.
Well, how is it done?
Living here? Time enough for that. We live. Isn't that enough?
No.
Next question.
Well, Betty, she's from the land, isn't she?
Originally, yes. Did you ever hear of the bark Marie Celeste?
I seem to.
It was lost with all hands. That is, all hands were lost. They found the ship, sailing along with all its sails set, food on the table, still hot, and nobody aboard. It was one of the greatest mysteries of the sea.
I remember.
Betty was a passenger on the Marie Celeste.
But that was more than 100 years ago.
Yes, that's so. And the collier Cyclops that was lost in your World War in 1918. You remember that?
Yes.
They're all here. The Cyclops crew.
They are?
Well, except those we sent up to the surface.
Well, what do you send those people up there for?
Well, we've decided that we are the ones that the world belongs to, Eleftherios. You people up on the surface have made a pretty bad mess of things. And we're going to take it away from you.
How?
What we want is a world that's covered with water everywhere. Land is useless to us.
But
what?
The people up there. My people.
Are you proud of your people, Eleftherios?
Well,
of course. Look, son, we're essentially kind-hearted people down here. And we're a great many. There are more of us than there are people on the land.
Well, yes, but
Don't interrupt. You think your people are so clever. Where do you think they get their knowledge?
What, for instance?
Of ways to make war, for instance. Of ways to make deadlier and deadlier war. They didn't think of those things themselves. You know where they got their ideas.
You're not going to tell me.
Oh, but I am. Look, son, there are right now 65,211 Atlanteans on the surface of the earth. In every country that's known. And some that aren't very well known. They speak every language. They look like Earth people, except for the two little scars on their necks. And they're doing a great job.
I don't believe it.
Well, you'd better believe it, son, because one of these fine days your little friends upstairs are going to blast all the continents right off the face of the earth. You know what happens then? Yes, that's right. There won't be anything but water on this little old planet. So you can make your choice. You can use your jewel like the other Atlanteans up there will, and come on back down here. Or, blub blub, son. Blub blub. Strictly blub blub. I don't know if that thing doesn't kill you when it goes off. So, what do you say?
What do you want me to do?
Go on back for a while and help us in our little whispering campaign to destroy the continent.
I won't do it.
Well, son, down here on the bottom, we've solved the problem of combating pressure. If you decide not to come along with us, we'll just take that control off you. Tap you with the business end of the little jewel here, and you know what'll happen?
I have an idea.
Oh, no. No, you haven't. You haven't any idea. But, son, it'll be awful. Come on, make up your mind. And?
What?
I said, and?
Well, I'm here. I don't know how they did it, but I'm here.
You certainly are. Well, you've been passing the word to the little ambassadors what the old gentleman wants back?
I have not. I told you I've killed 32 of them so far, including this Meredith.
It's a great alibi.
You think I'm going to betray the people of the earth, man?
You're betraying the people of the sea, aren't you?
What?
You heard me. Well, it's a great story, Doc.
I knew that you wouldn't believe me.
It's a great story.
What? You don't believe it?
Think I'm crazy?
What?
Of course I believe it, Doc.
What?
Sure I do.
Well, then.
Come here, Doc.
What do you want?
I want you to look at the sides of my neck, Doc. Just below the ears.
You.
Sure, Doc. See?
What are you going
I'm
to
not
do?
going to electrocute you, Doc. Nah, Doc. The old gentleman downstairs has got better tricks than that for people to try to cross him up. Come on, Doc. Pick up your crystal. You and I have got a date in Atlantis. And oh, brother.
Quiet Please for tonight was called Gem of Purest Ray. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and Moraides, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. And Morton Lawrence played Pappas. Sharita Bauer was Betty Case. Edgar Staley was Fosan, the Atlantean. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word from our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Never having been to the bottom of the sea, I'm uncertain whether the various Atlanteans really exist outside my own imagination. I can assure you, however, that none of the characters in tonight's story are based on any living person, or any dead one for that matter. Next week's Quiet Please is called In the House Where I Was Born.
And so, until next week at this same time, and Mr. Cooper's story, In the House Where I Was Born, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please has come to you from Mutual Studios in New York City. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System. Quiet, please. Quiet, please. System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Not Responsible After 30 Years. I suppose I'm glad to be out again. It's close to Midsummer's Eve again. I've got a date for that night. I've been thinking about the date all the time I've been in Dartmoor, planning how to get back to the circle and everything. And those 3 years have gone pretty slowly. Pretty slowly. Listen, the British prisons aren't like the ones at home. They don't fool around here. Well, they're fair, all right, I suppose, but British prison food isn't exactly what I'd order. And those gray uniforms stamped with a broad arrow are pretty depressing. In for? Why, I was in for stealing. Stealing a wristwatch, to be exact. 3 years ago, just about this time of the year. Stealing a wristwatch. Off a skeleton's arms. Oh, sure, I don't mind telling you. I was in the OWI this last war. I'd been in the other war, first in the British Army. Oh, I'm an American. I just got kind of carried away in 1914. And when this one came along, I put in for OWI and made it. They sent me to England. I'd always wanted to come back to England, all those 30 years since I first came here and enlisted in the Coilies. The King's Own Yorkshire Light Infantry, Koyli, Coily. But you know how it is. You're in the advertising business. You've got accounts to look after. You go fishing in the summer with a client and all that. So the OWI was what you might call a heaven-sent opportunity. Well, anyway, forget the war if you can. I want to tell you about Midsummer's Day, 1945. This end of the war was over, you see. And so I put in for some leave, as I've been planning to do for the 4 years I've been in Britain. I got it easily enough. And I set out for the Circle. The Circle? I'll tell you about that in a minute. You wanted to know why I got put in jail. Okay. So, when I got to the Circle, it was the morning of Midsummer's Day, the 24th day of June in England, a quarter day. The morning after Midsummer Eve. Well, I hardly recognized the place, well as I knew it. At first I thought they were digging some kind of fortification or something. And then I remembered that the war was over, and why should they be digging air raid shelters or whatever it was now? And when I went closer, I discovered what was going on.
That's an old Roman camp or something, sir. They found some old Roman soldiers down there.
My heart turned over. Old Roman soldiers. A Roman camp. I remember the 9th Spanish Legion of Tiberius Claudius. The 9th Snails, the other Romans called them.
And I remember the motto on the Eagle standards of the 9th, the bronze ribbon below the SPQR of the regular army. The words the 9th cherished and fought for. Slow but sure. The 9th that helped defeat Caractacus, king of the Britons, 19 short years after Christ was crucified. And it stayed in Britain almost 400 years afterward, until the very language of Rome disappeared among them except for the commands of the centurion to parade. I remembered so many things. And I drew nearer to the excavation where a couple of navvies were handing up a long canvas-wrapped thing from the muddy clay. And I wasn't surprised at all when the man who seemed to be in charge unwrapped the canvas to reveal a skeleton of a man, his short bronze sword at his side. And on his left arm, dangling loosely from the muddy white ulna, an Elgin wristwatch of the vintage of 1915. Yes, of course the archaeologists were thunderstruck. No, nobody had lost a watch in the pit. No, it couldn't be anything but the skeleton's own watch. They couldn't slip it off the bones of the hand. The metal band was too small, and it had corroded so that it couldn't be unstrapped. Nobody thought to ask the American in the OWI uniform if he knew anything about it. I could have told him a lot about it. I could have told him what they'd discover if they cleaned the watch and wound it up. I could have told him who the dead man was. And I could have told him that it wasn't his watch. After all, it was mine. So, I stole it. But of course they caught me, and that was 3 years ago. Today they let me out of Dartmoor with a little time off for good behavior. And tonight I'm going to find that watch, and I'm going to steal it again. Then I'm going to clean it very, very carefully. And I'm coming back to the circle. And when the watch is wound and running, I hope it will run. It's been underground there for 30 years. Or is it... Well, the Roman legions left Britain in the year 411 AD. That's more than 1,500 years ago. Lance Corporal Edward Mullen was my friend. I was the only American in the battalion, and the hard-headed Yorkshire dalesmen don't take up easily with foreigners. But Mullen, who had been my drill master, took rather a liking to me somehow. And between the chores of slope height and Form 4's 2-deep quick march, we'd found quite a good deal in the way of common interest, particularly English history. We could see the towers of York Minster from our drill ground, and... What? I wish you could meet Edward Mullen.
Aye, lad. The old wall that Severus built in the year 208 ran straight across yon field over there. Aye. York's always been a garrison town. There was Severus, and then Constantius about 100 years later. And Constantius, he died by yonder clump of trees, they say.
I suppose they dig up a lot of Roman relics and stuff, huh? Around here?
Oh, aye. Old pieces of armor, coins, and that sort of thing. And occasionally part of a skeleton. Aye. This was a lively place in the old days, Yank.
Yes. I wish I had a chance to see more of it.
Well, perhaps we could wangle a day off and have a deco at things.
Wish we could.
Well, Sergeant Major's an old pal of mine. See what I can do, eh?
Oh, boy.
Like it, eh?
Not up.
Don't come that cockney stuff on me, lad. You know, some bloody Coldstreamers.
Where could we go, for instance, Corporal? You know some places where we could find some stuff? A coin or something?
I do know. I know a score of places. Hey, ever hear of druids?
Druids? Sure. You have to go around in white robes with mistletoe in their hair and play harps. And do magic tricks.
I wouldn't be quite so flip about druids, Greg.
Oh?
You know, there's people about that take druids somewhat serious.
In this day and age?
Aye.
Huh. What'd you ask about him?
Well, I know where there's a druid circle.
Where they used to meet?
Aye. Well, maybe they still meet.
Oh, now, come on.
You know what tomorrow night is, Greg?
23rd of June.
Uh-huh. Have you got guts, Yank?
Well, I suppose so.
Guts enough to go to a druid circle on Midsummer's Eve?
Huh? Well, why not, for Pete's sake?
Well, you'll not get frightened and run away and leave me.
Well, of course I won't. Why should I?
Well, it just might be, lad, that you might see something you might not be expecting right.
What?
I don't know. But I knew a man from Huddersfield, over in the West Riding. He made a wager he'd stay all night alone in Druid Circle on Midsummer's Eve.
And did he?
They found him there in the morning.
Well, what did he see?
He couldn't tell. He could only just slobber like a baby. He was raving mad.
I don't believe it.
Nobby Clark, his name was. From Huddersfield.
Well... Oh, I don't know. You have never seen a druid circle by moonlight. I want you to picture tall, wide-spreading oak trees, hundreds of years old. I want you to see a circle of great stones, twice as tall as a man, casting long black shadows across the grass. I want you to hear the little night wind rustling the leaves of the ancient oaks, sounding like the far-off, whispered conversation of a great conclave of beings from another world. See the moon, dead pale in the sky above, and feel the oneness of all nature in the whispering silences. And know that you are very close to an infinite something. Sense that you, who came to watch in the Druid Circle on Midsummer Eve, are being watched. And there is nothing to see. Nothing but the grim old monoliths standing in a silent circle and their lengthening shadows reaching out to the two soldiers crouched under the low-hanging branches of the oaks. There is nothing to hear. Nothing but the rustle of the leaves and the quickened breathing of the man beside you in the dark. I looked at my watch. It lacked less than a minute of midnight. And as the hand slowly crept to the hour, a veil seemed to come over the moon, though the sky was cloudless. And there was the sound of a deep-toned bell, clanging thunderously once and echoing across the empty glade. And suddenly the glade wasn't empty anymore. In the center of the circle stood an ancient man, a tall, straight man, robed in gleaming white with a wreath of mistletoe about his head and a long silver-white beard that descended to his bosom. And I heard Edward Mullen's sharp intake of breath and his whisper in my ear, "The druid." And the majestic old man turned, and I could see his eyes gleaming in the moonlight as he gazed straight at us. And he raised his staff entwined with oak leaves and brandished it, and from somewhere behind us I heard the tread of marching men. It was a long time, it seemed to me, before I realized that these were not men in British Army ammunition boots, armed with Lee Enfields and bayonet short Mark III. It wasn't until they marched out into the moonlight in the circle that I recognized them in their tight leather helmets and kilted battle dress, with their lances aloft and their short bronze swords clanking at their hips. That I recognized them as a cohort of the legions of Rome of 1,500 years ago.
have not much memory of what happened after that for a while. I remember how the glade seemed to have changed, how the sagging monoliths seemed to have straightened up, how there seemed to be more trees there than there had been at first. The shapes of the hills seemed altered somehow. And there was a high wall stretching across the field beyond us, a wall shoulder high, built of heavy stones and with guard platforms at regular intervals. I was looking at Severus Wall, built by the Romans in the year 208, and as I was to learn very shortly, now only a scant 2 centuries old. I heard Edward Mullen speaking to one of the legionaries.
We're British soldiers, friend. We mean no harm.
And I heard the legionary reply to him. And the tongue he spoke was English of the fashion.
We be British soldiers too, man, of the 9th.
Why, you're a Roman.
Aye, so. Civis Romanus sum. I have not the Latin, see. Though I'm a Roman citizen, you British? Aye, so we all are. All English born, but Romans. There have been no true born Roman in the 9th since days of Constantius, more than 100 years ago.
What year is this?
Why, 1163. This can't. There were no Romans in Britain in 1163. Why, Henry II was King of England then. What is there?
Wait. Anno Domini?
An Orbis Conditi. And the army will use the old style from the founding of Rome. Aren't you Christians then? Oh, we're Christians. Many of us. Greg?
Let me see. Rome was founded in 753 B.C. 753 from 1163, 410. This is A.D. 410.
Aye.
Look, soldier, the legions go back to Rome next year, don't they?
How know you that?
I just know it.
Aye, it's true. It would be a sad day of parting for most of us, for we have never known any other land save this where we were born.
Yes, I remember reading about that.
What?
Look, man, what about us?
Why, man, come and have supper with us, comrade. There's always room at the mess for a British soldier. And there'll be wine issue later, and our wives and our families are coming to join us. This is Midsummer's Eve, my friend.
I could tell you about that Midsummer's Eve. I could tell you about the songs. And the stories our new comrades told us about fighting the outlaws who swarmed down from the north to shatter themselves against the stones of the wall of Severus. And I could tell you of the women, the wives and daughters of the legionaries, the ones who danced, the ones who poured the heavy, sour red wine and drank with us out of sweaty leather helmets. I could tell you of Lance Corporal Edward Mullen brimming with that wine, drilling a squad of Roman soldiers, teaching them the manual of arms with their lances, even to the valor of the right foot against the heel of the left, when they came to present. And me, I was applauded loudly when I stood forth and declaimed, Alma Verumque Cano, and followed right through in my best Lakeview High School elegance until I fell flat on my face at the 6th line. And flat on my face I was when the sun came up on Midsummer's Day, in the year of our Lord 410. Flat on my face, with 60 Roman legionaries, none of whom had a worse hangover than the one I sported. That was when I discovered a strange thing. My watch was running backward. Perhaps that was an effect, not a cause. Perhaps the Druid had laid a spell on it that made it, in time, run backwards. Perhaps the going backward in time had affected the watch. I don't know even today. But I have an idea. And tonight, I'm going to find out. The legionaries accepted us. We accepted them, as soldiers are quite apt to do. In time of war, everything is wrong. We were there. We saw no way of returning, so we refused to bother our heads about it. Well, perhaps we were influenced by Elaine. Elaine, the daughter of our friend, the legionary who had first greeted us. His name was Spurius Decius Athelstan Hodrick. Elaine and I fell in love with her. And Edward Mullen fell in love with her. I remember how we talked one early fall day beside the wall. Elaine and I.
I do hate to go.
Well, your father will probably be discharged as soon as he gets back to Rome, and you'll just have to come back here.
I'd like the trip.
Well, I'd take you to Rome, Elaine.
Would you, Bill?
And not in a troop ship either.
I'd like that.
Elaine.
Hmm?
What if I asked your father?
Well,
May I?
no, Greg, don't.
Well, why not?
Well,
Don't you love me? I love you, Elaine.
I like you, Greg.
I try to make you very happy.
Greg,
Well,
no.
when you come back then? Elaine?
When I come back, Greg, Mullen and I are going to be married.
And I talked to Edward Mullen, my friend. And he talked to me.
I don't know what to say, Greg. I know you love her.
Yes. But, Edward, I can't stay here then.
Why?
Well, I can't stay here and see you and Elaine. I just can't do it. It's not... I can't do it.
You'll have to stay, Greg.
No.
But why? Elaine likes you.
Look, old boy, we're friends, aren't we?
Of course we're friends. But don't
Let's always be friends.
Well, where could you go?
Maybe I could go back, Edward.
How?
I'm going to find the druid.
You don't know where he is.
I'm going to the circle.
Greg, now don't be a fool.
No.
Well, what if you can't find him?
Well, the Legion will be gone soon. I'll go over the other side if I can't get back where I belong.
You won't do that.
Listen, Edward, I can do as I please.
Greg,
Can't you see that I don't ever want to see you again? Can't you understand that you're taking from me the one thing?
It was a fair contest, Greg.
Fair contest or no fair contest, do you think I'm going to stay here in this godforsaken place and see you in Elaine every day? And well, don't you understand?
I'm sorry, Greg.
I've got to leave.
I know. I hope you'll forgive me someday, old friend.
I'll never forgive you. I wish I hadn't said that to Edward Mullen. Because I know now I didn't mean it. I knew I didn't mean it a few short hours after I'd had it. I went to the circle that night. At midnight. I stood and looked around me. I could just make out the distant lights from the sentry's guard fire alongside the wall. I looked up at the moon and at the shadows of the stones on the greensward. And I listened to the rustling of the leaves of the ancient oak. And I spoke aloud. Druid, I said. Druid, I need you. Druid, come to me. And I looked down at my wristwatch. And the minute hand slowly moved backward until it touched the figure of 12. It was midnight. And again I heard the solemn tone of the great bell. And from the shadows, the old druid walked slowly toward me. I raised my hand. Druid, I said. Juliet. Let me go back. Juliet, I must go back. And the old man halted by my side. And I saw an infinity of pity in those wise old eyes. And I said again, let me go back. I felt his hand on my arm. And he unfastened my watch and held it up. And from the shadow under the great oak, Edward Mullen and Elaine came toward me. Silently, he fastened the watch on Edward's wrist. And Edward raised his other hand in solemn, final salute. And as the Druid lifted his staff and the veil seemed to slip over the moon, there was a sudden scream from Elaine. And dimly I saw a crowd of shaggy, howling men pour over the wall and race toward my two friends. And brazen trumpets sounded in the darkness as I screamed, no! No, let me come back! The wild, savage men of the North had chosen that moment for their attack. And I had deserted my friend and the woman I loved in the hour of their direst need. And it was 30 years ago that the red-capped MPs found me and got me back to camp. But they never found Edward Mullen, once Lance Corporal of the King's Own Yorkshire Light Infantry, and late legionary in the 9th Legion of Rome, the slow but sure legion. So now Midsummer's Eve is nearly here, and I must have my watch back. And perhaps the Druid will let me come back to the 9th and start over. Maybe I can help if I can get there in time. Maybe not. That skeleton with the wristwatch, with my wristwatch. Its right arm was lifted in a very military, final British Army salute.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story was Not Responsible After 30 Years. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And J. Pat O'Malley played Edward Mullen. The legionary was Court Benson, and his daughter Elaine was Nancy Chardon. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, my good friend Willis Cooper.
The people you heard tonight are not intended to be anyone you know or even anyone you don't know. They're a product of my typewriter and as fictitious as all get out. And next week's Quiet Please story will be entitled What the Lilies Consider. It's about a man who loved flowers and vice versa.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Tonight's Quiet Please show was especially written for your enjoyment, with the hope we would please many people with many different tastes for many different reasons. You like Quiet Please for one reason and you for another. And that's just as it should be. For we in America aren't stamped with a mold. We have our differences in tastes and talents, in hopes and ambition, in color and creed. Our American differences have resulted in a variety of contributions which have made our country great and kept her free. Today, as America seeks to establish peace in the world and to continue prosperity at home, our differences must not divide us or hamper our efforts. On this Flag Day of 1948, let each of us pledge to wipe group prejudice out of our lives by meeting every American as an individual. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The transcribed program to follow replaces Roger Kilgore, usually heard at this time. Roger Kilgore, Public Defender, is heard Tuesday evenings at 7.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Let the Lilies Consider.
Yes, I quite understand. I quite understand. Well, your stenographer is taking down everything I say. You are witnesses. When the stenographer transcribes his notes, I'm to sign them, and that is my confession. Is that right? And whatever I say may be used against me. Is that right? Oh, I'll sign them all right. Where do you want me to start? At the beginning, I suppose. All right. For your record, my name is James R. James. Roderick. 41, third-generation American college graduate. UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles. No occupation. No, not unemployed. No occupation. Well, I have a small but adequate income. You have my address. I was married and... Gretchen. Gretchen McMonnies. Yes, Gretchen is a diminutive of Margaret. Margaret McMonnies. An orphan.
Where's your wife now, James?
Please don't try to trap me, Lieutenant. I've told you at least 20 times where she is.
Tell me again.
Right there. There.
Look, James, we've dug that place up twice now. Your wife isn't there. Where is she?
I've told you.
What did you do with her?
I didn't do anything with her, Lieutenant. I've told you that.
All right. Go on.
I met her at school in 1930.
Did you bury her in the flower bed there?
May I go on?
Answer my question. Did you bury her?
No, I did not.
Then why do you keep saying she's there?
Because...
You killed her.
No!
Well, she's dead. What killed her?
I've told you she isn't dead.
You can't prove it, James.
I can prove it, Lieutenant, but you won't believe it.
Why don't you prove it, then?
Shall I go on with my statement?
Did you plant that lily there to mark her grave, James?
I didn't plant that lily.
How come it grows there? How come it's so much bigger than the others? Answer me.
There were other lilies there alongside it. Before you and your men dug them up?
James, I think I know why that lily is bigger than the others.
You do?
Yes, and so do you.
You're wrong, Lieutenant.
You know why we left that lily standing, James, when we dug up the others?
Yes.
Because we know what's under it there. Because we figured the lily would remind you, would keep you thinking about your wife buried there. Because we hoped it might lead you to a confession.
It won't, Lieutenant.
You know... I have an idea that lily there is going to hang you, James.
No, it isn't. That lily loves me. Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you that Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these.
What are you talking about?
We consider the lilies, and some of us love them. Do you suppose the lilies consider us and sometimes return our love?
I don't think you'll get by with an insanity plea, James.
I don't know very much about flowers. I don't know anything about them from the standpoint of books. I'm not interested in stamens and pistils and the anatomy of flowers. Well, I'm interested in their souls. In their souls. I believe flowers love and hate just as people do.
Shall we get along with your statement?
Yes. They love us and hate us in the proportions of the love or the hate we have for them. I said I've always loved flowers. My wife, Gretchen, she hated. And they love me.
Gretchen.
You know, James, I declare I think flowers don't like me at all. I can't do a thing with them.
You'll learn. I'll show you how to handle them.
I don't think I want to handle them. James, must we have so many flowers?
Why? I like them, dear.
But so many of them.
Well, I haven't anything else to do but raise flowers.
I know, that's what bothers me. I don't like to see you wasting all your time puttering around flower beds every single hour. Goodness, I think it's just kind of wicked, James, when there's so many other things you could be doing.
Aren't you happy?
Of course I'm happy, but I could be happier if I didn't have to compete with a lot of silly flowers.
Well, I don't think they're silly.
Besides, there's so many lilies.
Well, they're so beautiful.
They're so depressing.
I love them.
That's what bothers me, James.
Why?
Well, I'm jealous of them, James.
Gretchen.
James, you do love me more than you love the flowers, don't you?
Isn't that a pretty foolish question?
James?
What?
Look. Look at the lilies.
Why, what do you...
Look at them. They're listening. They're waiting to hear what you say.
And I looked. And I tell you, there was a silence in the garden there that you could almost hear. And the lilies around us were leaning forward, leaning toward us as we stood there. And there was an attitude of expectancy about them, as their graceful stems bent toward us, trembling. They were listening. And suddenly Gretchen broke from my arms and ran sobbing into the house, trampling their beautiful, delicate bodies underfoot as she ran. No, I didn't follow her. And I stood for a long time in the twilight, considering these lilies of the field. And they watched me, considering me in silence as I lifted up the murdered flowers from the marks of Gretchen's shoes in the soil, and wept a moment for them. And I never did answer Gretchen's question. I could have answered it. She never asked me again. Perhaps she thought she knew the answer.
So that's why you killed her. Because you thought more of the flowers than you did of her.
I didn't kill her.
Go on.
I did love Gretchen. I love her now more than I ever did.
It sounds as if you did.
We were very happy for a long time that winter. There are no flowers in the winter, and she had no cause to feel neglected. It was very pleasant here in the house, but the spring came and the buds appeared on the trees, and one day she brought up the subject again.
James, what about the flowers this year?
I'm going to start in the gardens tomorrow.
I wish...
Wish what, darling?
Do we have to have the flowers again?
We don't have to have them, but I want them.
It's been so nice all winter without them.
I've missed them.
I'd hoped you'd maybe forgotten them, James.
Forgotten them? Why, darling, I don't believe I could live without them.
If they all died, what would you do?
I don't know.
Would you die?
Well, what are you talking about, Gretchen?
I'm being very foolish and very silly, James, but I don't want the flowers. I hate flowers.
No, dear.
I hate them.
You mustn't say that, Gretchen. They'll hate you.
That's just what's the matter. You've let those flowers become an obsession with you. You've begun to feel that they're alive, that they have feelings. You're letting these things take you away from me, and I won't have it.
Gretchen, you're being...
I said I was being silly. I know I am. But it's the truth just the same. Oh, we could do so many things this summer. Go to so many places.
But I don't want to go places, Gretchen.
You did before you went so crazy over flowers. Over those horrible lilies.
Darling, they're so beautiful.
You used to say I was beautiful.
Well, you are.
But not as beautiful as the lilies. Am I?
Why, dear, you're like a lily yourself. Your skin is so white, your yellow hair, and that green dress.
Don't you compare me with one of those things. Do you hear me? I'm not like a flower. I'll never be like a flower.
Dear, please, don't...
James, do you know what I think? Sometimes I think there's something wrong with your mind. Sometimes I think you're a little crazy. Do you realize that I'm your wife, do you? Or do you think you're married to those flowers? I won't have it. You've got to choose between those dreadful flowers and me.
I wondered if my mind was all right. There's nothing wrong with loving flowers, is there? Almost everyone loves them. But for my wife to be jealous of them, I wondered for a moment whether it was my mind or hers. Yes, I did spend too much time in the gardens, I thought, and I resolved manfully to change my way, to devote only a few hours a day to cultivation and admiration of my precious lilies. I would compromise. I would try to follow my wife's wishes, try to remember her first, instead of the flowers. I reckoned without the flowers. I planted only half as many this year, and Gretchen watched sullenly from the house. They came up eagerly, and I could have sworn that there were twice as many as I planted. Gretchen wouldn't speak to me for days at a time, and mornings when I awoke, I would sometimes find her staring out the window at the lushness of the garden. And in her eyes, I saw a look of awful hatred. It was her attitude, I suppose, that led me to spend more and more time in the garden. And the flowers rewarded me. They were more beautiful, more gracious, more abundant than I've ever seen them. And they returned the loving care I gave them. They poured out their love for me in waves of scent. And their leaves caressed my hands as I bent over them. And as I labored among them, they bent their perfect heads to brush against my cheek. And for long hours I could forget Gretchen, my wife. Until a rustle among the lilies caused me to look up and see my wife standing in a window in the house, gazing out hatefully at us. And the lilies and I looked back at her with something of fear in our hearts. And the garden grew and flourished beyond my fondest hopes. Slowly, I came to the realization that my garden of lilies was increasing in size, that there were hundreds more than I'd set out in a spring, and I smiled on them happily, and the lilies smiled back at me. The lilies loved me. But there was a summer night and a full moon, and I sat on the porch alone and dreamed of... What did I dream of? There was a voice, a murmurous voice above the little breeze in the garden, and the voice was without words, and yet it was the voice of a loved one, of a lover. And it spoke to me sadly, caressingly, in sounds that did not need the form of words. And I sat there, alone in the darkness, and listened. And at last the words came.
James!
I love you. Oh. Why, Gretchen.
James, I can't stand it any longer.
What's the matter, Gretchen?
I told you a long time ago that you've got to choose between me and those flowers.
Now, dear,
I'm not going to live in this house like a prisoner any longer. Those flowers are driving me mad. I never see you from morning till night. You've forgotten all about me. I don't mean a thing to you.
Well, that's not true, Gretchen. I do love you.
But you love those flowers more.
Gretchen,
Well?
I love you.
And what are you going to do about it?
What shall I do?
Do you want the flowers or do you want me?
I...
Choose, James.
Gretchen.
Love you.
I can't. I can't. And Gretchen turned away without another word and went into the house. I could not move. The chanting in my ears had become a hypnotic lullaby now, and my eyes closed, and I think I slept. And then suddenly I was awakened by Gretchen's shrill laughter somewhere and the flaring of a brilliant light. 'Wahine! 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 ' and the garden was a sheet of flame. Among the lilies, Gretchen dashed with a great torch she'd fashioned of a broom soaked with kerosene. The noble, tall lilies withered in its blast as she thrust it in their faces. And above the crackling of the flames, above her hysterical laughter, I could hear the keening of strange, lost voices, and I could make out words above the sound of the catastrophe that my wife had begun, and they were sad beyond belief. And I roused myself and ran to the garden, but I was too late. Like some avenging demon, my wife stood triumphant amidst the scorched and blistered dying flowers, and she laughed again. And now she thought she'd won, and there were no more flowers to be jealous of. And when the sun rose in the morning, I went sadly out of the house to contemplate the miserable remains of my loved ones. It was as if nothing had happened in that dreadful night. The lilies that I had last seen, smoldering in the moonlight, had raised their smiling heads again, and there was no sign of fire about them. And listen to this, you who refuse to believe that flowers, too, live and reason and love. There were thousands more lilies now than had been the night before. They had burst the bounds of the garden, and they extended halfway across the graveled walk that bordered the garden. And from the house came the despairing sobbing of the woman who had tried desperately to destroy the flowers that loved me. I had feared for my wife's sanity. Now I feared for my own. It was hours before she could do more than weep. At last she spoke to me.
James, I'm going to leave here.
No, Gretchen.
I've got to. I didn't believe, but
I won't let you go.
you don't love me. Why should I stay? They've won. They'll never forgive me. They'll kill me.
No.
James, I want you to listen to me. I love you. I'll always love you.
I love you, Gretchen.
But you love the flowers more than you do me.
No. No, I don't.
You don't mean that.
I do mean it.
But it's no use. They love you, James. They're going to have you. I tried to destroy them, and they can't be destroyed. If I don't get away from here...
I can't let you go, Gretchen.
I love you, James.
Stay.
What if I do stay? I'll die. They'll have you.
No.
They hate me.
Gretchen.
They love you. And I do.
Well, I don't know, but...
You can't fight them. You won't fight them.
No, I can't fight them. They love me.
And I love you, James. It's too late now to choose.
I won't let them have you. I love you.
Look at the window.
I looked at the window. Outside stood another lily. It had been done there before this morning. There it stood. And as I raised my head, I could see more and more of them all the way across the lawn, overflowing the garden walls. Thousands of them, each with its flower cup, turned toward the house, each one listening. And I turned back to Gretchen, miserable and afraid. She'd risen from the bed and was standing before her dresser. "Gretchen!" I called, for I knew what was in the second drawer of the dresser.
There's no other way, James.
"Put it down, Gretchen. We'll think of a way."
There's no other way. I don't know how this has happened, but I believe now. I believe they love you, James, and they hate me.
"Gretchen, no. Put it down."
No, James. This is the way out. It's the only way out. I won't let them have you. I won't give you up.
And she raised the pistol until it pointed straight at my heart. And I said once more, "No, Gretchen."
It has to be this way, James. And then I'll go out and give myself up to them. Darling, I love you.
I must have lain there for a long, long time. At last my eyes opened, and it was dusk again, and I struggled to rise. My side pained horribly, and it was a long time before I could reconstruct what had happened. And I lay there thinking, wondering, what had happened to Gretchen? Was I to die here alone? Was she dead too?
Love you, love you.
And then I heard the voice again.
Love you, love
Gretchen.
you. You will not die. Gretchen has not died. We love you. We want you to be happy. You love Gretchen. Gretchen lives. Gretchen loves you.
And I drifted away again into the gathering darkness, with the voice
Love you.
still ringing in my
Love
ears.
you. Love you.
It's a fine story, James.
Yes.
You didn't tell us before that you'd been shot.
Here's the scar.
Yeah. What became of your wife?
That's a remarkably beautiful lily there. The big one. The one you couldn't remove when you were digging.
Well?
Gretchen was gold and white like a lily. Gretchen's green dress was the color of leaves.
What are you trying to tell me, James?
Do you see something on the stem of that lily, Lieutenant?
Where?
Just below the flower.
Let me see. It's a ring.
Our wedding ring.
How'd it get there?
Gretchen.
What?
I told you she was here with us. Darling?
Love you, love you, love you.
No, I didn't get it signed, Chief. There wasn't anybody there to sign it. I'm telling you, I heard the voice myself. It kept saying, love you, love you, love you. That's right. We looked around to see where it was coming from, and when we turned around again, James was gone. I don't know. All I know is there were 2 lilies there now, close together, great big ones. And they looked as if they had their arms around each other.
Quiet Please for tonight was called Let the Lilies Consider. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. James, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell.
And Kathleen Cordell played Gretchen. The voice of the Lilies was Peggy Stanley, and James Bowles was the police lieutenant. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Of course, you will never meet any of the characters in tonight's story. They didn't exist before I thought them up, and they're not imitations of anybody. Next week, Quiet Please story will be called Wahine, Tahiti.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York
and was transcribed earlier from Eastern Mutual for this presentation. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Wahine, Tahiti. Her name used to be the Bethia, but when His Majesty's Navy commissioned her, they changed her name, of course. I remember her very, very well. I remember her as we weighed anchor off St. Helens that wintry afternoon 2 days before Christmas and stood down the channel. I remember her in the howling gales north of the Horn when the wind and the icy rain fair threatened to rip the sails off her. I remember her in the flat calms of the Southern Ocean, too, with the sun starting to tar from her deck seams and 45 men, officers and able seamen and cooks and gardener and all, panting for breath between the two tropics. And I remember her burning, a broken and looted wreck on the beach far below at 120 west longitude and latitude 25 south. And I harked back to the dismal December day when the voyage began. If I could have known what lay ahead, I'd have jumped overboard, I would, in that tempestuous sea, and I'd have gone back somehow to a lighterman's life in the River Thames. Never seen Tahiti or Tupua. Or maybe I wouldn't have. Maybe I'd have stopped aboard anyway, as I did. I'd be here just as I am now, the last man. Tahiti told me about it, of course. Else how would I know why we came to Tahiti? And father. Tahiti led his wife to me all these long years on this lonely place. It was the women, of course. They'd taken more than a fancy to the English sailors who came to the lovely island with Captain Cook, and they prayed for the white man to come back. They shouldn't have done it. But they prayed to Wahine Tahiti. Wahine Tahiti, the mother goddess, the secret protectress of the women of Tahiti. A goddess who went away from Tahiti and, well, I'll tell you about that. Wahine Tahiti, woman of Tahiti, that's her name. She has no other name. Then, since she went away, they don't remember her anymore. They've forgotten Wahine Tahiti. And they've forgotten the lovely women who came with her. Maimiti, Tarua, and Parahiti, that was my wife. Then, of course, they've forgotten that. Parahiti told me how the women met and prayed and sang at the hidden marae under the hillside, the temple of volcanic rock the men didn't know about. She told me how they sang in the leafy shadows there and called upon Wahine Tahiti to vouchsafe an answer to their prayers. She told me how Wahine Tahiti did appear, and how she did speak to her mortal sister.
Comfort yourselves, sisters, for the men come in the canoe with the white wings. Theirs is a journey of hardship and suffering, and vested with them. You have prayed me to bring them, I have promised. They will come. Even at this moment, the great canoe spreads its wings and defies the storm as its master looks across the world of the waters to Tahiti.
And sure it was. For I reckoned back the day Wahine Tahiti spoke to the women. And it was the 23rd of December, 1787, 2 days before Christmas. And moreover, she spoke of the other great war canoes that lay at anchor and how they made solemn sounds with their great guns. And I remembered how the other ships did salute us with cannons as the little 90-foot transport stood down the brawling channel away from them. Tahiti told me how the goddess spoke of the tyranny of the captain to his men. And I remembered, too, what I'd heard with my own 2 ears, the captain bellowing to Samuel the clerk.
See here, Mr. Samuel.
The issue at the provision.
I have no complaint from you about the qualities of provisions I've laid in, and I have no complaint furthermore from any man of the crew, you hear? For if I do, I'll have the man trussed up in cancer, do you hear, Mr. Samuel? And we'll see the color of his blood under the cap. And that applies to you, Kosher. So give me none of your fool's argument. Salt, hard, and weevily biscuits for sailorman's lot, and they'll like it. And so will you, Mr. Samuel, do you hear me, sir?
I remember that all too well. All too well. Then for our Christmas dinner, salt horse and weevily biscuit, and what the worms had left of the cheese. Nor did the officers fare much better, except for the captain, who ate alone. I had it from Hall the cook that he ate plum pudding and drank brandy with his joint of fair, fresh roast beef. Fresh beef, do you hear? It was many a year ago, and there's never been a roast of beef for me in all that time, for which my mouth's watering now, I'd say, alas. And in Tahiti, the sun shone brightly all the day, and many a man wondered what secret the women had amongst them, and why they burst into song and laughter 100 times a day. This, of course, we could not know, since only the captain and the master and the master's mate had ever seen the Isle of Tahiti before. Now, it was a wondrous long voyage we had in this doughty little cockle shell, not much bigger than a man-of-war's longboat. And I'm speaking of it one night to McCoy, the Scotsman from Kirkintilloch, as we stood anchor watch in Salt Bay off the Cape of Good Hope. I said, McCoy, I'd got a good mind to jump ship.
Look, I'd do it myself, Smith. Again, there was a chance of getting ashore without being gobbled up by the sharks.
And I believe if we passed the word, there'd be more than us to try to beach.
No, I thought I would boggle at nothing at all in the way of food, man. I've had nothing to eat since the morning, except a bite of biscuit and a sup of greenish water.
He's starving.
Aye, starving every man jack aboard. The horses is eating.
McCoy, step up here for a bit.
Hmm? What's that food?
Don't talk so loud.
Oh, he's asleep.
Well, the match is on the quarterdeck. Don't speak easy.
I think you're the one that wanted to speak.
And so I will.
Hey,
Mac, have you heard the talk?
I've heard nothing but talk as long as I've been aboard the sucker.
You have?
Hey.
What kind of talk?
Oh, it never place even going a voyaging with you grumbling, though he had come there 3 times a day.
This is the mere grumbling stage. So I hear.
Oh, do you know?
Have you heard aught?
Hey, I have.
And?
I don't like it. Look.
How do you like being starved in and beaten? Being at the mercy of that brute of a man up?
The captain, you mean? Ask you, Smith. I've served time under more than a few captains of His Majesty's booty. I thought I'd met some rare, hard men. But this one, this one's the devil straight from hell. And one day...
Well, one day...
One day may have someone will send him back to the place whence he came.
What did you hear?
I thought I heard someone laugh.
There's nobody on deck. It's a fire back in the quarterdeck.
Ah, no, Smith, it wasn't a fire.
Oh, well, then who?
Yes. I could have sworn it was a woman laughing. Out there in the black darkness beyond.
And on the island of Tahiti at that very moment. For it was 5 months almost to the day after we'd set sail from the Isle of Wight. The women of Tahiti gathered at the hidden marae. Listened as Wahine Tahiti laughed and set the echoes laughing in the darkness of the forest glade.
Comfort yourselves, my pretty ones, my anxious ones. You have asked, and Wahine Tahiti grants your prayers. So come, but it's a far journey and a long one. Wahine Tahiti will tell you when to deck yourselves with flowers and go down to the beach to meet them.
Great Wahine, why do you laugh? Great Wahine, have we offended?
Hootsie.
It is I, Great Wahine. I, Parahahiti.
No, you have not offended Parahahiti.
Then why do you laugh, Wahine Tahiti?
Oh, it is my humor to laugh, my daughter, at the shortcomings of those who serve me, even as all who hold power have some secret scorn for their servants.
Have we transgressed, then, O Wahine, in asking for this favor?
No, not transgress, Parahahiti, not transgress.
Just then, Wahine.
You are bold, Parahahiti. For those who are overbold, I have certain special favors. Take care, Parahahiti.
I serve the great Wahine Tahiti. You have promised. You will not withhold.
I will not withhold. No, I will not withhold.
But you laugh.
I laughed, my daughter, as I looked across the oceans to see the men who come to you. I laughed as I heard them plotting against their leader and foretelling his death.
You promised us, great Wahine.
And I will fulfill my promise. But remember, There is no gifts without payment. We will pay, Grace Wahine. Yes, you will pay. You will pay with exile and weeping, and you and the men who come to you in the great war canoe with white wings will die in a far unknown place. With your own hands shall you slay them.
This, Tahiti told me long years after the prophecy had come to pass. She told me how she fell on her knees and implored the goddess to spare them. She told how after a long silence the goddess laughed again at them and gave her word that one at least of the women would be spared, to live forever. She would not tell that woman's name, so that they all glanced at each other secretly, hoping that each one, she herself, would be the one. The fate of certain white men was also set and sealed with the seal of Wahine, Tahiti. Far away at the Cape of Good Hope, a little 90-foot vessel weighed anchor again and stood out to sea on a course set for the South Seas. Then on the 20th of August, 1788, a cold, early spring day, we dropped anchor in Adventure Bay in Van Diemen's Land. And we were a lean and tattered crew. The captain had driven us hard and flogged us, starved us, and held us to our course through storm and calm under the whiplash of his voice for 9 long months. But I remember another night after we'd put out from Adventure Bay on the last leg of our voyage to Tahiti. How McCoy and I stood again at the wheel with only the tiny light from the binnacle flickering before us. Whispered together again.
He's no man, Smith, but a beast. He deserves to die like a beast. I'll take care, man. Aye, I'll take care. But I tell you, Smith, when we get to Tahiti...
What do you do?
Oh, I'm gonna jump ship, man.
You'll hang it.
If they catch me. And perhaps he won't catch me. Perhaps he'll be lying aft in his bunk with a clasp knife in his throat.
Take care.
Aye. I'll say no more about it. But there's more than one aboard this ship that'd furnish the clasp knife, and not a few that'd use it too.
To make it full.
What's the course, man?
East by West, sir.
Keep us over for another half hour.
Right, sir?
By night?
Aye, is that, sir? Sir?
Well, McCoy?
This the Tahiti now, sir. You've been there?
Yes. It's a paradise, McCoy.
Are the women beautiful, sir?
Eh? Oh, the most beautiful in the whole world, Smith. And do they have plenty to eat, sir?
Unlike us, they do, McCoy.
Aye, so. And there'd be hills and jungles too, sir?
Oh, yes.
And where a man might never be found if the needy people with the, let's see, take a liking to him?
Well, they're very friendly people, McCoy. A man who jumped ship might be able to elude capture.
Oh, I didn't say anything about jumping ship, sir.
But it isn't a good idea to murder the captain of one of His Majesty's ships.
Sir?
I was just thinking aloud, McCoy.
Sir, McCoy didn't mean that. He was just thinking.
I don't know what you're talking about, Smith. Here, you men hungry.
Oh, thank you, sir.
It isn't much, but...
Sir, you've never starved.
Haven't I? Well, just be careful, men.
Well, sir, 7 bills.
Strike it.
Aye, sir.
And remember, you'd never see England again.
Scotland, sir. Kirkintilloch, hard by Glasgow.
I'm from Cumberland myself. I wonder if ever I'll see Mail and Clear again.
Ran through the warm tropic seas again night after the starry night with the Southern Cross over the port quarter. And day after blazing day on the northeasterly course for the Society Islands and the Isle of Tahiti. Short rations and hinted scurvy amongst us. And the wicked hiss of the cat-o'-nine-tails of the gangway. The sobbing cries of a British seaman flogged for asking if he'd be fed like a man, not as a pig. And one day a cloud on the far horizon, and we knew our long voyage was nearly over. Tahiti at last, with the peak of Wahine towering high in the distance, and lush greenness wherever the eye passed. And we got back there in Malabar Harbor, Tahiti, after a voyage of more than 27,000 miles in almost 2 years. And as we've been told, it was a fair island. And the women were beautiful. Let me pass over the labors we performed at Tahiti, bringing aboard the breadfruit trees we set out for to fetch them to the West Indies. Let me pass over the indignities we suffered at the captain's hands and at the hands of his one loyal aide, the Clark Samuel. The downright thievery of the two of them, taking from us the gifts of food we'd received from our friends on the island, the appropriation of the pearls and the carved woods they three-handedly gave us. And McCoy did jump ship and was caught. He got 3 dozen lashes for it. And I had met Arahai. And at last the night came, I must say farewell.
What's next? You are to stay.
I'll come back one day, Arahai. There's nothing to do now but go.
No.
I say I'll be found as McCoy was found. He thought he'd take me away anyway.
No.
I will come back, Tahiti. I'll come back.
Do you love me?
I love you, Tahiti, more than I thought I could love mortal. I dare not.
She promised you would stay.
Who promised?
Oh, Wahine, Tahiti, what have you done to your children? Wahine, Tahiti, you have lied to us and deceived us. You have denied us, Wahine, Tahiti. Oh, great Wahine, we hold you to your promise. Give us our men, the men from beyond.
And there was a great clap of thunder, then the spirit died down. I heard the sound of a distant voice speaking in a strange language. And again the voice of Tahiti as she turned to me in the starlit darkness and spoke again.
Go. Go, my husband. And come back to me. Wahine, Tahiti has come.
And blown into shouts of the men calling to me to hurry lest I miss the last boat to the homeward bound ship. There were a few aboard who thought that now we'd set our course for England, the captain would be in a merrier mood. He was not. He kept the charts locked up. He alone could navigate us to England half a world away. We thought our life was a hell on the outward voyage. I say to you, that was a pleasant, lightsome, gay excursion compared to what we suffered when we headed away from Tahiti. I am not describe it lest I turn your stomach. And Wahine, Tahiti lost again from the heights of Wahine. And in the early morning twilight, she spoke to her daughters again.
Be at peace, my little ones. I have tested your faith, and you have believed. And now the fulfillment. For the men of the white-winged canoes arise now, and they turn their weapons against the one who would take them away from you.
And on the ship, I awoke to the sound of voices shouting, and I ran on deck. The captain stood beside the mainmast, and his hands were tied. He was at last a frightened man. And before him stood the master's mate, and behind him the men of the crew armed and murderous. I heard the captain's voice again. Mr. Christian, what is the meaning of this folly?
This is mutiny, Captain Bligh. I am in command of the Bounty.
I heard Captain Bligh plead for his life. Mr. Christian, let us complete our difficulty.
Do not murder me, Mr. Christian!
And I heard Fletcher Christian answer him sternly.
Captain Bligh, you've forfeited your life 1,000 times over.
I saw at last the ship's launch hoisted over the side. I saw Captain Bligh boarded with certain men who had neither the honor nor the hardihood to follow the leadership of Fletcher Christian. And what became of Captain Bligh and the others who departed with him, I know not. For we never saw him again.
We cannot remain here, men. For Bligh, if he does reach England, will set all his Majesty's navy about our ears. If it takes until the end of time, they'll never give us up to revolt when from a yard arm in a British port.
And so at long last the promise of Wahine Tahiti was fulfilled. She had pulled us from our native lands to the Isle of Tahiti Nui. And now the women who had won it as their prizes set sail with us, never to see their own island again as long as they lived. 9 men from the Bounty, 6 men from Tahiti for servants, 9 women of Tahiti. And we sailed away to Pitcairn's Island. For a time they prospered, and the memory of the Wahine's price for her favor had almost faded. For 15 men, 9 women, a fatal number. Love, jealousy, hatred, murder. First the Tahitian women. First the Tahitian men, then one by one the Bounty's men. Such a Christian, the master's mate. Mills, the gunner's mate, gentle William Dunn, the gardener, who had never before sailed the seas. McCoy and Quintal and Williams and Martin, the able seamen. I alone was left with the Bounty's crew. And at last, Tahiti told me of the Wahine's prophecy. How we should all come to death at the hands of the ones from Tahiti. How all the women too should die, save one. And I listened in silence, for I was alone with only the few women, a few children on Pitcairn's Island.
And so the prophecy is nearly fulfilled, Smith, as I have told you. So that we know not who is the one of the women to live forever, as Wahine Tahiti promised.
And as she spoke and fell silent, I saw a change come over this woman, this Tahiti, my wife. I saw her transfigured, terrible on the edge of the cliff, high above the burned wreckage of the Bounty. I heard her speak again, and in a new voice.
Farewell, Englishmen. The bargain is kept.
Now I take the body of Tahiti for my own, and she shall live forever, and watch with my eyes over the sons and the daughters of those I brought to wed with my own.
The title of tonight's Quiet Place story was Wahine Tahiti. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. And Alexander Smith, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. And J. Pat O'Malley played McCoy, Roy Irving was Fletcher Christian, and Charles Penman was Captain Bligh. Tahiti was Tarita Bauer, and Wahine Tahiti was Harriet Priestley. Music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Brooks. Now for word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
The characters in tonight's story really lived, as you well know. The events in the story might have happened, or they might not. Alexander Smith actually was the last survivor of the Bounty, but he told many conflicting stories of what had actually happened. Next week, a Quiet Please story called As Long as I Live.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This program is heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called As Long as I Live.
You ever know a medium? I mean, the producer's ghosts and spirit voices, the paper rapping and stuff. I was married to one.
Sure, it's phony. Most of them are phony. Some of them ain't. Some of them legit. I hear. You got a minute? Let me tell you, huh? Me? No, I'm not going anyplace for a while. Time I got lots of. You go for this stuff? You don't, huh? Don't believe in it? Yeah, that's what they all say. Never had your fortune told, huh? Never had your hand read, the palmistry, at the carnival, amusement park, anything like that? I thought so. Sure, everybody's made one tap at least of supernatural stuff, a cult. Sure, even when you read the fortune on the card that comes out of the penny weighing machine, you're on the edges of it. Human nature, that dog. Human nature. And it pays off right well when you're in the business. I know. Listen, it's good money, the psychic business, but stay out of it. It's not all phonies. Yeah, if Georgie was here. But Georgie ain't. Georgie. My wife. The medium. We had this old house in Chicago out on the west side, Georgie and me and Uncle Art. I never knew a good deal about Uncle Art, except he was born in 1845, which would make him 97 years old. He was my father's great uncle. He was a kind of recluse when I was a kid. Tall, skinny old Swede, lived all alone in a little brown painted house on Margaret Street. Never went out without a shawl around his head. But he always kind of liked me, even when I was a little bitty kid. Had my first drink at Uncle Art's house, Swedish punch. Man. And drug at Christmas time, hot and full of raisins and nuts and spices. Quite a thing, drug, especially for a 10-year-old brat. Well, Georgie and I had quite a discussion about Uncle Art when he got the letter saying he was coming to live with us.
Well, you said I have to look after him, Jen. But I'm not picking up after you, let alone an old man that probably hasn't got all his buttons.
No, he's got good sense. He's only 97. He comes from Dalina, where they live to be 1,000,000 years old and dry up and blow away.
You got any money?
Yeah, must have.
Couldn't you go to an old folks' home or something?
And leave the dough to the old folks, you crazy?
Wonder how much you got. Oh, darn it, I'm sorry. That was a terrible thing to say. Poor guy all alone.
Sure. He was nice to me when I was a kid. And he won't cost much to keep.
We'll take your pay to keep.
Oh, Hank just like her. You like him, Georgie.
Ever been married or anything?
Well, there's a kind of mystery, No? There was a cousin Flora. I don't know who she was, but there was some kind of story about this cousin Flora back in Sweden. She came over to the country. They were going to be married, but she died in the Chicago fire in 1871.
And he kept house all by himself, all those years.
Yeah, I suppose.
Maybe he's forgotten her, though. A long time ago, I guess.
No, he hasn't forgotten her. I don't think he has. I remember when I was a kid, he used to have a big carved Swedish chest.
I hope that's it.
Yeah, I guess so. It was all full of old-fashioned clothes. I got into it one afternoon at his house while he was asleep. Funny clothes. I remember a purple velvet dress.
Was she pretty?
I don't know. Never saw any pictures of it.
Didn't you ever ask him about it?
Nobody ever mentioned it to him. I remember my dad said something about her once. The old man ordered him right out of the house. Poor old guy.
Well, we'll make his last year comfortable, Jen.
That my baby? You're a good kid, George.
The mist so clear now in the ray of moonlight. Is it moonlight? Falls between the tall trees. And I see a face. It is a little girl, a golden-haired little girl in a gown of shining silver. Her arms are outstretched. She is seeking someone. She stops. She wants to tell me her name. Her name. Wait. She said her name is Rosalind.
Rosalind, for God's sakes, George.
Oh, that's right. I forget it all the time, darn it. Rosalind. Rose.
Okay, don't forget it. If old lady Watkins hears you calling her darling baby out of her name, it'll screw up everything. And she's worth dough, Kitty.
I know, I'll remember. Where's Uncle Art?
In the hammock out in the backyard.
I don't think he likes me very much, Jim.
You're crazy. You think you're swell.
Uh-uh.
Well, he don't talk much to anybody, not even me.
Acts like he's scared of me.
What are you talking about?
I'm not kidding. You ever see anybody put their hand like this?
No.
I have. Tell you what it is.
Well?
That's what people in the old country call horns of the devil. Corny di Diablo, old man Gabacchio used to say down on Taylor Street when I was a kid.
For what?
Well, you see, you hold 2 middle fingers with your thumb, stick your first finger and your little finger out like horns, see? So you point at people.
Well, what for?
Good time against evil eye.
What are you talking about?
That's Uncle Art when he's with me. He holds his hand like that all the time.
You think you got the evil eye?
It sure does, honey.
Ah,
Funny part of it is, baby, what do I have?
you're screwed.
You know, fooling around with all this psychic stuff like I have, every once in a while you begin to wonder about things.
Like what?
I don't know, Ben. I mean, things.
Well, like what things, sweetie?
Ben, listen, when he makes the corny di diablo at me, I get the most awful pains around my heart.
My darling. Honey, you stop. You stop that, you hear? You're letting this stuff get you. You can't do that. You're just being silly.
Yeah, I know. I know, Ben, but you're still in your eyes. You know, if you fool around with this stuff, you're going to wonder if maybe you really are psychic.
You said that. You're not.
I know, but... Oh, Jim!
Georgie, what's the matter?
My heart! What's the matter, Jen? Is your wife sick all of a sudden?
And I looked up, startled, as the old man spoke from the doorway. Uncle Art stepped forward, his hand outstretched to help me support George. The fingers of his right hand were still clenched into the horns of the devil, into the charm against the evil eye. And then he opened his hands, and Georgie straightened up in my arms and drew a long breath and smiled at me. But I looked into her face, and there wasn't any smile in her eyes.
I'm all right. I'm all right, son. Tell Uncle Art I'm all right.
And I looked deep into her unsmiling eyes, and I felt my own right hand twitch, and I looked down at it. My forefinger and little finger had formed the shape of the charm against the evil eye. I lay awake a long time that night. Georgie, as long as we've been married, has always insisted on sleeping with a light on in the room, and well, after all these years, I'd gotten used to it, too. But she had a most disconcerting, is that the word? Disconcerting way of sleeping. A way that used to bother me at first when I woke up in the night and turned my head to hers on the pillow beside me. Well, she slept with her eyes open. No, don't be silly. Not wide open, but not quite closed. Georgie was a very good-looking woman, mind you, but asleep, with her eyelids not quite meeting and just a little of the pupil showing. She seemed to be staring. Well, like, well, I don't want to tell you what it looks like if you've never seen it. Oh, no, she'd be sound asleep, sure. We used to laugh about it. I got used to it. She said lots of people sleep that way. I don't know. I'd got so it didn't bother me anymore, like I said, but, well, this time, I'd shut my eyes, and then I'd have to open them again. And there'd be that glitter between her eyelid from the light of the lamp, like... I don't know why I did it. It sounds foolish, but... well, I made the corny di diablo at her. And stopped breathing. And I thought I'd never get my fingers apart. They were cramped, stiff, unwilling. But in a couple of seconds, I guess I managed to pry them apart. And Georgie started breathing again, and she smiled and turned her face away from me. And for a long time, I lay there listening to her soft, even breathing beside me and saying over and over to myself, Georgie, I love you. And believe me, I did love her. But a thought came crawling in from the back of my mind, and it took hold of my brain. The first thing I knew, I was in those dreadful minutes between being awake and falling asleep, and I thought, Georgie, I love you. And I can kill you whenever I want to. And at last I fell asleep. And I dreamed about a woman in an old-fashioned purple velvet dress. A woman who laughed in a strange way. And I could never see her face. Only the purple velvet dress. And then the morning came, and it seemed all confused in my mind, and Georgie was cheerful and happy in the kitchen as we ate breakfast together, and I guess I held her hand thinking, There's a lot of nonsense, a lot of bad dreams, a lot of nightmares. Everything's all right, of course. And it was really quite pleasant, the two of us. And it was that way for a week, maybe. We did a seance for Mrs. Wattis, and Georgie remembered to call the little girl Rosalind, and old Mrs., I forget her name, cried in the dark, asked questions about how Rosalind was doing in the great beyond, and Georgie made her happy with her answers, and we made $75 out of that. She bought a new hat that was just a hat brim with flowers on it, not at all the kind of hat you'd expect a spirit medium to wear. So it went on, as I said. We hardly ever saw Uncle Lars. He used to get up and make his own coffee first thing in the morning, long before we woke up. Then he'd go sit in the backyard, smoke cigars, and read. So this one morning, we're sitting there, looking at the papers and being quietly happy. When Georgie got up to pour another cup of coffee, she stopped at the back door and looked out.
Ben, where's Uncle Lars?
In the hammock, isn't he?
I don't see him.
He's probably putzing around with a flower.
No, not in the garden. I don't see him. Uncle Lars!
The heck, maybe he's still asleep.
He's always up so early.
Well, let him sleep. He's an old man.
I better see. I don't know. You know, something might be... I better see with him.
Yeah, he's asleep. Don't wake him.
Jim?
Is he all right?
Jim, come here.
Well, what's the matter?
Come in here, quick.
What's the matter?
Pete, something's the matter with him.
Uncle Lars. He's had a stroke, that's what it is.
It was all right, Jim, when I came in the room. He was breathing just like a baby, and then when I came over and looked at him, he was kind of gasped, and that awful look came on his face. Jim, what's the matter with you?
You looked at him. All right, he was 97 years old. He was entitled to a stroke. How do I know she did it? How do I know anything? How do I know when I pointed my finger at her that night, she stopped breathing? Well, all I can do is tell you what happened. No, he wasn't dead. We took him to the hospital, and he was there a long time. The doctor told me it was perfectly natural, a stroke. He'd be all right for a while, it said, then he'd have another, and that'd be that. So I said to myself, sure, it's natural. There's nothing magic. There's nothing, evil about this thing. Georgie couldn't be to blame. And reason that she was, which I said to myself is silly. She couldn't help it. She didn't mean anything. She liked the old man. All right. You remember that woman in the purple dress I dreamed about, the purple velvet dress? The one in Flora's Hope chair? Mm-hmm. Georgie, I said one day. Georgie, the funniest thing, I've been dreaming about that purple velvet dress I told you about. You remember?
In the tub?
Yeah.
I bet there's a lot of stuff in there.
It's heavy, all right.
Funny about him and that girl that died.
Yeah.
He must have been awful in love with her.
Yeah.
Dreamed of her, then.
How do you mean?
Well, no, they mean different things. I wondered. Maybe you dreaming about her?
I didn't say I dreamed about her. I said the dress.
Well, maybe that's a symbol. Maybe that means... Maybe he's going to die. Maybe she's telling us that. Maybe there's something in the chest we ought to know
Let's
about.
not monkey with the chest.
She might be trying to tell us something.
Oh, stop, Georgie.
No, Jim, I don't know it. So there's a lot of things we don't understand.
And then I got mad and I said, oh, for Pete's sake, let's get out of this stupid business. It's making us all nutty. Georgie said it wasn't stupid, and so we got into a fight. I got up and put on my hat and walked out of the house. And when I came home that night, I walked into the bedroom, and there was a woman in a purple velvet dress lying on Georgie's bed. And when I saw it was Georgie, a wave of rage just swept over me like a hot flood, and I slapped her, and she woke up and flew at me. What was wrong with us? She hit me, and I think I tried to choke her. We yelled at each other like a pair of wildcats. She scratched my face. I yanked her hair down. She struck at me again, and then I don't know how I did it. Something seemed to be pulling at my hand. And Georgie screamed again and fell down on the floor. I looked at my hand where it hurt. My 2 fingers were outstretched in the shape of a devil's horns. And I picked her up and put her on the bed. Took the purple velvet dress off her. And as it slipped over her head, she opened her eyes and she smiled at me. And I just popped down alongside the bed, put my arms around her, and cried like a baby. And then a few nights later, we brought Uncle Lars home from the hospital. I put him to bed. Georgie went out in the kitchen to make coffee. She knew Uncle Lars was nervous with her around. Georgie was a good kid, like I told you. So I sat on the edge of the bed. Felt sorry for the old man. Janice. Yes, Uncle Lars. You feel all right? The purple dress. What? The purple dress. What? What about it?
Your wife put it on.
Why,
I know. Laura told me.
Uncle Lars.
You must not put it on, Jens.
Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Lars. She didn't mean anything. You know that.
She has the evil eyes. Your wife.
Oh, Uncle Lars, now let's not.
You know she has, don't you?
Well, No, I don't know it.
Jens, beware of an evil woman.
Well, George, she's not.
I speak of Flora.
Why, I thought you... I mean, you...
I am close to dying now, Shen. I tell you something.
Well?
Flora. I love Flora, but...
Of course.
He died in the fire.
I know.
I killed her, Shen.
Why? What?
I locked her in the house and I let the fire burn her.
Uncle Lars,
be sure. Flora was an evil woman. I loved her and she... Let her speak of that. Let her speak of how I found out. Let's just say that there was another man. And she laughed at me and called me a dumb fool, and then there was the fire. I had bought her the new purple dress, and I came home and...
Uncle Lars, do you want to tell me all this?
I have told you. Who said me, Jen? She has hated me so long. James, beware of an evil woman. Oh, she called you. Get there.
I'll be right back, Uncle Lars.
Don't tell her.
Of course not. I'll be right back. What do you want, Georgie? Shall I close the door?
Please.
Where are you, Georgie? Well, what have you got the light off for? Georgie, where are you?
Bill, Glenn.
What are you doing?
Bill, I'm trying something.
Well, turn on the lights. Well, listen, What are you...
I'm doing something for Uncle Lars. He's afraid of me and he doesn't like me and I want to...
What are you up to?
I'm going to bring Flora back to him.
Georgie.
Just now. I found out I can do it. I told her there are things we didn't understand. I tried it and it's easy. Poor old man. I'm going to let him see the girl who can love him.
Stop, Georgie.
I can't stop her. I'll be still for
Georgie, you don't know what you're doing. Stop. Stop.
Flora! Flora!
What? Stop it.
Flora! Flora!
Georgie, I tell you, she... Had something choked off my voice. I tried, but I couldn't say another word. Over in the corner, I could see a little pale purplish light. I could hear Georgie moaning, and I couldn't move a hand or foot. It was like something holding me by the arms. I heard Uncle Lars call to me.
James, what are you doing?
And Uncle Lars' door opened slowly.
I did come back.
And I felt something release my arms then, and I reached for the light switch. Suddenly the room was bright again. Georgie was huddled in a chair across the room, her eyelids nearly closed, and the bare light glittered between them, and she was breathing heavily. But at the open door beside me there stood a tall woman in a purple velvet dress, and I heard her laugh, and she turned to look at me. Then she had no face. She raised her arm toward me. I felt my own right arm lifting and my fingers squirming into the shape of the Corne di Diablo, into the charm against my wife who had only tried to be charitable to an old man and who had brought his death upon him. And so I brought my wife's death upon her too, in that old house. Georgie struggled to her feet, took 2 steps toward my outstretched fingers and said, "Janice, darling," very clearly, and fell. And I felt something soft clinging against me. I dropped my eyes and with the purple dress slowly sinking empty to the floor at my feet. And there was the sound of soft, distant laughter in my ear. And so, I'm here. And tonight they'll take me out. And I won't be coming back. How could I explain 2 dead people with the marks of horrible, violent death on their faces? Alone in an old house with a man who was sitting on the floor, gibbering, carefully, oh, so carefully ripping an old-fashioned purple velvet dress into shreds.
Your Quiet Please story tonight was called As Long as I Live. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Castle.
And Alice Reinhardt played Georgie, Uncle Lars was Bruno Wicks, and Modest Tavissi was Flora. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, about next week, here is Willis Cooper.
All the characters in tonight's story were, as usual, figments of my own imagination and have no relation to anybody living, dead, or undead. Next week, our story will be The Man Who Stole a Planet.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York and is heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting Systems. Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called The Man Who Stole a Planet.
I've been a very fortunate fellow, having money enough to do what I wanted to do, knowing what I wanted to do with it. I suppose I'm the best-known amateur authority on Mexico and the ruins of the Mayans and the pre-Mayans there is. Although if you're not interested in that kind of stuff, you never heard of me. So what? So if you're not, go on and read the baseball scores or tune in a quiz program or just do whatever you want to. I can't stop you. And I frankly don't care what you do if you're not interested. But if you are interested, just keep quiet and listen. And sit still. No, don't sit still. Set your neck a little and look down into this thing. Ever see one before? A deep freeze. People keep frozen food and stuff in these things. That is, most people do. I keep dead men in it. See? Oh, no, I didn't kill him. Matter of fact, I'm not entirely sure he's dead. He doesn't breathe, his heart isn't beating. If he isn't dead, he ought to take down his time. He was just like that when he was walking around, like a mummy. And that outfit he's got on, that's the uniform of a very high priest of a race of people who inhabited a certain part of Mexico in the 5th century A.D. Yeah, it fits him, too. It's his own uniform. Well, sure I know about these things. I've spent too many years at this business to be fooled. Fantastic, huh? Yeah, I know that's what you laymen expect to hear from archaeologists. Lots of stuff about walking mummies and weird curses and all that Boris Karloff routine. Yeah, but take it from a practicing member of the profession, archaeology involves a great deal more grubbing in the ground and sifting wheelbarrows full of dirt than it does dodging zombies. However, here I am on a July evening in the year of our Lord 1948 with a house full of extremely dead high priests who were born in the Mexican jungle some 1,400 years ago. No, I didn't cart them back with me. No. They walked in on me. Take that supercilious smile off your face. Now, I know what you're thinking. More of that supernatural stuff. More of that H.P. Lovecraft stuff, that my blood froze in my veins at the eldritch, whatever that is, being that towered above me. Well, don't kid yourself. What you people call supernatural is just as natural as apples growing on a tree. The only thing is, our great thinkers, our figures out, they all stop when they come to something they can't explain immediately with their slide rules and their log tables and spectroscopes and stuff. And once in a while, somebody finds out something, and a little chunk of the so-called supernatural slides over into the field of exact science, and everybody says, I knew it all the time. My eye. So if men dead 1,500 years can walk around, it's a perfectly logical explanation for it. They know the explanation, we don't. And if we ever find out, accidentally, there'll be 100,000 scientists to tell you they could have done it a long time ago, only they were working on nuclear fission and other more practical benefits to the human race. Thing is, I don't care how they do it. My interest is in why they're here. That's what affects me. Oh, I didn't tell you why they're here. That's quite simple. Well, they want something I've got, something I brought back from Mexico with me. Something I stole from them. And I may say something I want very much to keep. So, that's my problem, children. What's yours? Oh, excuse me. I've been doing all the talking. This is my wife, my beautiful wife. Her name is Elizabeth. You can call her Liz.
Look, don't let my husband fool you. He talks as if all this is very amusing and very simple. But believe me, he's just as frightened as I am.
You can say that again, Liz.
He's still there. You see, I was with him in Mexico.
I wouldn't be here now if you hadn't been.
Please, Norman. I'm an explorer, too. So I'm afraid I'm not much of an archaeologist, but I'm a very good cook. And I'm the serious member of this family. So I'm going to tell you what happened without interrupting, I hope, because you think maybe you might be able to help us. I don't know how exactly.
Neither do I.
But you listen. And if you can, well, this was our 14th trip to Mexico. We flew to Mexico City, then down to Veracruz, and our people met us at Merida. And
if you'll excuse me a minute, darling, I think one of our friends is looking in the window.
Oh, Norman!
Sit still. I'll be right back.
I'm simply scared to death. We've been so fortunate this far. We always discover them in time. But what will happen if one gets in and we don't see him? Norman! Norman!
Okay. I had to butt the window, though. I better put this one away. No telling what had happened to us if some furious policeman got a look at us. You see? Same uniform, same badge on his left arm.
Just like the one carved in on the thing.
The Guardian. The Watcher. Okay, Christy Wisty. Have a nice sleep.
Oh, Norman, I wish you wouldn't be so flippant about things.
Flippant? Listen, sweetheart, be your mind. I'm just about ready to go over in that corner and scream. If I see one more of these... I'm sorry.
Oh, darling, hadn't we better take it back?
No. Only, how long is this going to go on? Yeah. How long is it going to go on? You've never been inside one of those great stone pyramids the Mayans built in the Guatemala jungles so many, many forgotten years ago. You've never smelled the dead smell. The sour, sweet odor of the rotting vegetation that's crept into the crevices between the stones and died 1,000 times. And the musty grave smell of those low tunnels with the maddening paintings on the walls at your elbows. The figures seeming to gibber at you in the light of a Coleman lantern. And sweat. And the feeling that snakes are waiting for you in the darkness at the end. Yeah, they worship snakes with Khan, the snake god. They tore people's hearts out. They hurled their beautiful daughters to the devil god that lives in a bottomless pit. I've been in the middle of all that a lot of time. Haven't we, darling?
And the rites of spring and the harvest. The corn maidens dying horribly in the field to preserve the fertility of the land.
And we got a right to be scared. We saw the pictures of what they did to their prisoners, the ones they thought had done evil to their god. We saw what was left of the poor victims. We've got a right to be scared. We've outwitted them so far. And how long can it go on?
Take it back, Norman.
No, I won't. I found it, and this world of ours today can use it. It can do more good here than it ever could in a moldy underground room beneath the theatre. Where we found it.
Tell them about it, Norman. You see, if they don't agree, you ought to take it back.
I don't care what they say. It's mine, and I'm going to keep it. You hear me? I'm going to keep it, I said. We'd heard about the place so many times. The place where the world lived, they called it. And the place where the world lived is what it's still called. Though the world doesn't live there anymore. Not since Liz and I found the deep galleries and took away the greatest treasure that the world has ever seen. All right, now you know. When you hear a little more about it and see it, you'll forgive me for being dramatic. The greatest treasure the world has ever seen. You'll agree.
Well, how about it?
Will you take it easy, Queen? We finally found a place. Let's see if I can tell you about it. A wilderness of high grass, the kind of grass we'd never seen before, higher than our heads, sharp edges of razor blade.
Look at my arm.
Loads of insects hanging out of the 2-inch blades of grass. Silent, drifting, heat, and crawling thing. How I found a place I'll never know. There was nothing to warn us. We just flashed our way through one more stand of high grass, and there was the door. The door was open. A kind of ramp led straight down into darkness. Darkness that seemed to begin a little too close to the bright entrance. Darkness that... I need to shiver there in the horrible heat that covered us like a coffin lid. Yes, of course we went in. We lighted our lanterns, went in alone. That was what we came for, wasn't it? And I think we were the first human beings who had set foot on that long stone ramp in a great many centuries. Yeah, we knew it. We could feel it. The passageway wasn't so bad, except for the pictures on the walls. I think I'd rather not tell you about them. They were put there, of course, to give any intruder an idea of what would happen to him if he got caught in there. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I want to remember this very clearly, Liz. You stumbled against something.
It was the lever that opened the inner door. And the door opened and I said, "We found it, Norman."
And the door closed behind her.
And our lanterns went out.
I put out my hand for Liz and she was still there. I stood there a minute. I got over my first fear. Liz was kind of moaning in the dark. It's okay, honey. Stand still so we don't just separate from each other. Just stand still. I light the lanterns again.
No, wait. There's a lamp.
And there was a little light, a little faint light down there under the earth. And at first I couldn't see where it came from. But our eyes got more and more used to the dim radiance. I finally saw where it was coming from.
There's a globe there, Norman.
Yeah, I think so too. Come on, let's look close.
What is it, Norman?
I can't. Looks like a baseball. Doesn't it, kind of?
What's holding it up?
Oh, I don't. I can't. It just seems to be suspended in the air. I'll be darned.
Not the lamp.
Yeah. Wait. Don't touch it, Liz.
I can't touch it.
What?
It's inside something, a glove of some kind. Crystal, I guess. Steel.
Well, how do you know about that? Here, hold up the lantern a little. I want to look at it close. Liz, look here. Look at this.
What?
Look. You see what it is?
Just a little ball of silver. Oh, Norman!
You see?
That isn't possible.
Liz, this is the greatest archaeological treasure anyone has ever seen.
It can't be.
It is. See, there's the North American continent. And look around here. Europe, Asia, Africa.
It's the world!
Do you realize what it means? It means that these people knew the world was round hundreds of years before Columbus proved it. It proved that the people who lived here knew all about the world. Look, even Australia. It's perfect. Why, this will upset every scientific... My Lord, woman, do you realize what a discovery this is?
I'm afraid of it.
Oh, stop it. Oh, I found what holds it up.
Yeah.
It's not suspended in midair at all. See these two little wires? One from each pole? And you see?
I see. Oh, Norman, it's so beautiful and so terrifying.
Terrifying my eye. Yeah, this is one treasure the Mexican government isn't going to get.
Are you going to take it?
Are you kidding?
What was that?
The door blew open. I was wondering how we were going to get out again. Now everything is going to be all... And I nearly dropped the lantern. Because when I turned around to look at the door, the rays of my lantern lit up the walls of the circular rock-hewn room we stood in. And ranged around the walls 2 feet apart were the high priest and all their regalia, just like these you looked at. All of them staring at us, each one of them with a bow in his outstretched left hand, and an obsidian-tipped arrow drawn to the head, aimed straight at Liz and me. It was only a second before I realized they were all dead, that they'd been placed there long centuries ago, that they were harmless. And I laughed. I picked up the crystal globe that the little world lived in, and Liz and I made our way outside to the world of grass and sunlight. And I, like some 20th century atlas, carried the world on my shoulder. I turned and looked back for a moment at the door. And there, framed in the blackness beyond, stood an ancient man in the regalia of a high priest, such as we left behind us when we stole the world. And the arrow on his bow was pointed at my heart. So I shot him. And fell kicking. I slapped Liz when she started to cry. And we came away. Take a look again at this first fellow I showed you. You see? You see the bullet in his head? Yeah, he's the same one I shot. I'll never forget his face. Well, there isn't much more to tell. Is there, Liz?
I think there is.
Oh, well, that's right. Come in here. I want you to see this world, this little silver globe that was fashioned nearly 1,000 years before Columbus was born in a Mexican jungle that hasn't even got a name. Yeah, come in. Here it is. Quite a thing, isn't it? What? Oh, yes, I managed finally to break the crystal globe it was in. But they had that big earthquake in Japan it was. Yes, I don't know why it still stayed suspended in the air like that. There's reason for it, of course. No, not supernatural, perfectly natural, if we could only find out why. But there's something else I wanted you to see. Look at it closely. Isn't it beautiful? The continents in relief. See the mountains, the Rockies, the Himalayas over here? And the ocean really looked wet, doesn't it? Wonderful workmanship.
Oh, Norman, please.
Liz. Here. Look at it with a magnifying glass. You see anything? No, I guess you can't. You'd have to watch it for a long time to see. I was, well, I'll say surprised when I discovered it. Well, it's turning. Turning on its axis once every 24 hours. It's been revolving like that once every 24 hours for a million years, friend. Now, you see, I have got the greatest treasure the world has ever seen, haven't I? I really did steal the world. And I'll tell you something, the world is mine. Sure. Let anybody do anything I don't like, I'll take care of them. It's my world, see? Oh, you don't believe it? Well, look here. This is a very fine platinum blowpipe. And this is what? You hear it? That's the Sahara Desert. What?
No, Norman, please don't.
Get away. Watch that. You see? Nothing happened. Is that so? Liz, turn on the radio. There's a news program on now. Go ahead. Just be quiet for a second.
Norman, I don't want...
Turn it on. And be still. All of you. Hold for immediate peace in the Holy Land. Just a moment, please. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is reported that the Sahara Desert, the driest place in the world, has been suddenly inundated by widespread cloudbursts of unimagined intensity. The rolling sand dunes in the world's greatest desert are now submerged below a sea of water. Hundreds of persons. There you see. Sorry if I killed some people, but well, I may have to kill lots of people someday, so it's practice. Don't believe it? Well, here, take this needle. No? Well, watch me. What shall we destroy? No, not a town. We'll wait for that. Besides, I can't pinpoint a town on a globe this size. Exactly. Let's see, what is this?
Norman, please don't.
Liz, will you sit down, please, and shut up? Oh. I get that it's fairly uninhabited. Northern Minnesota, it's all deep forest there. And they've never had an earthquake. So,
Norman!
Just jab it a few times with a needle. Feel that? That, friend, is an earthquake a few thousand miles away, a very severe one. Liz, turn up the radio.
I don't want to.
In such a time of world unrest, Mother Nature herself takes a hand and shows her own power. Yeah? Oh, no. Ladies and gentlemen, here is another catastrophe. The great Mesabi Range in northern Minnesota has been completely obliterated according to first reports of a devastating earthquake that has laid waste thousands of square
Not at
miles
all.
of the United States. Well, what do you think?
Norman.
I don't know exactly what to do. If I can just keep these high priests
Norman,
in the
please.
globe long enough, maybe you ought to just sit tight until they've all visited me and I've put them all away and lived out. And then I'll be all right. I'd like your opinion.
Norman.
What do you want?
Norman, the glove.
Stop bothering.
Taking it.
Oh, well, hello, Brother Priest. Put that down. Put it down, I say. Put it down or I'll...
No, Norman, don't. You might...
Stop, I tell you.
Don't, Norman.
Cut.
Quiet Please for tonight was called The Man Who Stole a Planet. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell, and Hildy Palmer played Liz. The voice on the radio was that of Phil Tompkin. Music for Quiet Please, as usual, is played by Albert Berman. Now for the word about next week. Our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
No, nobody is stolen the world, really. Everybody in the studio is, at least at this moment, still alive, and while they were on the air, they represented nobody living or dead, or you wouldn't have lived to hear the story, you see. So for next week, I've written a story called It's Later Than You Think, and I hope you'll listen.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Everyone is aware that the high cost of living keeps going higher. But did you know that the cost of dying is also going up? Last year, the price was $2,200,000. That's right. $2,200,000 was the price we paid for 1947 traffic accidents which injured 1,100,000 Americans and killed 32,000. We complained about the cost of helping the war-torn countries of the world, and yet we recklessly squander lives and dollars and file the expense away under the caption, "Isn't it a shame it had to happen to them?" We forget that a moment's carelessness on our part might result in it happening to us. Whether you're driving or walking, obey all traffic rules. Look right, look left, look ahead, so you won't be looking up from 6 feet under. Be careful. The life you save may be your own. This program occurred in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called It Is Later Than You Think.
And so I venture to say that the Germans and the Japs are trembling in their boots at this moment for the word that Lindsay Bradley is on their trail. Lindsay, our loss is Uncle Sam's gain. Your fellow employees wish you success
adventure, and a bushel of medals. And in token of our high esteem for you, in remembrance of the happy hours we have spent with you in the plant, for we are all one big happy family, I present you with this 17-jewel, solid gold, imported wristwatch. May it ever remind you of your good friends here at this arsenal of democracy you are leaving to face our enemies in person.
Well, all I can say, fellow employees, fellas, and Mr. Throop, all I can say is, I thank you.
Well, yes, of course it's a beautiful watch, Lindsay. But for heaven's sake, this is your last night before you go to camp, and I do wish you could pay a little attention to me.
Oh, Verna, I'm sorry. I never had such a nice watch, though, and I get carried away. I'm sorry, honey, really.
Well, for goodness sake, act like it then.
Huh? Act like what?
Act like you're sorry. Kiss me.
Oh, I should say so.
I am going to miss you, Lindsay.
Oh, heck, it isn't as if I was going overseas right away, honey. Oh, my goodness, I'll probably be in the camp for quite a while, learning things. Heck, you could come and see me often.
Maybe I could get an apartment in the town where the camp is, and the sergeants, or whoever it is, would let you live at home and just go to the camp days.
Well, I don't know about that.
It would be wonderful, Lindsay. You could come home for meals, and you could have Colonels in for dinner. It would be just like home.
Uh-huh.
First thing you do when you get to camp is find a nice apartment, about 4 rooms, maybe 5, and I'll come right away, huh?
Well, I'll see, honey.
You don't seem to be very excited about it.
Well, I don't know how it'll be at camp. You know, I might not be able to find an apartment, and maybe I wouldn't be staying there long.
You don't want me to be with you.
Why, sure I do, Verna, but I...
You just want to leave me here all alone in this old place while you go off camping out and being in parades and having a wonderful time?
Well, I don't think it'll be like that, Verna. Francis Felton wrote last week from Camp Breckenridge, and he said he'd lost 13 pounds.
Well, he could stand it. Goodness, I just bet it's wonderful for the boys in camp, marching and having sham battles, and goodness, I wonder what you'll be doing this time tomorrow.
It's 11 hours now, and I'll be arriving.
What are you doing with that watch?
Huh? I was just setting it ahead 11 hours.
All right. Get your heels together, all of you. Chin in, chest out. You're at attention.
My goodness gracious.
Quiet.
But I just...
And I said silence.
Could I ask a question, Lieutenant?
I'm a sergeant.
Could I ask a question, Sergeant? Please?
What?
Where am I?
You crazy, Mac?
Well, gee, honest, sir, I'm not sure.
Well, I'll just refresh your memory, bud. You're at Camp Dix, New Jersey. And you're a great, big, ugly, flat-footed private in the infantry, whether you like it or not.
Well, for heaven's sake. Well, for heaven's sake, I said. How I got there, I will never know. One minute I was sitting on the Davenport with Verna right in my own living room in Highbridge, New Jersey, just for no reason, setting my watch 11 hours ahead, and then, bung, I'm alongside the railroad station in Camp Dix, and it's daylight, and this sergeant... Well, now, things don't happen like that. There's no such thing as magic. But, well, how? Tell me how. All right, you can't tell me, so I'll tell you. I'll tell you how I found it out. It was an hour later that they let us sit down a few minutes. And there was a man sitting alongside me, and he said, I have a good-looking watch, didn't I? So I told him how the boys at the plant gave it to me, and he admired it some more. And then he said, did I know my watch was an hour fast? So I said, is that so? And I turned it back, and...
All right. Get your heels together, all of you. Chin in, chest out. You're at attention.
And I heard myself say, my goodness gracious.
Quiet.
But I just said...
And I said silence.
Could I ask a question, Lieutenant?
I'm a sergeant.
Could I ask a question, Sergeant? please. And by goodness, I went through that whole hour again. And I was so tired when we got back to the time and the place where the man said I had a good-looking watch. And I looked at that watch. I didn't say anything this time. So time went on the way it ought to go on, and they took us to eat. But I couldn't eat anything, because my stomach was full of great big butterflies. Finally, when I had a minute, I got to a phone booth, and I waited 45 minutes, and I got a call through to Highbridge to find out what Verna had to say about it, and Mrs. Houlihan from next door answered, and she said Verna was in bed with a high temperature. And what the dickens did I do to her on my last night at home? So I hung up. Sure. The watch. Whatever I set it at, that's what time it is. Well, now, thinks I, this could be a very handy thing. But I have to be careful. Say, where do you suppose they got that watch? It's really... And then I happened to think of something. My gosh, what would happen if that watch ran down someday if I forgot to wind it and it stopped? Would time stop? Wow. Well, I'm not going to try to find out. You know, this sergeant, he wasn't such a bad fellow at that. I was sitting on my bunk one night after supper. There wasn't anybody else in the barracks, and he walked in. I said, "Hi, Sergeant."
What's with you, Bradley?
Oh, I'm just tired.
Ain't you going to the movies?
No, they ran that picture in Highbridge 2 months ago.
Cigarette?
Thanks. You going?
I feel kind of low.
Oh, that's so?
Yeah. Got a Dear John.
Which?
Letter from my girlfriend.
Oh?
You know. Dear John, I don't know how to tell you, but I have fallen in love with another guy, and you and I will always be good friends.
Oh.
Yeah, great. Don't never get married, kid.
I am married.
Oh, excuse me. You happy?
Well, sure. Sure. Sure.
Great.
We've been married 4 years.
Miss her, huh?
You bet. This is a kind of vacation, though. You know. She said she might come down here to live, near the camp.
You like that?
Well...
What you monkeying with that watch?
Huh? I was just thinking of an experiment.
What kind of experiment?
Oh, nothing. It's nothing.
Want a beer? Let's walk over to the PX.
So, we walked over to the PX and we had a beer, and then we had another, and me and my big mouth, beer always makes me talkative. The sergeant noticed I was fiddling with my watch. I couldn't get it off my mind, and finally the beer and I told him the story. Of course, he didn't believe it. He laughed a lot. He said I had a great imagination, and then after a while he walked back to the barracks with me, and we sat down in my bunk again, and the place was still empty, and he was still laughing about my imagination. I got huffy. I told him I'd prove it to him.
How will you prove it to me?
Well, how soon will the movie be out and the fellas come back to the barracks?
An hour?
Okay. Watch.
What are you doing?
Setting it ahead an hour.
Hey, look, why don't you guys shut up and go to sleep?
Turn it back!
Get
Turn it
out
back!
that light.
Okay, Sergeant.
Brother.
Yeah. See, it works.
They all appeared. Just out of nothing.
That's the way it'll be an hour from now.
Oh, gosh. What you can do with that thing?
Well, I've been using it.
You have? How?
I've been setting it ahead every day for a while.
What for?
See if my wife is going to arrive.
Huh? Wife?
Well, I'd like to have some warning, see?
Oh, so you can hit me for a pass.
Either that, Sergeant, or so's I can go AWOL. No, Verna's all right. We get along all right, but, well, heck, she demands it. I mean, I never got out before I was drafted, and, well, darn it, I kind of like being my own boss. That is, as far as the Army had let you know what I mean? Yeah, I love Verna all right, but
I knew what it'd be once she got settled in an apartment here in town. Heck, Highbridge isn't far away. I could get a pass once in a while, but here in town, no, I figured that was too close. Yeah, I feel a lot different about it now, but this was quite a while ago. See, 1944, and I'd only been away from her a few months. You know what I mean? Okay. So she snuck up on me after all. I forgot one night to set my watch ahead, and first thing the next morning, I got the word that she was here. So I talked to the sergeant how to talk to her out of a pass. We kidded a little. I went to town to meet her. It was kind of nice. But, gosh, I couldn't get a word in edgeways.
Lindsay, you're so thin.
Well, I've been...
I know you. You just won't talk up to these sergeants and majors and people. Just let them walk all over you. You wait till I see somebody in authority.
Oh, now, Verna, you can't...
You've been drinking. I bet you've been drinking. Well, I'll put a stop to that. When we get an apartment here in town, you can have ginger ale at home, and I'll make brownies, and you can have some of the boys over once in a while.
Verna.
What?
Verna, do you love me?
Why, you silly child. Of course I do. Here, give me a kiss. Now wipe off that lipstick. Are you going to take me out to the camp? I'm just dying to see it.
Well, I thought maybe we'd stay in town.
Now, Lindsay, I'm not going to sit around in this dismal town all day and all night when there's all sorts of interesting things going on out where you're camping. I came down here to enjoy myself, and that's what we're going to do no matter what.
So that's the way it was. Yakety all the time, and I got awful tired of it all of a sudden. You know, used to be I could kind of shut my ears to the yakety, but I seem to have lost the trick somehow, and so then I thought, gosh, I'm going to see how long this is going to go on. So I turned my back, and I moved the hands on my watch ahead, and I got it 10 hours ahead, and I heard a kind of sigh or something, and I turned around, and you know what? There was this sergeant kissing my wife just as big as you please. Well, I grabbed his arm, and I tried to yank him away, but it was just like I wasn't there. And Verna spoke to him, and it didn't sound like the yakety she used on me.
Oh, Sergeant Kilroy, you're so impulsive.
And then I remembered that what I was seeing was 10 hours away, and I quick spun the hands on my watch back again, and doggone it, I went too far back.
Lindy, you're so thin.
And that was where I came in, and I had to go through all of it again. But doing a repeat on the kisses wasn't so bad. Till I remembered the way she was going to talk to Sergeant Kilroy about 10 hours from now. Well, sir, about 5 o'clock he showed up and he told me I had to go back to camp. How do you like that? He could stay in town, he said, and he'd be glad to show my wife around and keep her entertained whilst I was away, my pal. I crossed him up all right. I waited a couple hours after I got back to camp, and then I just set the watch ahead. And it's morning, and the whole company, including Sergeant Kilroy, is turning out for reveille. Well, she stayed there. She got an apartment, such as it was. I got a lot of passes. I took the sergeant in with me every once in a while, and everything was as nice as pie. I didn't do much with the watch because I was scared of it. I took awful good care it was wound all the time. I tried once to see if I could turn it ahead farther than 12 hours, but I couldn't. When the hands got to 12 hours ahead, everything just clicked right back. You see, 12 hours, the hands just come right back to where they were when you started. Well, anyway, half a day's enough for me. Heck, it's too much. Think it ain't? Yeah, there come a day. There always comes a day. A big bunch of us got pulled out early in the morning with our A and B bags and everything out of the kitchen stove hung onto us. We're off to the races. Only Sergeant Kilroy, he's permanent detail. He stays in camp. Great deal. Well, I'm smart. I get myself lost in the dark. And I beat it for a taxi, and I haul down to town our apartment. No, Verna doesn't know I'm leaving. I don't know where I'm going, and no, I'm not trying to desert. I want to find out something. I get in the apartment, and Verna doesn't wake up, and she looks awful cute asleep. But I turned the hands on my watch ahead 3 hours. Nothing happened. Except the bed was all of a sudden empty, and I could hear Verna out in the other room, and of course it was full daylight now. So I heaved a big sigh of relief. Everything's all right. And then...
Who is it? Who is it?
Gilroy's here, darling.
And I was so mad. I thought what to do, and then, just as Verna unlocked the door, I got it. I set my watch back where it belonged, and it was early dark morning again, and she was asleep there in the bed, smiling, and I got out of the apartment. I'll fix that, I said to myself. I'll beat it back to camp, and I'll knock that Kilroy's head off, and a big MP stepped up in front of me.
Hey, take it easy, Mac. Where you going with that equipment?
Huh? Why, I missed the train, huh?
Oh, you missed the train, huh?
Yeah,
That's fine, Mac. Listen, the train ain't left yet, Mac.
Oh?
It ain't due to leave for 20 minutes yet, Mac. So I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Just get in the Jeep here with me, Mac. I'll deliver you special. Right to the steps of the car. Okay, Mac?
And so I started my trip overseas handcuffed to an MP. And there wasn't any kidding about it. I was on that train, but good. And all the jumping up and down in the world wasn't going to do me any good, because in an hour and a half I was sitting on a bunk about a foot above sea level in the hold of a great big transport, and the ship was aiming for Africa as fast as they could turn over the propeller. Me and my fancy watch, I wish I'd never seen it. But what can a guy do? I throw it away, what'll happen? It'll stop him. Well, all right, maybe time won't stop it. You see what's happened before. I won't take chances. So, it turned out it was a good thing I hung on to it. Because I'm in a hole a few weeks later with another guy in a bazooka, and Mr. Rommel's tanks are doing all right, and I'm scared. This fella, Red Felbinger, his name was, he's my loader, and we're popping away at Krauts whenever we can get a beat on one, and then there's a kind of lull, and we don't see anybody, so we light up a smoke. Red leans his arms up on the edge of the hole and looks out.
Looks like they blowed the whistle, Lindsay.
Huh? What you mean?
I don't see anybody anyplace.
Let me see. And that was the end of Red Felbinger. And it was pretty near the end of me, except for the watch. All the German tanks in the world were heading right straight for me and blazing away like the 4th of July. Only it wasn't no celebration. The air was thick with hunks of iron, and I leaned down to pick up my bazooka, and then the thought come to me. I reached for my watch. 2 hours I'll set it back, I thought. And I did, and all the tanks and everything disappeared. So I climbed out of the hole and started away from there. And all I remember was... and everything went black and red and green, and I'm dead. No, not dead. But I got it right through my neck, and they told me in the hospital that the bullet traveled on down my arm and came out right alongside my watch. I was pretty scared about the watch, but the nurse was a nice girl. She laughed, showed me how she'd put it on my other arm. Wound it too, she said. I felt better. Then I remembered I'd never set it ahead again to where it belonged, and I asked her to set it, and she tried. She couldn't. Something happened to it. Well, look, I won't try to tell you about all the trouble I had with my arm, how I got sent back to the States, spent the next 4 years in the hospital. Verna? Sure, I saw Verna. I saw her a lot. She used to come and see me all the time. She was different. Seemed like all I'd been through had kind of changed her. She felt so sorry for me. Gosh, I got to feeling sorry for myself. You know how it is? Well, it was a long time those years with all I had to do to my neck and my arm. Once in a while, I'd think about Sergeant Kilroy. But Josh, Verna was so different now. I knew everything was okay, so I forgot it. Funny thing was, though, I couldn't turn the watch up to where it belonged all that time. I tried, the nurses tried, the doctors. I couldn't do it. There was no soap. And all this time I got nervous and irritable. I used to have, delusions. One day last month, it was the first day I had my artificial arm. I woke up kind of dopey. I thought I seen somebody leaving my room at Walter Reed. I started heard the nurse talking to a guy in civilian clothes that looked kind of familiar, and I thought I heard him answer.
Oh, no, just tell him Kilroy was here.
Well, I was going to tell Verna, but new arm and everything, I forgot. So I got out last week. It was kind of fun. I went back to High Bridge. Verna had fixed up her old place swell, and she was special nice to me. I pretty near felt I could afford to lose that arm to make that difference in Verna. She was all right. Only she kept kidding me about the way I fiddled with my watch. I couldn't tell her I was trying to get it set back to where it belonged. There was 2 hours worth of difference in that watch. I guess I got into the habit when I felt so lousy, always twiddling at it, that there's somebody at the door. Verna's downtown getting her hair fixed. I wonder who it is.
Hey, Lindsay.
Kilroy!
Mind if I come in a minute, kid?
Why, sure. Sure, Kilroy.
Thank you.
Glad to see you. Gee, Verna, I'll be glad to see you, too. Sit down.
Much obliged. Hell, I see you still got the trick watch.
Yeah, still got it. How you been?
What are you fiddling with the watch for, Lindsay?
It got stuck.
Stuck?
Yeah, I keep fooling with it. Well, tell me where you been since you got out.
I wish you'd stop fooling with that watch.
I'm sorry. Hey! By golly, I got it. I got it. I'll just set it ahead 2 hours to make...
Yeah. Verna, it's about time. Where you been? All right, I'll meet you there. What? Good Lord, yes. Certainly I did. What? Well, how would you like to sit around in a room for 2 hours with a guy you just shot? Huh?
Quiet Please for Tonight was called It Is Later Than You Think. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Abby Lewis played Verna. Don Briggs was the sergeant. Miscellaneous voices and colorful characterizations with creations of Ornette Latimer. Music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Verma. Now, a word from Willis Cooper.
The characters in tonight's stories were all fictional, of course. For next week, I have a story for you called The Thing on the Fourble Board.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This program was heard in Canada through the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called The Thing on the Fourble Board. Me, I'm a roughneck. Well, I was a roughneck, 20 years ago. A little too old, too slow now. Besides, I got $1 now. I don't have to be a roughneck, you see. Married, got a nice home. Had to meet my wife. Hey, Mike. Her name's Maxine, but she likes to be called Mike. Mike! I guess she's busy out in the kitchen someplace. Besides, she doesn't hear very well. Shame, too. She's so pretty and everything.
Well, you'll meet her. Sit down. I was saying I was a roughneck. Well, no, that doesn't mean exactly what you think it means. A roughneck is an oil field worker, specifically a guy in a drilling crew. Call them roughnecks like you call a section hand on the railroad a gandy dancer, a garage hand a grease monkey. Same time you work around a drilling crew for a while, you're going to be a roughneck in every sense of the word, boy. A derrick floor or a Fourble board's no place for a guy with a bow tie. Because when you have to fool around with drilling holes that go farther down the ground than it is from the top of Pike's Peak down to sea level, sure they do. The time I was a roughneck, we got this one well down to 7,313 feet. That was a record. But last May, Pure Oil brought one in out in the Natrona Valley in Wyoming at 14,309 feet. That, friend, is almost 3 miles. Quite a hole, that, huh? Sure, I don't think there's an oil man in the world that don't wonder one time or another what's down there, besides rock and oil and gas. Oil that's made out of trees that died 20 million years ago. Oil that's made out of dinosaur bones. Oil that's maybe made out of the flesh and blood of men, maybe, that beat each other to death with a stone axe, ate saber-toothed tiger for lunch. Yeah, you get to wondering. You look at the cores that come up from way down there, and sometimes the little shells, trilobites mostly, that was alive when Manhattan Island, where New York is, was under half a mile of ice. We found something once, me and Billy Grunwald, and something found us. I'll tell you about it. We were down to around 5,400 feet. We'd set casing. We began to get water, so we had to stop drilling and cement off. Well, you see, when water begins to seep in the hole, you pull your drill pipe, then you let down a cementing shoe inside the casing, and you plug up the bottom of the hole, casing and all, with quick-hardening, waterproof cement. Then when it's hard, you drill through the cement and go on down, and the cement outside the casing at the bottom keeps the water out. Well, we had the drill pipe all pulled and cracked. The cement was setting, see? So we was shut down, waiting for it to harden. We'd been coring just before. You see, a core drill is hollow. And as the bit digs down, it stuffs the drillings up inside it, so when you pull it out, you got a sample of the kind of stuff you're going through. And a geologist can tell a lot from that. So there's nobody around the rig except me that night. The rest of the crew's gone into town. I was toasting some pork chops over the forge for my supper. I heard a car pulling up. Look out, it's Billy Grunwald, the geologist, and I give him a hello. Hi, Billy, come and have a pork chop.
Hi, Porky. Where's everybody?
They all went to town. I'm the whole crew.
I had 3 blowouts between here and Oxnard.
Yeah, I wondered where you was. Ted said you'd be in here about 3.
Yeah, I would have been, except for my tough luck. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, hungry?
Starved.
Yeah, I got 7 pork chops. Bread. And some coffee, kind of.
Swell. Yeah, I got a bottle in the car.
We're going to have a banquet.
Hey, where's that core? That's what I came up here to look at.
Yeah, back there on the bench. Look at it after supper.
Hey.
What?
Didn't you say you were all alone here?
Uh-huh.
I thought I heard somebody talking.
I don't see anybody. Keep an eye on that pork chop. You won't have any supper.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Yeah, let me put the coffee on. So?
When'd you finish cementing?
This morning. Last tower only made about 10 feet of hole, so Ted shut down before we get flooded out of house and home.
It's funny about that water.
How?
Oughtn't to be any at that level, according to my figuring.
Well, there is.
Is it salt?
Sure, right out of the bottom of the ocean.
That's funny. Well, maybe I'll be able to tell something from the core. Yeah, I hope so. The last core I looked at, I'd have sworn we were getting into shale.
Ain't seen none yet, from the cuttings.
It's funny.
Here, your pork chop stuff. Yeah, take some bread.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, man.
Good, huh? And put on another. I have 2 already before you come.
Yeah, much obliged. Yeah, you never can tell what's down there. You get it all mapped and plotted out, all the straighter. And all you know is what comes out of the hole.
Yeah. I'd like to go down there sometime if I was little enough.
Never get you down a hole.
Yeah, you'd fit. You're skinny.
I'll stay up here and look at the cores, bud. Where is that one?
Behind you. Over there.
Oh. Well, I'll have a look at it.
Well, why don't you wait till you finish your supper?
I'm just going to look at it. Put on another pork chop for me.
Okay.
Well, I wish those screech owls that you...
What's the matter?
Hey, wait a minute, Porky.
Well, what?
Listen.
What's eating you?
You know, I'd have sworn there's somebody up there in that Fourble board.
Ah, you're crazy. There's nobody up there.
Getting against those stands of drill pipe.
Ah, they're just rack crooked. One of them slipped. Come on back and eat your pork chop.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Only
What's you so jittery about, Billy? Come on, eat your sandwich. Here.
Yeah, well, thanks, Porky. I don't know. I'm just naturally that way, I guess. I'm always scared of the dark. Doggone it, I hate to be a baby, but I can't help it.
Scared of the dark? Honest?
Stupid, ain't it?
Oh, I don't know. Everybody's scared of something. Me. Spiders scare the tar out of me. Black widows. Oh. I know how you feel, Billy.
There another light over here?
Yeah. Here.
Yeah. Oh, that's better. Hey, listen, Porky. Go out to the car and look in the left-hand door pocket and bring back that bottle, will you? That's what I need.
Okay, kid. Okay. So I picked up a flashlight, I turned around and went outside. I found the car. And I got the bottle. And the floor of the derrick was all lit up, and when I saw a beam of light suddenly flash up toward the Fourble board, I laughed. Billy Grunwald and his ideas. Sure, I looked up. There wasn't a darn thing up there except the drill pipe racked against the fingerboard. Oh, this Fourble board. Well, you've seen oil derricks or pictures of them. Do you know that little platform that runs around the outside of the derrick about halfway up? Well, that's the Fourble board. You see, a drill pipe comes in lengths, and you handle them with several lengths screwed together so as to save time getting them in and out of the hole. 2 lengths is a double, 3 is a triple, 4 is a Fourble. When you pull the pipe, you heist it up inside the derrick with a traveling block, which moves up and down from the crown block at the top of the derrick. Then when a Fourble of pipe is pulled out, it's held in the rotary table. You break the joint with tongs, like a great big Stilton wrench, you see. Snub a cable that's fastened to the handle over the cathead on the drawworks, and that breaks the joint. Then you hold the tongs on the pipe, give the rotary table a few turns to unscrew it. You heist away with the traveling block and swing it over against the fingerboard, lean it against the derrick. The guy up on the Fourble board takes off the traveling block. You do it all over again till you got all the pipe out, you see? Well, there wasn't anybody up on the Fourble board except a screech owl, and it flew away. So Billy turned his light off. I come on inside. And just as I come up the steps, he let out a yell.
Yay!
What's the matter? What's the matter, Billy?
Hey, come here. Look here.
Well, what's it?
Look, Porky.
Where did you find that?
Now, listen, Porky, I give you my word. That was embedded in the core.
Why, it couldn't be.
I tell you it was. Look where I dug it out. Hey, you know what? That rock there comes from a mile underground. And it's been a mile underground for 1,000,000 years. And look at this.
And I did look. And what he was holding was a gold ring. And it was all carved and filigreed just like jewelry. And there wasn't any kidding about it. It was real. No, wait a minute. Hang on, I ain't done. I poked at the core of rock that looked like a kind of petrified salami or something. And then it was my turn to pretty near jump out of my pants. Because right alongside the place where Billy dug out the ring, there was a mud-covered, but very unmistakable finger. I picked it up, and it was cold, and it was heavy, and it was solid rock. At least it felt like solid rock. And I looked at Billy, and Billy looked at me. He started to rub the mud off this here stone finger. And as he rubbed it, it begun to disappear.
No, he could still feel it, he said, but when the mud was gone, neither one of us could see it. And he dropped it to the derrick floor. It went clunk, and we couldn't find it anyplace. So you know what we done? Well, we took that bottle and we took and finished it, Billy and me. We finished it in one slug apiece, and it was a full pint of bathtub gin. It tasted just like so much well water to me. And then we sat down on the derrick floor and we looked at each other. We didn't say a word. My eyes got heavier and heavier. The last thing I remember was I heard some kind of noise that seemed to be coming up from down the Fourble board 80 feet above us. I shut my eyes a minute. I guess I went to sleep. And I had awful dreams. Black widow, spiders crawling all over me with gold rings on their legs. Things I could hear but I couldn't see up on the Fourble board. Millie Grunwald climbing up the ladder outside the derrick in the moonlight. Faces looking at me, and I couldn't figure out who they were. And then I was waked up by a horrible scream, a crash alongside me that shook the whole derrick. I opened my eyes to see Billy Grunwald lying on the floor 2 feet away with a broken neck. With a broken neck and his left hand, well, he put the gold ring on the little finger of his left hand, and the way his arms were spread out, his left little finger and the ring were gone. Well, friend, I got out of there. I run down to where Billy had left his car, and I got in. I stepped on the starter, and I couldn't get it to go, and then I remembered after I'm pretty near run down the battery that Billy had taken a key. I wasn't going up there and go through a dead man's clothes to get it. So I sat there in the car and shivered all by myself till daylight. And then Ted and the crew came. Afterwards, a state cop and everybody in the world was asking me questions.
Did you and Billy have a fight, Porky?
I told you we didn't, Ted.
But you had been drinking.
We only had that little pint, Ted.
Well, what was he doing up on the Fourble board? Did you threaten him, and did he run up there to get away from you?
Listen, cop, don't be a chump. Billy Grunwald and I were good friends.
Then why'd you push him off the Fourble board?
I didn't, I tell you. I wasn't up there.
Oh, what did he go up there for?
I don't know. I was asleep.
How do you know he was up there?
I didn't say he was. You said so. Besides, how would he break his neck if he didn't fall from way up there?
Well, look, officer, I think it was just another accident. I mean, we haven't got anything on Porky, and personally, I don't believe he did it.
Well, it's mighty mysterious.
So it is. But we got work to do. Now, how about it? That cement's hard down there. I want to start drilling again, and I'm short-handed. Will you let Porky stay here till I run in my pipe again, and, well, then you can take him and ask him questions till you're blue in the face.
Well,
Okay. Let's get rolling. You got steam up, Happy?
I'm all set.
All right. Porky, you go from the Fourble board.
What? Not me, Ted.
Oh, don't be such a boob. There's nobody up there to shove you overboard. And you can put a safety line around you if you want to. And besides, you're getting paid to do what you're told. I've lost too much time already. Come on, get going.
So, okay, I go up on the Fourble board. And you can bet I took a good gander around before I did anything else. No, I couldn't see a thing. So I signaled to the driller to let down the traveling block, and he did. Came sailing down from up above. I was just reaching for it to pick up the first Fourble drill pipe. Gave a big jerk, and the cable broke. It dropped and nearly pulled me off the Fourble board. And it landed right on top of Ted. And if you have any idea what a guy looks like after 2 tons of metal land on him from 80 feet up, you keep your ideas to yourself. Well, that was enough. 2 accidents in a row. The whole crew quit. They wasn't going to wait for a third. And it was Ted's money that was paying off. There wasn't any more, and as far as I know, the abandoned derrick is still there. And that was 20 years ago. Oh, I forgot to tell you something. That traveling block was right in front of my face when it broke loose. It was hanging by steel cable, 3/4-inch steel cable. And I saw that cable break right before my eyes. Looked just like a piece of string when you snap it between your fingers. I could almost see the fingers. And you know what? There was something up there on the Fourble board with me. And so a couple of days later I came back. I don't know if there's anything in the world as desolate, as dismal, as dead-looking as an abandoned oil well rig. There it stands like a skeleton off on a deserted side road and the bare yellow hills surrounding it, and it's the deadest thing you ever saw. I sat in my car for a long time looking at it. Everything was just the way we'd left it. I looked into the floor. The smashed traveling block was there alongside the rotary table. There was a little mutter of steam from the boiler. That was all. And then I heard a tinkle of something as it hit the ground alongside me. I looked around. There wasn't a soul in sight. But at my feet was the gold ring that Billy Grunwald and I had found in a core of rock that came from a mile underground and from 1,000,000 years ago in time. And I heard a little sound. The sound of a kid crying. And there wasn't any kid up there. I heard it again, and it came from above my head, and I took out my revolver. I loaded it carefully. I started up the ladder to the Fourble board. No, there wasn't anything up there, nothing I could see. There was a voice crying. The voice of a little kid. And then there was a movement behind the rack of drill pipes, and I saw the pipe move, and I yelled, "Come out of there, whoever you are! Come out or I'll start shooting!" And the stand of pipe shivered, and I thought, what can it be that can handle that heavy pipe like jack straws? And then there was a crash. The whole stand of pipe fell over, and I just got out of the way in time. And I was alone on the Fourble board with the thing. But I couldn't see it. I felt the platform tremble under my feet again as something moved toward me. I fired 2 or 3 shots. And nothing happened. I started backwards. I knew it was following me because I could hear it meowing like a cat. My feet tripped over something. I saw it was a big can of red lead that somebody had left up there. Without thinking, I picked it up and I threw it at the sound, and it splashed. And there it was. And I wish the face of a little girl, lying in anger and terror. Hands like a human being, and a finger missing from the left hand. And a body. I'll not tell you about that. I told you how I'm scared of spiders. But I knew where it came from. It had come from the bowels of the earth, come riding up on the drill pipe as we yanked it out of the well. Come to an alien world, and was lost. It stood there dripping with red paint, blood red from head to foot like some horrible dream. And it put its hand on my arm. Its hand was stone. Living, moving stone. And it looked into my eyes and mewed like a lost kitten. "20 years ago, I discovered many things about it, what it used for food, that it was deaf, that it was invisible and couldn't see people when it was invisible, that if you sprayed it with mud or paint, or grease paint, makeup, then it could see people. And believe me, I didn't want to see its body. I can see that in my nightmares. But its face, I can't help wanting to see that pathetic little girl face. I'm afraid maybe I've fallen
But it's very beautiful. And when it's well made up, it's... But making it up, rubbing grease paint on a stone face that looks at you and smiles, and it makes sounds like a lost kitten yet. I can disguise the body in long dresses. She can't hear very well, and when she's hungry, I have to stay out of her way. I found out what she likes to eat, remember? No, sit still. Sit still, do. Sit still or I'll have to shoot you. I want you to meet my wife. Or rather, my wife wants to meet you. Mike? Mike? There she is. Come on in, dear.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story is The Thing on the Fourble Board. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper and featured Ernest Chappell.
And Dan Sutter played Billy Grunwald. Pat O'Malley was Ted. And Cecil Roy was also a member of the cast. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Sound by our good friend Albert April. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Well, I'm reasonably sure that all the characters in tonight's stories were completely fictional. At least I, for one, hope so. Next week, the story is called Presto-Change-O, I'm sure.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Presto-Change-O, I'm sure.
Oh, excuse me. You really must excuse me. It's an old joke I haven't thought of in years. A joke that Johnny Martin and I used to kill ourselves over. To me, it's still funny. Probably you won't crack a smile even, but I must tell you, I really must. You say to me, Sarsfield, can you make an elephant disappear? And I say, sure, where's the elephant? That's all. But really? Well, I told you it wouldn't sound funny to you, but to me, it brings back memories. I wonder where poor Johnny Martin's is. All those years, Johnny and I used to have fits. Just fits, laughing at our pun joke. That is, we did till I made an elephant disappear. Well, it takes longer to tell than that. We were standing there by the Illinois Central Freight Depot, and it was early in the morning, and the circus was in the building. And Johnny and I were watching. We were about 16 years old, I guess, and when the elephants started to come down the gangplank from the big car they were in, Johnny grinned at me, and he said, Sarsfield, can you make an elephant disappear? And I said, sure, which elephant? And Johnny said, that one. And I pointed the thing at it, and I said, Presto-Change-O, disappear. So it disappeared. And that's what set me on the first rung of the ladder to success. Well, I admit I didn't know it was going to disappear. I was pretty surprised, but if you think I was surprised, you should have seen those circus people. Why, I never saw such a hullabaloo in all my life. They just looked everywhere for that elephant. I saw Eldred Vogelsang, the deputy sheriff, looking under the depot platform for it even. And I never liked Eldred Vogelsang because he used to chase me for stealing mushmelons. So I pointed the thing at him and I said, Presto-Change-O, disappear. But nothing happened. And Johnny said it didn't disappear. What didn't disappear, I asked him, and he said, the freight depot. Well, I said, I meant Eldred Vogelsang. And zip! Like that, Eldred Vogelsang was gone. Scared. You're darn right I was scared. So was Johnny. I didn't know what the thing was when the old man gave it to me. I was just standing in front of the Standard Theater down there on Capitol Street when this old fella came out. But I knew who he was. He was Professor Cagliostro, the world-famous magician, and he'd been in the show the night before. Gee, I was excited seeing him in person. I hoped he'd do something magic right there on the street, free. And by goodness, he did. Well, he stopped and looked at me and he said, hello, Sarsfield. Well, how in the dickens did he know my name? I know it's a funny name. My grandfather named me. He was out in California in the gold rush in '49, and he was a member of a militia company in the town called Sarsfield, and they were the Sarsfield Grenadiers, and they carried big battle axes instead of guns. So my grandpa named me Sarsfield Grenadier McCutcheon, after the Sarsfield Grenadier. And here was this magician calling me by name and handing me this thing and laughing and walking away. This thing, this little stick with the 5-pointed star on the end. That's the foundation of my fortune, as you might say. And I've had it since the 14th of May, 1916. How does it work? It's very simple. You just point it and you say, Presto-Change-O, disappear. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you disappear? I didn't mean to. Well, somebody disappeared. Oh, that's too bad. I can't do a thing about it. That's the trouble. I haven't found out yet how to make it work in reverse. I can turn things... Darn this mosquito. Presto-Change-O, mosquito. Be a dog. Oh, darn it. Presto-Change-O, dog. Disappear. You have to be careful with this thing. I remember what I did to Johnny Martins with it. Well, we were having one of those kid quarrels. Nothing serious, just arguing about whatever it was, I've forgotten. But I said to him, you poor fish, and then I pointed the thing at him and I said, Presto-Change-O. And you know what? I had to run 6 blocks, lickety-split down Court Street to throw him in the river in time. 6 blocks I had to run, I just made it. He swam away, I never did know what became of Johnny. Some snapping turtle ate him, I suppose, or something. The things kids will do. Oh, sure, all this stuff created quite a sensation, but nobody ever suspected me, and naturally I wasn't going to volunteer anything. Heck no, not me. Not when I can make elephants disappear. Elephants, I can make anything disappear, anything, by golly. Even you, if you get smart with me. Because I'm not a kid any longer, see, I'm a grown-up man. I can do as I please. I'm the only guy in the world that can do just as I please. Me and the thing here. So what do you want done? No, you better not ask for it because you're liable to get it, and maybe you wouldn't like it when you got it. So just keep quiet and listen. Wait a minute, I think there's somebody at the door. Yes, there is. Sit still. I'll be right back. And if it's somebody I don't want to see, I'll make him disappear for you.
Hello, Sarsfield. You remember me?
No.
You ought to, Sarsfield.
I don't. What do you want?
I want the thing back.
What thing?
The thing I gave you on May 14th, 1916.
Huh? Why, for goodness sakes, it's the professor.
Yeah.
How are you, Professor?
Well, I'm a little tired, Sarsfield. Have you got the thing here?
Sure, I've got it. And I'm going to keep it.
Now, Sarsfield, I didn't give it to you to keep.
You didn't say that about it, Professor, on May 14th, 1916.
May I come in, please?
No.
Oh, please, Sarsfield.
You gave it to me, and I'm going to keep it.
What if I take it away from you? So you know the trick then, eh?
Trick? What trick?
That I can't take it away from you. That it has to be given.
Well, thanks for telling me.
Oh, I wish you would give it to me. I need it.
No, thanks, Professor. But I got uses for it.
Well, will you give it to me when you are done with it? Then?
I'm not going to be done with it, Professor.
Well, if you ever are, may I have it back?
Sure. When I'm done with it.
Thank you very much, Sarsfield. So long.
Well, hey, where'd he go? Well, how do you like that? I didn't do a thing, and he disappeared just like... Gosh, he must be a real magician. Excuse me. Yeah?
Yes, I am a real magician, Sarsfield.
Oh, who is this?
Cagliostro, Sarsfield, the professor. And I'll have you know I was a practicing magician nearly 200 years ago, Sarsfield. I'll have you know that Marie Antoinette was my friend. And I nearly lost my head over that necklace of hers. And if you look up the record, you'll see that I died in Rome in San Leone prison in 1795.
You did? You say you died?
That's what people say, and that's the way it is in the history books, Sarsfield. But just between you and me, I didn't die.
You didn't?
No, so keep a civil tongue in your head, and don't forget that you promised me the thing when you are finished with it. You hear?
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir, I mean... Gosh. Now who, for goodness sake, is that? I'm not going to the door. It's probably that old magician again. Hello.
No, it isn't, Sarsfield. It's a cut.
Oh, well, thanks. How did he know? Well, excuse me. Excuse me. Yes, sir? Why, hello, Bernard.
Hello, Sarsfield.
Was there something?
Yeah. I got business with you.
Now, Bernard, that business has all been transacted.
No, it ain't, Sarsfield. Let me in.
Now, look here, Bernard. Oh, well, you're in.
Yeah. Now, kid.
What?
Go sit down.
Don't point that gun at me.
Why not? It's loaded.
It's liable to go off.
It might at that.
Now, Bernard.
Sit down. Here.
What's that?
That's money.
Oh?
Yeah. You remember our little deal?
Yes, I certainly do, Bernard.
This magic thing of yours was going to turn $1 bills into $100 bills.
Well, of course. I did it.
You sure did. And Larry Blockman's in jail.
Larry Blockman's in jail?
Yeah.
Why, what's for goodness sakes?
For passing phony $100 bills, for goodness sakes. All this dough you fixed for me is counterfeit.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Yeah, that's what I said, too. I just came here to blow your head off, Sarsfield. You and your magic.
Well, I can't help it. I did my best.
And it ain't good enough. So I'm gonna knock you off.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, Sarsfield.
Wait, Bernard.
Put that thing down.
Oh, no, I won't.
That phony magic gang, put it down.
You think it's phony, Bernard? Why, you big gorilla.
Presto-Change-O. Help! Help! Oh, the Presto-Change-O disappeared!
Man, I made that just in time. Darn him, I thought I said disappear, but I turned him into a gorilla. My goodness, was he ferocious. Well, he disappeared anyway.
You nearly made a mistake, Southfield.
Huh? Where did you come from?
Oh, out there.
Where?
You wouldn't want to give me the magic wand now, Sarsfield, before you make a really serious mistake, would you?
No.
Well, you might be sorry. Making counterfeit money, turning the man into a gorilla. I wouldn't make any mistakes like that, Sarsfield.
You wouldn't, huh?
Oh, my, no. I very seldom make mistakes.
Well, here's one for you. Presto-Change-O disappeared. Presto-Change-O disappeared!
It won't work on me, Southfield.
Well, why?
I am a professional, Southfield. Look, abracadabra!
Goodness gracious. Now where did he go? Well, now you see what I have to go through. It isn't all beer and griddles when
Southfield. Skittles.
What? Who said that?
I did. Excuse me.
What did you say?
Skittles, Southfield. Beer and Skittles.
Oh, well, what are Skittles if you're such a magician?
Skittles is a game, something like ninepin, Southfield. I used to play it with King Louis XV of France. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Don't let me go on.
What was I saying? Oh, it isn't all beer and Skittles?
Skittles.
Skittles, when you get hold of a magic thing like this, you see, you make one false move and you're in a jam. How did I know that money would turn out counterfeit? And again, I might have been murdered by that gorilla. If I wasn't such a sharp character, I don't know what I'd do. What?
I merely said a hen, Southfield.
I wish to goodness you'd go away, Professor.
Oh, I'm sorry, Southfield. I'll go. I'll probably see you before long.
Oh, my gosh, this is my day for... Oh, I know who that is. Are you gone? Professor, are you gone? I know who it is because she rings the doorbell instead of knocking.
It's his girl. She's very pretty.
She sure is. Hey, you said you were gone.
Oh, I am sorry, Southfield. Really. I'll really go this time. Honest Injun, Southfield. Really and truly.
Well, goodbye. Excuse me, please. Genevieve.
Well, you certainly kept me waiting long enough, Popsy.
Well, I'm sorry, Angel.
I bet you had another visitor.
Well,
A feminine visitor, Sarsfield?
Oh, my goodness, no. With a beard?
Look at all the money. Where'd you get the money, Sarsfield?
Why, a man gave it to me.
Oh, come now, Sarsfield. Do you expect me to believe that?
Well, he did.
Oh, I wish a nice man would give poor little me some of the nice money.
Well,
Poor little me has only got $1 bill. You got $100 bill.
Oh, yes, I know, Genevieve, but
Nice man wouldn't miss a little teensy bit of the money now, would he?
Well, Genevieve, you see, I mean, you know,
Is it really yours, Sarsfield?
Well, in a way, dearest.
Oh, I wish I had some too.
Well, you see, No, I can't let you have it.
My goodness, Sarsfield, I didn't think you were stingy.
Well, I'm not.
You're mean.
No, dear.
You stole it.
No, I didn't.
You murdered somebody for it.
Oh, gosh, no.
And where did you get it?
Well, honey,
Blood money.
It's magic.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Yes.
How is it magic?
Well, I did it with my magic wand.
Why, how nice.
But it...
Can you do magic, Sarsfield?
Well, sure, but...
Do
I mean,
some magic.
Well, I don't...
I bet you can. I bet you're kidding.
Oh, no. No, indeed, Genevieve.
We'll do something magic then. Make some more money.
Excuse me, Sarsfield.
What?
I didn't say anything, honey.
Well, what is... who is it?
Oh, me?
Your wife is coming, Sarsfield.
Oh, my gosh. Well, how did she know...
You don't know what, Sarsfield?
How did she know where I was, Professor?
I told her, Sarsfield.
Oh, my gosh. What'll I do now?
What's the matter, Angel Faye?
Oh, you got to get out of here.
Well, I like that. I certainly appreciate that.
No,
Why do I have to get out of here? Don't you love me?
Genevieve, meet my wife.
How do you do? Well, for Pete's sake!
Now, dear.
I really must go now. Nice to have met you. Oh, no!
She's a magic phone.
Huh?
Help! Sarsfield!
Oh, Presto-Change-O disappeared!
Well, where'd you go?
Wow.
Sir?
I did it just in time.
Oh, that's the magic thing.
Yes. Wow. Just in time again.
I want to see it.
Don't touch it, Genevieve.
Oh, now, Sarsfield. I won't hurt it.
Please, honey.
Is it really magic?
It really is, dear. Please let me have it.
I don't see any trigger or anything.
But there isn't any. Please put it down, Genevieve.
Well, then what makes it work?
Genevieve, please. Please.
You just pointed it at her like this.
Don't point it at me.
And you said,
Genevieve, don't.
You said,
He said Presto-Change-O, young lady.
What? Presto-Change-O?
Genevieve. Professor.
He said something else. Oh, I know.
Give me that.
I know. You said disappear. Why, my goodness. He certainly went away in a hurry.
Oh. My goodness, what happened to me? Oh, Genevieve. Oh my gosh. Oh, where am I? Hey, where am I?
Hi, Sarsfield.
Who's that? I can't see.
It's me, Sarsfield. Pet the Coliastro.
Oh, good. Let me out of here, Professor, will you? I'm scared.
You can't get out of here, Sarsfield. You're here to stay. Remember, the wand won't work in reverse. Too bad. But I told you you'd make a mistake.
What is this place?
Why, that's just what it is, boy. This is the place where things go when they disappear.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you're going to have a wonderful time with the people here.
What people?
Why, don't you remember? An elephant, and a deputy sheriff, and a boy who turned into a fish, and a very, very angry gorilla.
Oh, no!
And your wife.
Oh, no!
And oh boy, Sarsfield, is she going to be tickled to see you? Well, you asked for it.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story was Presto-Change-O, I'm sure. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Edgar Staley was the professor. The distasteful Bernard was the immaculate and talented Mr. Ed Latimer. Charming Miss Peggy Stanley played Genevieve. And the masterful dog and the gorilla were by the one and only Brad Barker. As usual, music is by Albert Berman. Now for a word about Quiet Please next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
You didn't recognize anybody tonight, did you? Well, you shouldn't have. They're all natives of my typewriter, and they never did exist before. Next week's story is called 3,000 Words.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
As much as we would like to forget about the last war and turn our hopes and efforts away from the death and destruction caused overseas, the situation in many European countries demands our attention. You've heard it on the radio, you've read it in your daily papers. Men, women, and children in war-devastated areas are slowly starving to death. Most especially, the children are suffering. Their daily diets are often inadequate to sustain life. As always, in the midst of starvation, disease reaps a horrible toll. Tuberculosis, rickets, pellagra, and other diseases are spreading, with children the chief victims. Many private American agencies have been sending as much help as they could. Now 25 well-established relief agencies have combined into a single drive to save the next generation. We ask you to send your contributions to the Crusade for Children in New York. This program is heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called 3,000 Words.
What did you do if you heard a knock on your door some cold winter night? You went to the door and opened it. There was a fella about 3 feet high standing on your front porch in the snow. Jump about 10 feet in the air and yell? Sure, probably. Only Hubert didn't jump. He couldn't. I was as surprised as he was. I saw my brother sitting there in a wheelchair. He saw a dwarf covered with snow looking as if he'd stepped out of a Walt Disney cartoon. And then Virginia come running from the back of the house, and she recognized me right away.
Monk, where'd you come from?
Hiya, Virginia. Hubert, what's with this wheelchair?
What are you doing?
Hold it, Virginia.
Hubert.
Come in, Monk, come in.
Why, thanks, friend. What's with you, Hubert? What's the wheelchair for? You sick?
He's been in that chair 4 years, Monk.
Oh, Hubert, what's the matter? Gee,
I fell off a train platform. I can't use my legs.
Oh, I didn't know that.
What do you want, Monk?
Virginia, take off your coat, Monk.
Yeah, well, thanks, Hubert. Hey, I like this place.
We like it. Now sit down.
Thanks.
Virginia, go make us a drink.
Swell.
I want to...
You heard me, Virginia.
Oh.
Still don't like me, does she?
How'd you find us?
Huh? Oh, I ran across an item in the billboard a couple weeks ago. Said you were in business here. So I was in Cleveland. I thought I'd run up and take a look at you. Only overnight, you know.
What do you want, Monk?
You're sure way out in the Bondocs, aren't you?
We like it.
Cost me my last $4 for a taxi out here.
You're broke, huh?
That.
I figured that.
How you doing?
We get by.
There's no show business here, is there?
We're not in show business anymore.
Oh.
No.
Not much a guy can do in a wheelchair, is there, Hubert?
No. Not much.
Yeah, it's too bad. Yeah, you're always pretty good with your hands. Like me. Runs in the family, I guess.
You never did an honest day's work in your life, Monk.
That chance for a guy my size and shape to get an honest day's work. It looks like you're in the same boat now.
I work.
Doing what?
Junior! Who those drinks?
I'm coming. Heaven's sake, I only got 2 hands.
That's what I need. Scotch, huh? You must be doing all right, kid. Well, school. Yeah. Yes, sir, you must be doing all right.
You're not gonna get a cent, Monk.
Now, look, honey, I'm Hubert's brother, not yours, and he'll decide, not you, so leave us not be bitter, see?
Sit down, Virginia, and shut up.
Am I right, Hubert?
I suppose we're stuck with him.
You said it.
Hubert,
Nix, Virginia. I won't be much trouble, Hubert.
Monk, how about doing a little honest work for a change?
Well, a little, maybe. Doing what?
You're talking about how I used to be good with my hands.
And I was better.
That's right. Well, I got a certain amount of handwork to be done, Monk, and I can't do so well since my accident.
You talking about woodwork?
Yeah. Virginia, give Monk another drink.
I tell you, Hubert.
I said give him another drink.
Said give me another drink, Virginia. A little more scotch and not so much soda this time. Yeah, thank you, dear. Go on, Hubert.
Remember that dummy you made for me in Detroit in Jack Hill's shop?
Yeah, sure. What are you doing, making dummies for the profession?
No, I'm still in the profession.
Well, I thought you said you're out of show business.
I am.
I don't get it. Oh, thanks, Virginia.
Listen, I was the best ventriloquist in show business.
Well, you were good.
But did show business ever give me a break? Did I ever play the Palace? Did I ever get on the radio? Did I ever make money?
I remember when you got $600 a week.
For 11 weeks.
That's right, Monk.
What are you doing here now? Playing club dates or what?
I never leave the house.
We never leave the house.
Hey, what's the gimmick, Hubert?
If you take up my proposition...
Hubert, you'll be
Shut
sorry.
up.
Thanks.
If you take up my proposition, you're not to leave the house either.
Well, if it pays off, and if we eat, and drink,
we will.
How much?
20 a week and found.
20?
20?
Well,
we eat good, Monk.
Yeah, have another shot, Virginia, please.
You want one, Hubert?
Yeah. Well?
I don't get it yet.
I want you to make me some figures.
Figures? Dummies?
Well, like dummies. Some of them will be kind of portrait figures. There'll be masks and stuff, too. I got a very nice little shop in back.
Look, will you tell a guy what this is all about, for the love of... Oh, thanks, Virginia.
Why, it's very simple, Monk. I want you to make some ghosts for me.
Sure, you figured it out, didn't you? It's a new angle on the spiritualism racket. We sat there till 2:30 while he told me about how he worked it. He had a dummy all fixed up in Oriental costume, turban and everything. He'd sit in his wheelchair with a very dim little blue light overhead, and Virginia'd come in and make like she's hypnotizing him. She wore a black robe, a veil, all that kind of stuff. And the suckers that asked questions, the dummy on Hubert's knee would answer. And the suckers that pay my brother perfectly good dough for it, and come back for more. Yeah, sure, it sounds corny, but you have no idea what suckers will go for. And this is a big town. But never mind what town. So there's thousands of suckers to draw on. It's pathetic. But how it pays off. Well, I tossed in a couple ideas or two while we're going over the deal. Even sourpuss Virginia kind of gets a little enthusiastic about what can be done with 2 smart operators on the job. Bright and early I get to work. I'm really pretty good at my hands. Yeah, I can cook up a papier-mâché mask that looks like the real person under a dim light. Hubert's got 40, 50 books of photographers with photographs of people that died around town.
With them for models, I can whip up little Josephine to the life. No time at all.
And
Get this. Nobody knows I'm there, see? And the dwarf can move around the darkened room almost as if he's invisible. You look in the wrong place, see? Well, it's a riot. It's a gold mine. No checks, strictly cash on the line. Hubert stashes it all away in a big old safe. All except what he doles out to Virginia for the house. And my pay. And that ain't so good. What's $20 with the hundreds that came rolling in? What's a few dollars a week for grocery money with hundreds of dollars being stuck away in a little old safe? Virginia?
What are you laughing at, Monk?
I was just thinking. There was this one woman, this Mrs. Kiefer. She was the biggest sucker of them all. She used to come every week, every Thursday, to talk to her dear departed husband, Tom. I got to know Tom pretty well. She'd sit there in the dark blue light and bawl quietly.
Hubert, can't you bring my husband back for me?
It is very, very difficult.
Oh, Tom. Tom.
Be still. Tom wishes to speak to you. Tom. Tom Kiefer. Tom is here.
Oh, Tom. Speak to me.
I love you, Adelaide. I'm very lonely here.
Oh, Tom. If I could only see you.
I may speak to you only through the medium of this figure, Adelaide. Be good, Adelaide. Be good. Be charitable. Give your money to the deserving. For in this mysterious land from whose bourne no traveler returns, we know the worthlessness of earthly wealth.
And standing in the other room in my suit of black tights that covered me from head to foot, I whispered to Virginia, he's laying it on thick tonight, ain't he? And before she could reply, I heard my cheek.
I must return now and leave this figure through whose lips I speak to you, Adelaide.
Oh, Tom, no. No.
Good night. Be still, Mrs. Kiefer. Perhaps you may feel the hand of the dear departed one upon yours.
And I sneaked in, and I touched her arm ever so lightly. She screamed and jumped. She was looking straight in my direction in the dim light, only she was looking about 2 feet over my head. She didn't see me at all. It's a great racket. A dozen more times like that, and $200 bills, sometimes 3. The other customers were their 20s, their 50s, and a safe in the corner of the room bulging. And 20 a week for me, and house money for Virginia. And me and Virginia and Hubert with the props put away, sitting and having a drink together. And all of us thinking,
I'm thinking about the money. Beautiful money in the safe.
I'm thinking about the money. The beautiful money in the safe.
I'm thinking about the money. The beautiful money in the safe.
Well, I don't know what you two are going to do, but I'm going to bed.
Good night, Hubert.
Good night, Hubert.
I was wondering something, Virginia.
Yeah?
I was wondering how long this goes on.
What goes on?
The $100 bills. You and me on nickels and dimes.
Huh. Forever, I guess.
You want another drink?
I sure do.
Yeah, I'm getting a little tired of it.
You are?
Yep.
That chance of doing anything about it with him.
You know, Bunk's a ventriloquist, too.
What? I thought you were in bed, Hubert.
Yeah, that was me, Virginia.
What?
Sure, Virginia. I'm a ventriloquist. I'm better than Hubert, even. And he doesn't know it.
You're kidding.
Yeah. Listen,
Sure, you're a ventriloquist monk. Monk? I could have sworn that was me speaking. I didn't.
You see, in a pinch, we could get along without Hubert, couldn't we? $100 bills. Sure, if Hubert happened to leave, I could build a dummy of him. We could just change places. The dummy could sit in the wheelchair and hold the ventriloquist on his lap. I'm about the same size as the dummy he's got. And the oriental clothes that fit me.
Who'd know the difference?
I can imitate Hubert's voice or anybody's voice in the dark.
Who'd know the difference?
The dummy could wear Hubert's clothes. It'd have Hubert's voice. But the dummy wouldn't get the money.
We would.
We'd know the difference.
That's right. Nobody knows you're here.
Nobody ever leaves the house.
Nobody'd ever know the difference.
And so, you know, I really wasn't surprised 3 or 4 days later when Virginia came and told me that Hubert had died. Something he ate, it seemed to be. Virginia had more stuff in her than I thought she had. It's no cinch digging a hole 6 feet deep between supper time and breakfast, especially in the rain. Especially when the people digging the hole are not very used to manual labor, a woman and a 3-foot dwarf. The rain helped, of course, after we got the grave filled. Made it look as if the place had never been dug up. Very neat. Very handy. I was pretty tired by daylight, but there wasn't much time to rest. I had to get the dummy made. Virginia had to sew Hubert's clothes on it. And we had to go and open the safe with the combination we found in Hubert's desk. Look at the money. Seeing we had to look at it pretty often. And count it. I kept practicing Hubert's voice, too. I wanted to be perfect. Listen, Virginia.
87 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation.
How's that?
Giving me the creeps.
Oh, cut it out.
Don't do that. Sound exactly like him.
Good.
Now, my dear Adelaide, if you could see your way clear to leave an extra $1,000 or so with our good friend.
That's perfect. You got him exactly.
Why, baby, I can imitate anybody.
I can even do Virginia's voice.
Now, the wheelchair. Move it right over here, Virginia, under the light. Let's try some incense tonight, shall we, just in case? Oh, I'll do all right, but just in case. Here, help me with Hubert.
Don't do that.
Oh, stop it. It's just a dummy. Looks all right, though, doesn't it? Turn off the main light. Sure, fine. Let's get the head down a little. Okay, Hubert?
Like this, Monk?
That's it, Hubert. How's that, Virginia?
Mm-hmm.
How do I look, okay? Okay, I climb up on the dummy's knees. Put the arm around me, Virginia. That's it. Oh, hold it. My hand's caught in my collar. Take it easy, you don't want to choke me. Can't you fix it? Let go of me, Hubert. Yeah, that's better. Hurry up, Virginia. There's somebody coming up the porch. Easy now. Take it easy. Here we go.
Come in.
Good evening, Hubert.
Good evening, Mrs. Kiefer.
How am I doing, Virginia?
Damn it. Good evening, Mrs. Kiefer. Hubert says he feels the presence very close. Will you please sit down at once?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. I'm so glad.
Please sit down quietly, Mrs. Kiefer. The spirits are near. Virginia?
I am here, Hubert. Rest and sleep, Hubert. that the spirit may know and come. Rest, the blessed trance of the soul. Sleep, sleep, sleep,
Gonna have to make this snappy. That hand's digging into my neck again.
sleep, sleep, sleep.
Adelaide.
Oh, Tom. Tom, darling.
The first time, the second time, the third time. I was terrific. And Tom was under control, too. Tom told Adelaide to give away her money, give to a worthy cause, he said. Well, what cause could be more worthy than the cause of the medium that brought Tom's voice back to her from across the Jordan? Why, sure. The third time she left $1,000 with us, Virginia and I spent quite a while that night just sitting and looking at the money in the battered old safe. And not remembering the $20 a week and the piddling grocery money that used to be ours. It was that third night that I woke up sometime after midnight. I couldn't resist the temptation to go in and open the safe. Look at the money again. Feast my eyes on it, feel its crispness in my hands. And I went into the room and there was a little tiny light there. I couldn't see anything for a minute, so I just waited. I just waited and waited. And then I heard a sound. I didn't recognize it at first, but as my eyes got more used to the dimness, I discovered the door of the safe was open. Somebody else couldn't resist temptation. I flipped on the light. Well, my dear Virginia.
I was just looking.
Where's the money?
What? Money?
Ah, stop that silly talk. So you were going to scramble to leave me holding the bag, huh?
You get away from me.
Good thing I couldn't sleep.
Get away!
Too bad, Virginia.
I'll put it back.
No.
What are you?
Too bad, baby.
I'll break you.
I'm so glad I learned to imitate your voice, Virginia.
Let go of
But I didn't need Gilbert, darling. And I don't need you either. In addition to being a very good ventriloquist, I am also very strong. Virginia was a big girl, but she fit in the safe quite nicely with the money. And then there was another hole to dig in the garden and not so much time, so I made it only 4 feet deep. And there I was all alone, me and the money, and nobody knew I was there. They thought Hubert and Virginia were there. And how could anyone know the difference? Mrs. Kiefer is on the way over. She's got a lot of money to give away tonight. I might just as well have it. Don't you agree? Well, dummy, let's make it good. Okay, Hubert?
We'll make it good, brother.
We sure will. And that's all, brother. Now, sit still. Let me get set. Hook the arm into the back of my costume. That's good. Lights are all fixed. Now, when the doorbell rings, Virginia will answer, but Mrs. Kiefer won't see her. Let's see.
Come in, Mrs. Keeper. The spirits are waiting for you.
Not so bad. Darn it, that hand's choking me again. I have to fix that. Awful uncomfortable. My gosh, she's early.
Come in. Come in.
Yeah, I must have been hearing things. Well, let's go look. Oh, something's caught. What the? Oh, it's that hand. Here. I can't reach it. Let go, Hubert. Hubert, let go. I'm joking. I'm joking. Who's that? Hubert? Virginia? Help. Help.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please was 3,000 Words. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Don Briggs played Hubert. Ann Seymour was Virginia. The voice of Tom was Lon Clark. Mrs. Kiefer was played by Kathleen Naday. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, our writer-director Willis Cooper.
Nobody but nobody on tonight's show represented anybody living, dead, or in between. I invented all of them personally. And for next week's story for you is called Motive.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called The Third Man's Story.
I have had a long time to meditate upon folly. And I think if I could live my life over again, this would be a better world today, dwelt in by happier people. For I think I would not have committed the folly of my youth, the folly that has drawn the lines for conflict and suffering that you are heir to now. My father and my mother, I know, committed a greater folly, but the punishment that was laid upon them was the sentence of an all-wise judge, and in the end a demonstrable blessing, a blessing that might have descended unsullied to you of this present world, had it not been for my folly, which, among other things, led to my death. And to the death of countless other men and women and children and the laying waste to many a fair countryside through the years. I never saw the country where my father and mother first lived, but I've heard them speak of it so many times, at first with an aching homesickness that was almost a madness between them. And then as the years went on in my early manhood, with a kind of hopeless uncertainty, as of a dream once vivid and now dim and tattered in the years, never to be recalled and therefore a thing to be put away forever. My father, I recall him well. A tall, heavy man, a little stooped with toil, smiling slowly and saying little. His hair long and black. I did not live to see the gray creep in. A man of prodigious strength and temper. In short, the quiet-spoken, home-loving working man, father of all ages. My mother, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I agree I had little opportunity then for comparison with other women, but there have been many women since in this world, and none to rival her. Discontented a little, impatient a little, but a wise, loving mother to her two sons, and a dutiful wife to their father. And my brother. It is a good thing that my brother lived, that he was born and existed, and strove with his hands, delving in the valleys and tilling the broad fields, learning the secrets of the earth and the ways of seeds and plants and green things. I think he was the salt of the earth, although I procured for him a bad name, to my cost and the world's. He was a little older than I, the firstborn, and naturally the first beloved, until I was born. I think he was more my father's son than I. He had my father's ways, his slow speech, his long silences, his giant strength, and my father's slow-kindling, deep-seated, terrible anger that smoldered far below the placid eyes and the peaceful countenance. Only twice have I seen my brother's temper flare, and the second time was my undoing. And yours. I think I was my mother's son. Perhaps I made it that way. I did make it that way, but I shall tell you. Bear with me. We dwelt at the head of a valley far from the place where my father and mother had first lived. It was a humble place, but tall trees shadowed our house. A sparkling hillside brook ran gurgling down the hill not 100 paces from our door. In the summer's heat, the hills grew brown and barren under the sun, save for the plots below the slopes where my brother cunningly led the waters of the little stream, where the corn and the millet and the barley prospered, and the fruit trees on the hill above the house were my brother's too. He tended them daily against the harvest of the fall, while I frolicked in the stream or lazed away the long afternoons in the shade of the plane trees. I well remember the rains, my brother and my father toiling in the steamy downpour at some homely task, while I sat dry and comfortable under the thatched shelter and laughed at their dripping, mud-spattered labors. It was a good life we led. We the pioneers, we the happy family in the olden good days and the summers and the long, slow winters, in the cheerful spring and the golden harvest days of the fall. Pioneers in a smiling land, unpeopled by enemies, unmarred by discontent and hatred. So it was in the early days of my youth. So it could have been today, were it not for my folly and my death. The first in all this peaceful land. My father was a profoundly religious man, God-fearing and devout, remembering his obligations to his Creator with an intense, personal fervor, laying aside a tithe of everything he possessed for the Lord, thereby engendering in me a mighty, impious curiosity. I remember an evening when my brother and I sat alone in the twilight, resting, he from the toil of the day, and I from the day's pleasures. "Brother," I said, "brother, tell me something. What did you and Father do with the fruit and grain and things you carried away this morning?"
She took them down to the grove, same as we always do.
What did you do with them there?
We left them there.
Just left them there?
Yeah, just left them there.
Well, why did you do that?
Well, you know how Father feels. You know how religious he is.
I know. But I don't understand why he does this. It seems like wasting things.
Those things aren't wasted.
Well, what happens to them?
They're a sacrifice.
I don't understand that.
Well, it's like this.
Well, go ahead.
It's hard to explain. Your father gives you things. Food, things to play with. What do?
I don't do anything.
You say thank you, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Well, this sacrifice is a kind of way of saying thank you for all the wonderful things we had. For the fields, and the sunshine, and, for everything. For just living.
Oh,
We have plenty, you see. It's only fair for us to give up some of it for a thank offering. You understand?
What would happen if you didn't do it?
I don't know.
Would something terrible happen? Would we have bad luck, maybe? Would we die?
I don't know.
Well, do we just sacrifice what we want to?
We sacrifice the best we have, Sonny.
Has it got to be the best?
That's what your father and I think. And your mother.
What if it isn't good enough?
It has to be the best things you have.
Can I sacrifice something?
When you're old enough.
I'll sacrifice some wonderful things.
Of course you.
And they won't be just old ears of corn and bundles of millet and stuff like that. I wonder if I thought, in my youthful folly, that the greater the sacrifice, the greater would be my reward. I wonder if I thought I could buy prosperity and happiness and the pleasures of the flesh, outstrip my father and my brother by the magnificence of my own burnt offerings. I wonder if this was the burgeoning of a thought that I might supplant my brother in the regard of my father and mother. For he was the principal provider. True, my father labored mightily, but it was my brother's strong arms that tilled the soil, my brother's active mind that planned the year's crops, my brother's sweat that procured the harvest that nourished us all. And as time went on, my father became more and more submerged in religion, and on his firstborn fell a heavier and heavier burden. And at the time of sacrifice, I stood sullenly aside, for I was empty-handed with nothing of my own to place upon the altar, with nothing to gain grace and prosperity for myself. I was young. Forgive me for that if you can. True, my elder brother had not many years over me, but I had been brought up in the indulgence of my parents. And since he was a prodigious worker, I found idleness more to my liking. I was awkward with the plow and the harrow. I bruised the precious fruit I was sent to gather. I dulled the scythe, and reaping time was sent away, lest I bring further harm to the harvest and to myself. And the praise my father gave to my brother.
It's been a good year, son. We've done very well, haven't we? You've done very well, you mean? What's the difference? It's all in the family. Yes, but what we'd have done without you, I don't know. Why, we've got that lower field now that was all trees last year. That brings us a good crop. I wish there was something special I could do for you, son. It's all right, Father. I like to work in the fields. And those fruit trees, I never saw them bear so much. It was hard work, but we'll have a pleasant winter, thanks to you. We've got so much. I wish there was somebody we could give some of our plenty to. Don't you, Father? We can give it to the Lord, son. It'll be a mighty sacrifice this year. All the better we have it to give. But I wish sometimes there were some other people we could see, be neighbors with. A day will come, son, a day will come. We may not live to see this world teeming with people, but we're the pioneers, and they'll live to be grateful to us. I'm thankful I have a son like you. You've got two sons, Father. Oh, yes, but your brother.
And I went away and sat brooding for a long time. Mind you, I loved my father, and up to that moment I loved my brother. But I must find some way to outdo him, to win a greater place than he in my father's affections. But what was I to do?
What tasks were there left that I could perform to please my father and to supplant my brother? I could not think. And the other thought, how would I ever prosper in life if I had nothing to give, nothing to sacrifice as my father and my brother did? My mother found me in the dark as I sat there, sniveling at my unlucky situation, as I sat there, dissolved in unworthy tears of self-pity.
Is that you, son?
Mother?
I've been looking all over for you. What's the matter, dear?
I don't feel good.
Are you sick, child?
I'm just good for nothing.
Oh, now, son, what happened?
Well, I can't do anything.
You can't do anything. What do you mean?
Well, brother does everything, and father tells him how wonderful he is, and I'm just useless.
Oh, come now, son. There's plenty for you to do. You always help Mother around the house, and you're young.
I'm not either. I'm just no good.
That's a silly attitude for you to take. Now, what put all this in your mind so suddenly?
Mother, I want to be useful.
Well, you are useful.
I haven't got anything to sacrifice.
Oh, that's it, eh?
Yes. Father...
I know, dear. I didn't know you were so serious about saying.
Mother, how can I ever get things if I don't have anything to sacrifice?
Get things?
Well, I mean, I won't prosper.
You poor child. You come in now and have your supper and you feel better. And then in the morning...
But in the morning I wandered away, still downcast, before my parents and my brother had arisen. I do not remember what dark thoughts occupied my mind as I climbed the dew-drenched hillsides, wrestling with my problem. I do not know how far I walked through the morning in the hot sun of noon, nor where I wandered. I tired with the afternoon, I remember, and under a tall oak tree on the top of a hill I lay my head and slept. Dreams haunted me. Dreams of my tall, laughing brother, rich and happy, surrounded by a cheerful and happy family in some far land. Dreams of myself, begging bread from a stranger, unblessed and unhappy. Dreams of poverty and want in a world I never knew. I saw myself dependent at long last upon the bounty of my brother, the farmer, the tiller of the soil, a laborer who had enough to sacrifice to ensure a good life for himself, while I suffered the pangs of hunger. And I awoke to the curious stare of a pair of tiny, grave little lambs, 2 little lambkins who stood and made bleating noises at the strange figure on the grass, who tottered to me and seized my fingers in their black little mouths and tugged at them valiantly. And so, when at sunset I made my weary way into the clearing around our house, I had found my vocation. The lambs objected mightily to being dragged up for inspection by my father and brother and my weeping mother. But there was a hot supper for me and barley meal for the lambs, and I talked bravely of the prosperity my new acquisition would bring to us all. I suppose I was meant to be a shepherd. My 2 little lambs grew. Presently there were more lambs. My father taught me to shear them as they grew bigger. I found out the lore of the sheep herder for myself. It was pleasant on the hillsides with the tinkle of the weather's bell, and the flock grew apace. Ah, how I remember those long afternoons, with the clouds drifting lazily above me, the pleasant drowsy sound of the sheep as they grazed peacefully around me. It was a lazy life, but a good one. I could laze away the afternoons securely, laughing to think of my burly brother toiling away in the sun-baked fields, fighting his eternal battle with the earth for his sustenance. I built my own hut on the hillside above the home place. I lived a pleasant, solitary life. Sometimes my mother and my father would toil up the hill to visit me, bring me cakes of millet or deep jars of sweet wine from my brother's grapes. There was an afternoon.
Well, son, you're doing fine with the sheep.
I'm glad, Father. This is what I like to do.
How many have you now?
16. But there'll be lambs in the spring.
I'm making you a nice wool coat, son, from the first shearing.
Oh, thank you, Mother.
I wish you could come home oftener, though.
You miss me?
Of course we do, son. That's why we come up to see you here.
But what about... Well, you've got a son around the house all the time.
He's pretty busy.
How's he doing with the crops?
Well, not very well this year.
Oh, what's the matter?
It's just a bad year, son.
What's the matter? Didn't he sacrifice?
I don't think I like the way you said that, son.
I didn't mean anything, Father.
I hope you didn't. Yes, your brother sacrificed. You know he did.
Maybe he didn't sacrifice enough.
Yes, he did, dear.
Or maybe it wasn't good enough.
Son, it's not your place to decide what's good and what's bad.
I wasn't, Father. I was only asking.
The crops are going to be very small this year.
It looks as if you're the support of the family this time, son.
Me? That's fine. I'm some use after all then.
Son.
Why, of course you're some use. You're a good deal of use.
More than my brother.
This year, anyway.
Son.
I can't help it, Mother. I'm happy.
Son, have you made your sacrifice yet?
Not yet, Father, but I'm going to do it right away. I'm going to make a wonderful sacrifice. And when the lambs were born, I made my sacrifice. I made a magnificent sacrifice. The lovely little lambs bleated piteously, and my heart bled for them, but it was what I had wanted to do. I chanted the old words of the ceremony loudly and joyfully. The black smoke rose to heaven. We all rejoiced greatly. We all rejoiced, except my brother. Now it was his turn to stand empty-handed and glum, although he did try to smile at me when I turned triumphantly away to look at him. The poor, withered ears of corn he put on his own altar looked very meager compared with the lavishness of my gift. And when, in an excess of good feeling, I gave him one of the lambs to offer up on his own altar, he couldn't even make the fire stay lit. I had to help. I was very happy. And I rue the day now. Yes, of course it was selfishness. It wasn't devotion. I was very happy. And when in the morning I left again to return to the hillside pastures, for my flock had grown and there would be much for me to do, my brother humbly came to me and laid a hand on my shoulder.
Is it all right if I walk back with you to see the flock?
Why, haven't you got anything to do here?
There's not a thing to do here. Crops are in, but there is them.
Well, isn't that too bad?
Yeah, it is that.
Well, come on along.
Thank you. I don't know what happened this year.
It is strange, isn't it?
You've done well. I'm proud of you.
Oh, you know, I told you I'd sacrificed something wonderful.
Yes, I remember.
I sacrificed the first lambs this family ever sacrificed.
It was wonderful.
Too bad your sacrifice was so cheap and bad.
I did the best I could. That's all anybody could do.
Oh, well, but you should have been like me. It's all very well to dig up the ground, but it takes something more to do what I've done.
I've done pretty well in the past, boy.
I don't see how you can expect to do very much when all you've got to offer is some old corn and stuff like that.
It was good enough for you for a long time.
Well, of course, but now...
I've worked hard all my life.
You don't have to work hard if you don't want to. I don't work hard. And look at me.
Yes.
I think Father and Mother are a little disappointed in you, you know.
They are not.
Oh, I think they are. I could see the way they looked at you. And at me.
I don't believe you.
And you didn't do very well with your sacrifice. Not even when I had to give you something to sacrifice.
You stop that.
I think your day's over, brother. I
told you to stop talking that way.
Yes, you're done. You were all right till I got started and made a good sacrifice.
Stop!
Oh, go on back and dig holes in the ground, you farmer. You'll do what?
You don't stop talking that way, I'll kill you.
Farmer!
Stop!
Dig her in the dirt!
I told you!
Can't even make a good sacrifice! No! And I lay there on the ground. The sky had turned to blood red and the hills danced crazily about me. I struggled to rise again, but it was too late. I had loosed murder and strife into the good world. I had taunted my brother to the final act of death, and it was too late to say I'm sorry. Distantly, I heard my brother run away, and his cries filled my ears with sound. "It is more than I can bear," he said. And those are the last words of his I heard. My good, kindly brother. And through him, I brought strife and terror and hopelessness into the best of all worlds. And you are heir to the evil that I set free. I was my brother's keeper, and I failed my trust.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please was The Third Man's Story. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Lon Clark played the brother. The father was Arthur Cole, and the mother was Alice Reinhardt. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, our writer-director Willis Cooper.
It's of course obvious that the characters in tonight's story were based upon people who did live. Next week's Quiet Please story is called, with a bow to the composer of our theme, Symphony in D minor. It'll be the last of the Mutual Network series of Quiet Please broadcasts.
Both Mr. Cooper and I would be grateful for your reactions. Until next week at the same time, I'm quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Symphony in D minor.
Personally, I believe in the law of the jungle. I believe that the fight goes to the strong, to the one that's smarter, to the one that ought to win. I've made my way in life that way. You can't tell me anything different. I never got past high school myself. I had too much to do to waste time going to college. Gad, I did it. I've got just about everything I ever wanted. What I haven't got yet, I'll get. The only thing I ask of anybody is get out of my way. Either that or get out of my way. One-sided or wheel off. That's my motto. Friend, I may take a wheel off just for good luck. Let's not have any misunderstandings about me. I'm tough, and I know it. I got nothing against you. If I had, you wouldn't be just sitting there listening. You'd be out of luck, like a certain party is going to be one of these days very soon, which I'm going to tell you about shortly. Look, friend, don't get the idea that just because I'm tough, I'm not smart. Because I am. Because I'm going to show you shortly just how smart I am. You want to hear? Good. Last night I was a guest in his house. A very interesting evening. You see, he's a psychologist, a very smart man, degrees, honors, knowledge. A beautiful wife. And black glasses. Yeah, that's right, he's blind. Very convenient for certain parties. For example, a party named Carol, his wife. Or a party named Ray. It's me. See what I mean, friend? You don't? Yeah, you will shortly. He was sitting on a blue Davenport. Oh, I didn't tell you his name, Johannes. I'll just call him Johannes so you'll not get too much of a line on him. I wouldn't want anybody to slip him any information he shouldn't have, you know. Well, he was sitting on the blue Davenport. Carol was upstairs finishing a radio script. Yeah, she's very smart. But she'll have to stop that after she marries me. I don't want any wife of mine working. So anyway, Johannes and I were sitting there, batting a breeze, as you'd say in the Quartermaster Corps. I was bored, but Johannes wasn't. He just keeps right on talking.
Whether you believe it or not, Ray, it's a scientific fact. And I have occasion to use it a great deal.
It's bunk. Like all the rest of this psychology racket.
I'm not going to try to convince you.
Oh, you can't convince me.
I could, though.
Look, Johannes, I don't believe in it. And even if I did, I know you can't hypnotize a person against his will.
You think so?
I know so.
You want to try a little experiment?
No.
Well, there's no point in it. You're sure a man can't be hypnotized if he doesn't want to be?
Sure.
Well, I won't argue with you. Look, hand me that push button on the extension cord there by the desk.
This?
By the desk.
This is the only thing. That it? Here.
Thank you.
What's it for?
It's a gadget I had. Listen.
What's that?
Make you sleepy?
Oh, it hurts my ears.
Might make you sleepy. Has a very interesting sound. Listen to it carefully, Ray. See if it doesn't give you a kind of heavy, drowsy feeling. Make you want to just lie back and shut your eyes and think about sleeping.
It's a lot of bunk.
So many people find it's an ideal way to go to sleep. It's better than sleeping pills. It's better than a soft feather bed. Just relaxes your mind so you can't think of anything but just going to sleep.
I wish you'd turn it off.
I can go to sleep in 30 seconds with it if I want to. You could too. You could sleep right away if you wanted to. If you'd relax. That's it. You're getting sleepy already, aren't you?
I am not.
Nothing like sleep. Nothing like relaxing back in that nice, soft, easy chair, letting your head fall back and taking deep breaths. Deep breaths, the way you do when you're asleep. Take 5 deep breaths, Ray. See what happens.
It's a lot of nonsense.
No, it's good sense, Ray. Try sleeping. Make you feel better. Shut your eyes and listen to that sound. Relax. And breathe deeply. Take it easy. And sleep. And sleep. And sleep. And sleep.
And I was so bored I just dropped off to sleep a minute while he was mumbling away. I wasn't asleep a minute, but you know how it is. You get bored listening to somebody yada-da, and, you know. I woke up when Carol opened the door and came in. I got right up out of my chair. She startled me, I guess. I never was so glad to see anybody. I was bored with Johannes. And the funniest thing happened. Johannes whistled, and I walked right over to Carol without thinking what I was doing, and I kissed her. Now, why the devil did I do that? I said, kind of stupid, because I was scared in front of him. Johannes nearly had a fit laughing.
Said you couldn't be hypnotized, Ray.
What are you talking about?
You were out like a light, my friend.
I was not.
And I gave you a post-hypnotic suggestion that when I whistled, you were to kiss Carol.
Are you kidding, Johannes?
Of course I'm not kidding. You're the most natural hypnotic subject I've ever run across. Why, you can be hypnotized at the drop of a hat without even knowing it.
Now, what do you think of that? I'll tell you what I think. I think this character, Johannes, is smarter than I thought he was. Not smarter than I am, certainly, but smart. Even though he doesn't suspect anything, and even though he can't see, I have got to be careful. Haven't I, Carol? I'll see you tonight about 7:45, huh? It sure is too bad your husband can't go to the theater with us, isn't it? I go in, I sit down, and I look at Johannes. I give him a very large, affable hello. I say, well, how you doing, Svengali?
I hope you didn't mind that little experiment last night, Ray.
Oh, it was very interesting and instructive, Johannes.
Yes, it was. Very instructive.
Yeah, I should say so. Let me watch out for you.
Hmm?
I don't want to be stretched out over 2 chairs with people breaking rocks on my chest. I saw that once when I was a kid in vaudeville show.
I don't do things like that.
I sure hope not.
Yeah.
Hey, now.
You asleep, Ray?
Yes. I'm asleep.
You went to sleep very easily this time, didn't you?
Yes. You told me last night to go to sleep whenever I heard that sound.
You didn't like the sound.
I didn't, but I do now. It puts me to sleep.
You know you're to do anything I tell you to do.
Oh, yeah, sure.
If I told you to bark like a dog, or sing for me, that's enough. And tell me the truth about everything.
Oh, yes, Johannes.
What about Carol?
I'm going to take her away from you, Johannes.
That's what you said last night.
Oh, yes, I remember.
Do you love her, eh?
Not especially. But she's pretty, and I'd rather have her than to have you have her.
She's my wife, Ray.
I know it.
Why, Ray? Don't you think it's rather reprehensible to steal a man's wife? Especially a blind man who doesn't know what's going on?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Well, it is.
I guess it is if you say so, Johannes.
Does Carol love you, Ray?
She says she does.
Yeah. I used to love her myself. Quite a great deal, as a matter of fact, Ray.
That's too bad.
But after what you told me last night and now, I realize that she's been playing me for a sucker. Hasn't she?
She sure has.
You think I should love her now?
No.
Well, I don't.
Good.
Ray, what would you do if your wife ran away with another man?
I haven't got a wife, Johannes. Yet.
But if you did have one who played you for a sucker the way Carol's played me, would you kill her?
Of course I'd kill her.
All right. Ray, you kill Carol.
All right. When?
Well, now, we don't want to get me mixed up in this little act of simple justice, do we, Ray?
Oh, no, of course not.
Well, then, we'll have to do it some time and some place when I'm not around.
All right, Johannes. You say when and where.
How about your place?
All right.
As a matter of fact, you and Carol weren't really going to the theater tonight, were you?
Oh, no, we're going out to a nightclub where we can be alone for a while.
I see. Well, couldn't you stop by your place tonight?
All right. Stop by my place tonight.
Now, let's see. You're a music lover, aren't you, Ray?
Oh, yes.
And you have a phonograph.
And lots of records.
Help me to the piano.
All right. There. Feel it?
Yes.
Sit down.
Let's see. You know this.
Oh, yes.
Symphony in D minor by César Franck.
Symphony in D minor by César Franck.
Well, when you get to your place, you put this symphony on the phonograph.
All right.
And when you come to this part,
when I come to that part,
you go and strangle Carol.
I go and strangle Carol.
Murder her.
Murder Carol.
That's right. When you hear this.
All right, Johannes. When I hear that, I murder Carol.
All right.
What are you playing, Ray? Oh, it's you, Johanna.
Sounds like a funeral hymn, a little. Doesn't it, Carol? Wake up, Ray.
This is better than going to the theater someplace, isn't it, dear?
But I don't like being here, Ray.
It's all right. Don't you like listening to music?
I like listening to music, all right, darling, but do you realize there isn't any music?
What?
The machine stopped, sweetheart.
Well, I'll start it again. Kiss me first.
You turn on some more lights first.
Isn't it bright enough in here?
Creepy, Ray. Keep feeling as if something's going to happen.
Don't be silly. What could happen?
Nothing, sweetheart. I just feel that way.
All right. Is that better?
Much better. Now you can kiss me.
Thanks. Oh, your lips are cold.
I tell you, I feel scary.
Stop. Let's listen to the music.
I love Cesar Frank.
And me?
And me.
Okay.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Listen.
Never mind who this is. Just go to apartment 1603A at the address I gave you, and you'll find a woman murdered and the murderer there with her. That's right. Never mind, I know. Go at once, officer. You don't want to keep them waiting.
Oh, it's so beautiful. You could die to that music.
Carol, I love you.
Ray, I love you.
Car 32, apartment 1603A, 444 Steuben Street. Investigate. Car 32, apartment 1603A, 444 Steuben Street. Investigate. That is all.
Who is it?
Police officers.
What?
It's police officers.
Wait just a minute.
What do you... We had a call to investigate. What do you got all the lights off for?
Somebody blew out a fuse, officer.
I did, eh?
Right in the middle of a record we were playing.
Yeah.
The Cesar Frank B minor symphony.
Hey, Curly, flash a light in here. Are you all right, lady?
Certainly I'm all right.
Oh, that ain't the way we got it.
Well, that's the way it is.
Listen a minute. Your telephone, mister. No, wait. I'll get it.
No, what the devil?
What in the world, Ray? Johanna?
Oh, the lights are back.
I'd better turn that off.
Wait a minute, Carol.
Somebody's playing a joke on you, mister. I hope.
Who was it?
Somebody wanted to know if the lady was dead. I said she certainly ain't. I says they was playing a Frank D. Minor's sympathy and the fuse blew out. And then he hung up.
Johannes.
You want me to go lock him up? You know him?
No. Carol. I remember. Quick, turn off the record.
Oh, what's the matter?
Turn it off.
Hey, now, what are you going to do over there? What are you busting the records for, Mac?
Why, excuse me, officer. I just remembered something. Something a man didn't have time to tell me to forget. You see, even the smart boys forget. If he told me to forget that post-hypnotic suggestion of his about murdering Carol when I heard that music, he'd have been all right. I'd never have known the difference. He'd have had another chance at me. But he forgot to tell me. And so, he doesn't know what I know. He doesn't know what I'm gonna do. Carol's in there talking to him now. Carol opened the window. Sure, I told her all about it. She's in it with me. She opened the window. A poor blind guy, a blind would-be murderer. Nobody will wonder much if a poor blind guy made a mistake and fell out a window. It's a long drop. Everybody will be so sorry. His poor wife. And me. And him, I bet. That's what you get for being too smart for your size, eh? Give a quarter to hear the line of talk that's going on in there now. Carol is sweet as pie. Johanna's thinking fast while she sets it all up. You'd never suspect a thing. Oh, man, we're in. Give a quarter to know what they're saying in there. Must be good. That must be rich.
I won't fail the next time, Carol.
Oh, no, Johanna.
He didn't kill you, so you have to kill him.
Whatever you say, Johanna, I'll kill him.
It'll be a little poetic justice, won't it?
Oh, yes, Johanna.
You know that Frank D minor theme, Carol?
Oh, yes. It's beautiful.
The one that was to be a signal for him to strangle you.
Oh, yes. The one that goes da 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 da.
That's it. Whenever you hear that melody, Carol, you'll murder Ray.
Whenever I hear the music, I'll murder Ray.
Whenever.
Whenever.
You'll take a knife and stab him.
I'll take a knife and stab him.
When you hear... Come in. Forget it, Karen. Wake up.
Why, hello, Ray.
All over. Too bad, Carol, wasn't it?
It's a shame.
Well, he never knew what hit him.
And we're both out of it nicely, darling.
Ain't it wonderful?
Oh, I just shudder to think what would have happened if that fuse hadn't blown out, darling.
And if I hadn't remembered. Well, I'll never have to worry about that music again. It's so pretty. I hate to think what might...
Ray.
Huh?
I'm still afraid of it.
Oh, don't be silly.
I am.
Oh, stop it.
I never want to hear it again.
Well, you're going to hear it.
Ray, please.
Now, listen, baby, we might as well get this straight now.
Ray, please.
Listen, darling.
Ray. Oh, Ray. Ray, darling. What have I done?
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story was Symphony in D Minor. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Charita Bauer played Carol. James Van Dyke was Johannes, and the police officer was Pat O'Malley. As usual, music for Quiet Please, including the theme by Cesar Franck, is played by Albert Berman. Now, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
They were all creations of my own again, nor did they represent anybody living or dead. As you already know, this is the last broadcast of Quiet Please on this network. I'm grateful to Bob Berman, our engineer, and to Al April, our very good sound effects technician, for their 63 weeks of help. For the further adventures of Quiet Please, I recommend you read your newspaper next Sunday.
And so from now on this network, I am quite quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This will be the last broadcast in the present series of Quiet Please. In its place for the next 4 weeks, Mutual will present over most of these stations a new series of dramatic programs dealing with atomic energy. Be sure to be with us at this time next week and the 3 weeks following for Mutual's new series on atomic energy. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
ABC presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called Anonymous.
The other night when you called me up after I made that talk on the radio, I don't suppose you know what happened, do you? Maybe you don't care. But if you've got a few minutes, I'd kind of like to tell you. You mind listening for a while? Thanks. Oh, yes, you other people can listen too if you like. I see no way of preventing you. And as a matter of fact, it might be instructive to you, too. You other people don't know who I am, of course, and probably it's just as well. You know, though, don't you? You wouldn't forget that quickly. Sit still and listen. Well, you've got nothing better to do. You're listening to the radio anyway. Take it easy. Dear lady, you really started things. Personally, I thought it was a pretty good speech. And apparently quite a lot of my listeners thought so too. There was a nice batch of mail the next morning. And of course a lot of phone calls to the studio when I finished. Naturally, most of them came from people who belonged to the party that nominated me. You'd expect it to be that way. A few came from people who vote the other tickets, but even they were restrained and polite about disagreeing with me. I was grateful to them, because it's always good to know exactly on which points the opposition differs with you. I thank them politely, of course. But your call, dear lady, really, I wasn't expecting that. I remember it very clearly. Although I was shocked at the time, the phone rang. It was about the 10th call there in the studio. The announcer handed it to me. I said, yes? And you said,
You know who this is.
no, I'm afraid I don't.
And you'll never find out either. Listen, I hope you drop dead.
I beg your pardon, madam?
I said I hope you drop dead.
Oh, come now, listen, madam.
Yeah.
I'm sure I don't know why you said that, dear lady. You never saw me, except in some rather smudged newspaper cuts. You never heard my voice, except on the radio. I don't know what it was that made you use such unbridled language. Was it because you didn't like my face? Or my politics? Or my nationality? Or the church I go to? Or what? What is there about me or about my beliefs that prompts a perfect stranger to wish a sudden unnatural death for me? Is it because you felt safe hiding behind a telephone, knowing there was no way of my finding out who you are? Did you mean it? Or were you... I don't understand it. Well, you have the satisfaction of knowing that you broke up a night's sleep for me, dear lady. My first reaction, of course, was indignation. Literal indignation, a loss of dignity. I wasn't used to having people say things like that to me. I could have forgiven it from a mortal enemy, but from a total stranger. And so I went to bed, very annoyed. My wife is a very light sleeper, and I suppose I was making indignant noises to myself, rehearsing what I'd say to you if I had an opportunity. Anyway.
Matter, dear. Can't you get to sleep?
I'm sorry. Did I wake you up?
No. I just woke up and heard you muttering. What time is it?
I bet 1:55
Are you going to smoke?
I was. You want one?
No. You know how it makes me cough at night.
You say.
I heard part of your speech tonight.
Did you?
Thought it sounded fine.
Did you?
Because I've heard it so many times. Practicing, you know.
I know.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
What's the matter, dear?
Oh, I got a phone call that made me mad.
Did you?
Yes.
I thought you were enough of a politician to let those things roll off your back.
Ordinarily I am. But this one...
You going to smoke, dear?
I'm sorry.
What are you so nervous about?
I'm mad, I told you.
For heaven's sake, what did they say that upset you so much?
Yeah, it was some woman.
Oh? A woman?
You know what she said?
I haven't the least idea.
She said she hoped I'd drop dead.
Yeah, all the nerve.
You blame me for being mad?
Of course not. But don't let it prey on your mind.
No, I'm not letting it prey on my mind. Can I even mention it?
Yes, darling, of course. You don't know who it was, of course.
Of course not.
Well, try to go to sleep. Tomorrow's another day, you know.
Good night.
Good night. Dear.
I'm sorry. Good night.
Good night.
Had I better go out in the living room? I'm keeping you awake.
Oh, no. You awake, dear?
I'm afraid so.
I just remembered. The final notice on your insurance came today. You'd better make out a check in the morning or it'll be too late. Honestly, dear, there isn't any connection. I just suddenly remembered.
Sure, I know. I forgot.
I'm glad I remembered. Good night.
Good night. A very good night indeed. Try and sleep. What did the doctor say about my blood pressure? How old do people have to be to drop dead? What makes people drop dead? Embolism, whatever that is. Blood vessels burst, things go wrong with your head. Or somebody wishes it on you. You see, you did all right, dear lady. I got up to see if I could stop that dripping shower faucet. I never noticed it before, and I couldn't help hearing it tonight. And what it kept saying. How'd you like to listen to it all night? Hear what it kept saying. I tried to fix it. All that happened was I got the sleeves of my pajamas softened. And it kept right on dripping. Kept right on saying what it had to say, what you had to say. And at last I fell asleep and dreamed. Oh, I'd rather not tell you about the dreams. I'd rather let you imagine them. You know what they were about. You set the stage for them. And then when I woke up, the first thing I heard was my wife talking to someone on the telephone at 9 o'clock in the morning. Cheerful at that hour.
Well, Pat, I'll help you call. No, I didn't hear all of it on the radio, but I'd heard it so many times around the house, you know. Yes, of course. I hope so, too. What? Oh, he's all right, still asleep. I think he's got a little hangover this morning. Oh, no, not very late. I suppose he had a couple with some of the committeemen at the broadcast. Oh, no, not drunk, just talkative. Oh, somebody called him up afterwards and said they hoped he dropped dead. That's what I said. But you know him. You know how sensitive he is and how things prey on his mind. Oh, of course. But... oh, no. He hasn't the faintest idea who it was. I'm sure. He's all ready to begin calling up undertakers. Sure. I'll tell him. Bye now.
When I woke up, I couldn't remember what it was that had disturbed my sleep so, but she came and looked in the bedroom to see if I was still asleep. I said, "Look, I didn't have any drinks last night."
Oh, didn't you, dear? Should I bring you some coffee?
You know, I hate drinking coffee in bed before I get my teeth brushed.
Well, then get up. How's your hangover?
I haven't got any hangover.
I was talking on the phone to your brother.
I heard you.
What are you so cranky about this morning, dear?
I didn't sleep very well.
Dreaming about dropping dead?
I wish you...
I never heard anything so silly in all my life. Letting a little thing like that prey on your mind and...
Nothing's preying on my mind. I'd forgotten all about it till I heard you shouting about it on the telephone.
Darling, I was talking very quietly so I wouldn't wake you up.
Sorry.
Well, perfectly well. It's absurd to be upset about somebody telling you on the phone that they wish you'd drop dead.
Dear, will you please stop talking about it?
Because it's just plain silly. And you know perfectly well that a person can't wish you to death.
Well, answer it, will you?
Probably your friend.
What friend?
The one that wants you to drop dead.
They can, too. Wish you to death. I remember what that Australian fellow told me about pointing the bones, how the witch doctor points a human finger bone at the native he wants to die, and the native just dies. Nobody can do anything about it. He just dies. That's all there is to it. He's wished to death.
What did you do? Tell everybody in the committee about that woman last night?
What do you mean?
Heavens, you've got everybody talking about it.
I just mentioned it.
Well, that was your secretary. And she says everybody at headquarters is talking about it and laughing at you for being so scared.
I'm not scared. I'm mad.
Well, I wish you'd forget about it.
And I got out of bed. For a moment, I thought I was going to fall down right then and there. You ever feel dizzy when you jump up out of bed suddenly in the mornings? I suppose not. You're probably younger than I am, and things like that don't happen to you. My heart gave a big jump, and I thought, this is it. You see how far it had gone already? And I said to myself, stop it, you're being an idiot. I went to take my shower. And in the bright morning light, the dripping faucet didn't say, drop dead, the way it did last night. Didn't give it a chance. I turned the water on as hard as it would go, and I jumped in. At the office at headquarters, it was different. Everybody was delighted with the speech, and I found a pile of notes on my desk congratulating me on what I'd said. I began to feel better right away. The mayor's note said, "Great work, boy. You'll be president yet." And one from the radio station, "You have a wonderful voice for radio. Congratulations." A telegram from the old senator, "Highly impressed by your talk last night." And a copy of my speech with "excellent" written across it and the chairman's signature. And a little note on a sheet of yellow scratch paper, the badly typewritten little note. A note from you that said, "I hope you drop dead." As I looked at it, I could almost hear your voice again.
I hope you drop dead.
And then the telephone started ringing. I knew who it was, of course. I knew I'd hear your voice as soon as I lifted the receiver. "Oh, no," I said. "Oh, no, I'm not going to answer that." I've heard her once, I said to myself. Look what it's doing to me. I'm going to give her another chance. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the phone kept right on ringing. "I'm not going to answer it," I said. "I'm not going to let that woman make a fool of me again." And then I got an idea. Sure, I'd listen to you. Sure, I'd engage in conversation. I'd have my secretary trace the call while you were talking. I'd get you. I'd find you and I'd tell you a few things about anonymous telephone calls and anonymous letters, too. I'd have to be careful, though, wouldn't I? I wouldn't want to frighten you away before I knew who you were. So I put on my best politician manner. "Hello?
Still alive?
What? Who is it?"
I hear you're going to drop dead.
Oh, hello, Doc.
But what can you do? Your wife tells you you're all hopped up about dropping dead.
She did?
I think you'd better drop her on leaving.
Doc, listen, Doc, listen, do you think... Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not. If you're going to go into a dipsy-doo like this, right in the middle of your campaign, you better let me take a look at it.
But, Doc, listen,
Makes about 3?
Well, I suppose so.
Okay, my office at 3 o'clock. And stop worrying.
And I'm not worrying.
Well, cut it out. Keep it back.
What's the matter with that doctor? Is he going to go nuts? What's he going to do? Tap my knee, see if my reflexes are all right? Ask me embarrassing questions about my childhood? I'm not going to go, but... I wonder... Maybe he knows something about me that he hasn't told me. He said my blood pressure was a little high at that time. I didn't tell him about my hands either. Or about that pounding in my head when I sleep on my left side. Oh, I wonder if I really got nothing wrong with me. And my age ought to get checked up once in a while, though.
Yes, sir.
I don't want any more phone calls today.
Yes, sir.
And I'll probably be at the doctor this afternoon for a while, if you want me.
Yes, sir. You aren't worried, are you?
Worried? What about?
About that woman hoping you'll drop dead.
Will you get out of here?
They are. All right.
Well? Well, Doc?
You'll be all right.
Be all right?
Sure.
Is my heart all right?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
What's the matter with it?
What are you so worried about?
The pain in my little finger.
What pain in your little finger?
This one, the left one, hurts every once in a while.
So?
Well, isn't that a symptom of angina?
Yes.
I thought so.
also a symptom of hangnail.
Well, Doc, listen.
And of a mild neuritis.
Am I going to be all right, Doc?
Listen, my friend. I've never given you any malarkey, have I?
No, Doc.
Never tried to scare you or anything, have I? No.
What do you mean?
I don't want to scare you now, either. But you've got to take care of yourself. You understand? You've got to take care of yourself.
What is it?
Nothing, but taking it easier won't fix up. Stop working so hard. Stop staying up till all hours. And don't eat so much. And don't worry about dropping dead.
I'm not worrying about I'm not worrying.
You keep on worrying about dropping dead, and that's just what'll happen to you one fine day.
Don't kid with me, Doc.
You think I'm kidding? Stop at the drugstore and get this pill. One after every meal. Do it good, son.
All right.
And stop worrying. The human mind is a strange mechanism, my boy. One we really don't know much about. You get this dropping dead off your mind.
Ever hear the story about the man who was granted 3 wishes, dear lady? The one about the man that was to have his 3 wishes granted on one condition. On condition he wouldn't think of a hippopotamus while he was wishing. He never got any of his wishes. I never got your wish off my mind either. I came in the house.
Are you still alive?
I went into dinner.
Now, you're gonna like this dinner. I've got all of your favorites, see? Liver and bacon, Waldorf salad with cottage cheese the way you like it. Buttered carrots, even. And for dessert, kid,
What?
rhubarb pie.
That's very nice of you, dear.
Well, I wanted to take your mind off this obsession of yours about dropping dead, that's all.
I wish you'd shut up about that. I'm trying to forget it.
Well, why don't you forget it then?
Well, how can I with everybody in town yapping at me about it?
I didn't say a word about it. I just said I wanted you to get it out of your mind, that's all. That's all I said.
Well, if you'd shut up about it, maybe I could.
That's the thanks I get. Making you the kind of dinner you like. Spending the whole afternoon in the kitchen in all this heat and you come home and tell me to shut up.
Sorry.
Well, I'm not going to shut up. I've got as much right to talk as you have. Great big political candidate talks to the voters on the radio and gets all of us whipped because some fool woman calls you up and hopes you drop dead. Fine public figure you are.
Will you shut up?
Probably one of your former sweethearts, one of those beautiful girls you used to yammer about. Caught up with you at last. No wonder she hopes you drop dead.
I can't take this.
Well, I can't either.
Well, you know what you can do about
I
it.
certainly do.
Well, do it then.
Well, I will.
Go on and see if I
I'll
care.
fix your political career for you.
Get out of here! And so, my wife left me, dear lady. She turned around as she went out the door and she said, oh, very sweetly, she said, I hope your girlfriend gets her wish, dear. She slammed the door. I sat there. My little finger began to hurt again. I could feel a throbbing in my temples, a swoosh, 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 swoosh. I felt so dizzy. And sharp pain in my shoulder. You'd have been very happy, I think. I drank 2 glasses of water. I didn't feel any better. I got to the phone and I dialed the doctor and...
What seems to be the matter?
Dizzy, I got those pains.
In your little finger?
Yes. In my shoulder, too. And my head's buzzing.
Look, I'm eating my dinner.
I'm sorry.
Take 2 bromides and lie down. You'll be all right.
You sure, Doc? So I took the bromides. I went and lay down on a bed. I felt better after a while. That is, physically I felt better, but mentally... And the phone rang after a while. I got up and answered it. I thought, maybe it'd be you. I thought, if it was you, maybe I could talk to you and reason with you. Get you to say you didn't mean it. The bromides made me a little dopey, I guess. The voice on the phone sounded strange when I answered.
Who is this?
Who is this?
Is that you?
Whom do you wish to speak to?
What number is this?
What number do you want?
Well, what number is this?
What number do you want?
Oh, drop dead. Drop dead.
Hello? Hello? Great. All alone with a telephone like the old song, everybody wants me to drop dead. You really started something, dear lady. I wish I knew who you are. You know, the telephone is a pretty terrible thing sometimes. John Crosby said a week or so ago that the telephone is one of the most useful terror devices ever used on the radio. Did you read that? You're so right. Look what it done to me. A nice telephone that you call up your friends with and wish them a happy birthday. A pretty telephone that rings and says, "Come on over, we're all having a swell party." And that you used to wish a horrible fate on me. I got to wondering, in my dopey fashion, I wondered if I sat there in the dark and dialed just numbers, if maybe there wouldn't be some trick of fate that might bring me you, dear lady. I'd reason with you. I'd plead with you. I'd beg you to take this curse of yours off me. I wanted to talk to you so badly. I had the strangest feeling that I knew you very well. I could close my eyes almost and see you. How could I reach you? You were anonymous, somewhere behind the telephone. It was foolish, wasn't it? I thought I'd try, just sit there in the dark, let my fingers feel the dial. Maybe they might find the combination that would bring you. Maybe.
Hello? Hello? Dale, hello?
Main Street, the center. Hello? Hello?
Is that you, Alfred? Alfred! Hello!
Busy. Was that you, dear lady? Were you telephoning someone else hoping they'd drop dead? Being anonymous and safe? I sat there a long time in the darkness, wondering. There didn't be much point in dialing any more numbers at random. There must be 100 million combinations on that dial. And only one of them is yours. So I got up and looked around the room in the dark. You did all right. I thought you'd like to know. I put on my hat and went out for a walk around the block. I hope you're satisfied. I hope you're happy. Because you see, dear lady, I did drop dead.
The title of the Quiet Please story you've been listening to was Anonymous. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Athena Lord played my wife.
The doctor was Dan Sutter. Peggy Stanley was also in the cast. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, for the word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to our first Quiet Please broadcast on ABC. Our second story will be called Light the Lamp.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called Light the Lamp for Me.
They say that my historical books, my stories based upon happenings in the past, are extraordinarily vivid. They say they're minutely accurate, that they read as if I'd actually been there, seen the happenings in person. They say that my descriptions of the early days of the California missions, particularly of the San Fernando mission, are more painstakingly detailed than even the contemporary accounts of the brown-robed Franciscans, who lived and labored, prayed and died in the shadows of its adobe walls. I wonder what undiscovered source material I alone have access to. And now the time has come to tell. Do you know San Fernando, La Misión San Fernando, Rey de España? With the statue of Father Sarah beside the fountain in the memory garden across the road, the screen door that opens into the musty little office and the sign that reads, Curios, the arches of the cloister where the cracked plaster shows the ancient adobe bricks, the wrought iron bars on the windows, the sheep pen down at the end of the cloister where the surly old ram glowers at you through the wire. Do you know the convento and the glass cases of gold-threaded vestments against the walls, the old weapons, the bridles of stirrups, the utensils carved from wood, the sagging old door frames and the wooden steps, and the still room? Do you know the still room? The distillery where the old monks made brandy from the sour wine of the valley. The remains of copper pipes and vats in an ancient still, and the wooden platform with steps, worn and eroded by time and countless footsteps, priestly and secular. A cramped, tall room, windowless, faintly odorous on a damp day of the spirit of the grape that was distilled there. The dust of 150 years. The walls covered with names and dates scratched into the crumbling adobe. Jean and Vinnie from Toledo. Kilroy and Harry Bubeck of San Francisco. Staff Sergeant Pearl Parmalee of the WAC. And my cigarette lighter slipped from my fingers as I started to light a cigarette. In the half-darkness of the still room, it bounded into a far corner under the platform, and with an appropriate remark about the perversity of inanimate objects, I went down on all fours and crawled in the dust to retrieve it. In the farthest, dirtiest corner, of course, and a loose adobe brick alongside it. A brick that concealed a hidden treasure? I smiled briefly at the conceit as my fingers probed in the spaces where the brick had been. And there was something there. A lamp I discovered when I crawled out clutching it. An ancient bronze lamp, green with age. A lamp like those the Romans used, something like a modern sauceboat, and a musty frayed wick protruding from its snout. Most interesting discovery here in a California mission. I took the lamp to the door the better to examine it. Made another discovery. The lamp was full of oil. The wick was greasy with it. here was more than mystery. And curiously, I flipped my lighter and touched the flame to the wick. Yes. Thunder. Thunder and darkness around me. And only the tiny flame of the lamp to reveal the yawning door and adobe bricks of the wall. And in its feeble light, the bricks looked newer, cleaner. And the great copper still inside the room gleamed brightly and cast flickering reflections of the ancient lamp back at me. And a voice spoke in my ear.
¿Qué tiene usted, amigo?
He stood close beside me. His soldier in Morianan steel breastplate, one hand on the hilt of a long, straight sword with a basket hilt. A Spanish soldier of the late 18th century. He was real flesh and blood by the weight of his grip on my shoulder. Now, my Spanish is very limited. This apparition was a very astonishing thing. Astonishing, I thought. Impossible. And I answered him in English. What happened, I asked.
Ah, Inglés, huh? English, I mean.
I'm an American. What's going on here?
Well, I'm Irish.
You are?
My name was Peter Paul O'Brien in Galway. Now, I'm Pedro Pablo Obregon, soldier in the armies of His Majesty of Spain, and a lost man as ever was.
Oh, I get it. The cinema, huh?
Cinema?
Movies.
I'm afraid I do not understand you, caballero.
But what made it get dark so suddenly?
It's been dark for near 4 hours, amigo.
What kind of joke is this?
There is no joke.
Well, what?
And you could be telling me how you came in possession of my lamp.
Your lamp?
My lamp.
I'm sorry, I found it in there.
Where I hid it yesterday.
Yesterday? It's been in there 100 years if it's been there a day.
So?
It must have been. Look at it.
Well, perhaps it has been then.
Of course.
Friend, would you be knowing the date?
Date?
The year and the day?
Now?
Now.
Why, September.
I will tell you. September 26, 1799.
Look here.
No. There's no point at all in keeping you in ignorance, amigo. Since you found the lamp and lighted the same.
Go on, friend.
It is my lamp. I found it one day in Spain, and I carried it with me for long years before I found out what were its powers. It was in Granada, I mind, that I first found out. A dark night in the barracks, I bethought myself of the little lamp. And in my mind I was thinking of the days of the Saracens in Granada when I lighted the little wick. And caramba, when it flamed up I was sitting for instance two of them.
Two of whom?
The Saracens, the Moors, bedad. Scimitars they had, and long spears, and great black beards.
I don't believe it.
Oh, you're here, are you not? From your own time?
What?
You lighted the lamp whilst you were thinking of the old days?
Well,
hear me, man. You have not much more time to listen. That is the power of the lamp, then. Think of a time and light the lamp, and you're there. Blow it out, you're still there. But light it again, and think of another time, your own belike, and it's like that.
I don't believe
it. Makes little difference, amigo, what you think. Now give me back my lamp.
Well, now look here. How do I know it's yours? And how do I know?
I have the means to take it from you. Why, I could run you through.
You wouldn't get away with it? Why, the police...
Man, listen. Do not be judging events by the standards of your own time, for that is not now. I'll have back my lamp.
I won't give it to you.
It was in me mind to let you live as best you could, a full 150 years afore your own time. But I see I must not do it.
Now, look here, there's such a thing as law.
Oh, be still. But if you blow it out and light it again, and wish yourself back where you came from, well, then I'd not have the lamp at all. And since I cannot wish ye back myself, there's only one thing to do.
And he leaned across my shoulder and blew out the lamp. In the darkness, I heard the sound of steel as he drew his sword. I felt the wind from the sword stroke, and my hat was plucked from my head. In frantic reflex, I swung the lamp. It struck flesh and bone. In the dark, I heard a groan, a clashing of steel, as Pedro Pablo Obregon fell. I waited a long time before I applied my lighter to the wick of the little lamp, and thought of home time. And the thunder crashed. And I stood there in the sunny afternoon alone. The old ram-blatted and impatient automobile horn sounded on the highway, and the adobe bricks were crumbling and ancient again. And there was a sword cut in my hat I saw as I picked it up. And there was blood, fresh blood, on the base of the little bronze lamp. And so I blew out the flame that flickered so pale in the sunshine, and I wiped it off, sat down, and thought, and thought. Days later, when I went back to the year 1799, to a time 2 weeks after my first visit there, when I went back to arrange for masses to be said for the repose of the soul of Pedro Pablo Obrejon, late of Galway, I asked one of the good fathers to translate for me the worn, dim inscription incised into the base of the lamp. It is hard to read, he told me, for the letters are different, old. But it was Latin, and at last he made it out. Praetaritis, Clodies, futuris semel. The past many times. The past many times. The future but once. And I wondered then. I wished that I had had more time to talk with Obrejon, learn of his excursions into the past. Whether he had possessed the hardihood to take his one trip into the future. For truth to tell, I myself had not. But I made many trips back and learned many things which you may have exclaimed at in my books. Yes, I was there. I saw John Fremont. Pio Pico was my friend. I saw the marchers behind the bear flag in the days of the California Republic. I knew many people whose names are in history now. I knew them and they knew me. And we were friends. You ask how? I have but to light my lamp and think of a time, and I am there. There are only two restrictions. One, that I can change only time, not place. If I wish to see Chicago in the mid-90s, I must go to Chicago. If I would watch the Battle of Hastings in 1066, I must go to England. And the other, I may see the future only once. And I find myself incapable of choosing a time in the future which I would want to see. But let us speak of the past a while longer. Do you know the old Vicente de la Osa adobe in Encino, where Balboa Street runs into Ventura Boulevard? The long, low adobe house with the thick walls, the broad fountain in the yard. You must have driven past it dozens of times. I lived there with my wife, Concepcion. Conchita Morales, all through the year 1821. I think that was the happiest period of my life. Yes, the little bronze lamp was a priceless gift. A gift that no mortal should ever possess, I'm afraid, for there were certain things. Immutable laws governed it. I have no idea where it came from, who discovered its powers, who fixed its powers, but it brought evil as well as good. Sorrow as well as joy. Punishment, shall we say, for the possession of such transcendent powers? I'd hoped that with the lamp I'd be enabled to live again certain happy days. But I found that once lived, those days were forever gone. I remember how I found it out. It was not always easy to explain my long absences from Conchita and our home in the valley. I couldn't say, Corazon, I had been visiting other times. I did the best I could. Almost always Conchita was satisfied, happy that I'd returned. But there was a time when I'd been away and miscalculated. The time when I came back. It was 6 months later than I thought. The house was dark and silent as I walked up the path. I called, Conchita! Conchita! And there was no answer. Only old Tiburcio, her father, was there, squatting in the darkness. His quavering voice answered me.
Manfredo? Stay, Manfredo?
Hola, Tiburcio! Where's everybody?
You have been gone a long time, Manfredo.
I'm sorry, I meant to come back earlier, but something happened and How's Conchita? I'm hungry and What's the matter, Tiburcio?
¿Qué dices?
I said I'm hungry. Mucho tengo hambre. What's to eat?
No, it's not.
What's that? What's the matter? Where's Conchita?
Conchita is dead.
What did you say, Tiburcio?
She died 4 days ago, Manfredo. Your child was born. And she died.
And I turned and went away, sat by the fountain for a long, long time. My child would live and die before I was born. My wife. And I dried my tears as I suddenly thought, why, I can bring her back. All I've got to do is light the lamp again, think of a time long before this, and she'll be back. And I did. And I found myself still in the same time with old Tiburcio huddled in the shadow of the house, and Conchita dead. No, there are limitations to everything. If I'd not been such a fool, I'd have thrown the lamp away, come back to my own time to live out my life. But I didn't. I planted an acacia tree beside her grave. You can find it perhaps someday if you're near the old De La Osa house. Today it's withered and dead of old age. I planted it with these hands. It's more than 100 years old. I never went back to the old days of the De La Osa house. I've been past there a number of times. I know where the grave is and the acacia. I know where to find our initials, Conchita's and mine, scratched with a Spanish dagger in the adobe wall when it was soft and fresh. But it's a place of sorrow and remembered happiness for me, and I seldom go there. But I've been many places. I didn't meet George Washington. I talked with Baron von Steuben at Valley Forge, but the general himself was unapproachable. I watched the Custer massacre from the hilltop above the Little Bighorn. Could tell you some interesting facts about that fight. I saw Marie Antoinette mount the steps to the scaffold in Paris. I turned away in sick horror. And when I'd lighted my lamp again, I found myself in the midst of a crowd celebrating Lindbergh's flight from the United States. I knew a man in New York named Sidney Breeze, and I sat in an old house where a skyscraper stands now and watched Sidney carving his own tombstone. You can see the tombstone yourself if you're walking past Trinity Churchyard someday in New York. Ah, Sidney, Sidney, liest thou here, it reads. I remember how Sidney laughed as he tapped away at the inscription. Yes, the little lamp has taken me many places. Then my books, they say, are accurate, marvels of detail. I wonder, did the Irishman in Spanish uniform ever visit this age on his one excursion into the future? Did the others who owned it before him come and stare curiously at us? Or were they as feared of the future, of seeing the future too soon, as I was? The long years have taken a heavy toll. The Indian arrow in my shoulder at Fort Dearborn, the fever in the swamps with Hernando Cortez' army in Mexico, the slash I got in my leg from the baby dinosaur in Arizona 500,000 years ago, and all the sorrows, all the sadnesses. I learned some interesting facts last night. My doctor, Catherine Sprague Hunter, M.D., a practical, hard-headed woman, a friend, my doctor. Last night we sat alone and spoke of many things. Many things.
Of course I believe it, Manfred. I find it difficult to believe it, but yes, I believe it.
Well, I'm glad you do. I was afraid.
I rather envy you.
Don't envy me, Catherine.
Yes?
Too many things on my conscience, things that came about through this lamp, you know. Peter Paul O'Brien that I murdered.
Let's not say murdered, Manfred.
Murdered in 1799. And Conchita.
That you couldn't help, you know.
I don't know, perhaps if I'd come back sooner.
You never know. If you could have had adequate medical attention, perhaps...
If I could have gone back earlier, taken you back with me.
You couldn't do that.
No. Only myself. I feel a sense of inadequacy, Catherine. I feel that with this amazing power, I should have done something with it. Something for other people instead of for myself alone. I wish...
Your books, you know.
Yes, I know, the books. But after all... And now, after what you told me tonight... It's too late. Isn't it?
I don't know.
What you said...
I said... I'm afraid you haven't too much time, Manfred. I said you'd better begin to set your affairs in order.
They're in order. As much in order as they ever will be.
After you told me the story about the lamp, I wondered.
Wondered?
If perhaps there weren't some loose ends somewhere. Some time, I mean, that might need catching up.
No, I don't think so. No, I think not. Except, as I said, I wish there were at least a few things I could do for someone else.
You know about that, Manfred. I don't.
If I could have taken back a gift of happiness to someone. But I didn't. When I got the lamp, I killed a man. When I met Conchita, I sat and watched Custer's men being slaughtered.
What could you have done?
I might have fought with them. I might have contributed.
Contributed your own death? What good would that have done?
Maybe I'd been happier.
I think not.
I've been handed the greatest opportunity of all time, and what have I done with it?
Manfred, why are you so afraid of the future?
What makes you think I'm afraid of the future?
You are, aren't you?
Not afraid of it.
Yes, you are.
Well, who isn't? Past? That's happened. We know about it. We can take care of ourselves in the past, but the future...
But the future is the place where you might find that gift you want to bring to humanity, to others, if you don't like the pomposity.
I don't know.
Something's there. Something that might help us if we know a little about it.
No.
You say you owe a debt, Manfred.
Yes, but
I don't want to remind you of what I told you tonight, but...
How long have I got, Catherine?
Shall I tell you?
Tell me.
You may have 6 months. Or you may have 10 years.
But the 6 months is more likely.
Yes. Yes, it is. Or
what?
Or less.
Catherine, I'm afraid.
It's your decision, Manfred. But there's not much time.
Well, what if I find...
Yes?
Well, if I find I'm dead when I go into the future, would that be suicide?
You might be dead an hour from now, Manfred.
No.
You or I or anyone.
Maybe I wouldn't be able to come back.
You have only to light the lamp, you said.
Well, I know, but they might not let me come back.
I rather think they'd be glad to help us. Because anything we might do with their secrets could conceivably help them.
Yes, I suppose. I suppose so.
Well, think it over, Manfred.
I will.
Telephone me in the morning.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
I sat there for a long time, thinking it all over. It's something of a shock to be told that you're near the inevitable close of your life. To know that death is so irrevocably near. I think that faded from my mind in those black hours. Only the overpowering curiosity remained. A curiosity that Catherine had set afire in me. I know only that the clock was striking 4 when I pinched out a last cigarette and reached over for the lamp. I was quite calm as I touched the flame of my lighter to the wick. I said aloud, "I wish I could see the future." The tiny flame from the lamp cast its beams almost in vain. For the room that I sat in was only a shell of what it had been. The floor was ripped and torn with great jagged holes in it. The walls had almost disappeared. I could look out over the city from any angle. The little light from my lamp was the only light there was anywhere. I called out. There was no answer. I called again. Still, there was nothing but the oppressive silence. I moved, and part of the wall collapsed beside me. And in the east, the first glow of the sunrise brightened the morning, and I put out the light of the lamp. I do not know how long I stood there in the ruined room, unmoving, gazing out on a scene of desolation such as man has never seen before. And as the sun rose higher into the forbiddingly dark sky, new scenes of ruin and ashes came into view. There was nothing. The city was gone. As far as the eye could see, desolation. And one living man to view it. No, I don't know how far into the future I went. I said I wish I could see the future, you remember. It may be that the time I am in is 100 years from your time. 100 or 5 or 1 hour. But it's the future. And how shall I come back to you? The lamp is out there. There's no way to light it again. My matches? I have none. My lighter is on the table in this room somewhere in the past. If I could light the lamp, I could return, and perhaps there's some way that we could work together and plan and eventually avoid this doom which I alone have seen with my own eyes. There might be time. How can I come back? Who's there to light the lamp for me? And for you?
The title of today's Quiet Please story was Light the Lamp for Me. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Pat O'Malley played the Irish soldier, Floyd Buckley was Tiburcio, and the doctor was Kathleen Naday. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, my good friend, our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
I've written a story for next week that I call Meet John Smith. John.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
And now, a listening reminder. The racket-busting counter-spies expose another vicious criminal enterprise this afternoon.
Be sure to hear David Harding counter-spy over this ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called Meet John Smith. John.
I'm funny about snow, I guess. Yeah, I get sentimental about it. I get silly about it, the way some people get about pussy willows and forsythia in the springtime, or the way you get about kids or dogs or Siamese cats. You know. I was looking at the Post the other day, and there were some pictures of the fighting in the Bulge. When was it? 4 years ago, Christmas time? Soldiers wearing white sheets over them, tanks painted white, the snow sifting down, the little pine trees piled thick with it. And I thought how awful fellas having to fight and kill each other at Christmas time. In the snow. And blood on the snow. There oughtn't to be blood on the snow. Snow's kind of, all right, sacred. I always thought ever since I was a kid, I hope it's snowing when I die. You ever feel that way? Snow. Peaceful snow. Yeah, it's the only thing on this earth, you know, that's really eternal. It's always here. Sure, it goes away from the lowlands in the hot weather, but up high, there's always snow, always been snow. Why, even down on the equator, there's snow all year round. I can even remember the names of some of the mountains. Aconcagua, isn't that right? Aconcagua and Kilimanjaro. Remember, Hemingway even wrote a story about that. Snows at Kilimanjaro, wasn't it? Sure, swell story. See, the man reads books. But I was talking about snow, about how I'd always hoped it'd be snowing when I die. 5 will get you 10 it will be. I'd be a chump to bet against you, I know. Well, all that's a long way around to making a start. But the snow was the reason for it, you see. And the snow will be flying again pretty soon. I'll be glad to see it, even if... Oh, well. It was New Year's Day, 1939. New Year's Day, and boy, what a hangover. Lucille and I had some people in for New Year's Eve. We had a lot of champagne. They brought a lot of champagne. Somebody brought some other stuff. You ever try avocat? Avocat, it's a Holland Dutch concoction. It's kind of a custard. It's got schnapps in it. You eat it with a spoon, and somebody comes and hits you with a railroad tie. Johnny King had a kind of vodka I never heard about. Zubravka, I think it's called. It's got an infusion of buffalo grass, whatever that is, in it. Yeah, it tastes wonderful, kind of like tobacco. A summer afternoon, in a field of hay. And boy, howdy. Champagne and avocat and Zubravka. Headaches and hangovers and shooting pains. It was Lucille's idea to go over to the Lafayette and drink or eat or whatever you do to it, some onion soup. And oh, boy, it was snowing. I felt some better as we walked over. We got inside and ordered and sat there by the front window at the marble-top table and pushed the plush curtains aside and looked out. It was snowing awful hard, big fat flakes floating down and people going by with their hats and their shoulders piled high and loving it, most of them. So we had some soup. We began to feel partially human again. Lucille leaned across the table.
Oh, that poor old fella.
What poor old fella, me?
Nobody pays any attention to him.
Where?
Out there in the snow. See, there goes another one.
What are you talking about?
The old man out there in the corner. People are passing him up.
Well, what do you want him to do?
John, go give him a dime or something.
Where?
There.
Oh, gosh.
Isn't it a shame, begging in the snow?
Yeah, doggone it.
See, there goes another one. Oh, gee.
The poor old guy's probably starving.
Oh, and on New Year's Day in the snow.
Order me some more onion soup.
What?
Give me $1, will you?
Oh. 5's the smallest I've got.
Give me that. Thanks. I'll be right back.
John, take your coat.
I don't need any coat, I said, and I busted right out and down the steps in the snow. No hat or anything. And I called to the poor old fella. Hey, I called. Hey, Bud!
Me, mister?
Yeah.
Mister, have you got a dime? I tell you what, I'm about frozen. It's New Year's Day and...
Here.
Oh, my gosh, mister.
Go get something to eat, Bud. Find yourself someplace to sleep and get warm.
Oh, gosh, a fin.
It's all right. New Year's present for my wife and me.
Wife?
Waving at you there in the window.
Oh. Oh, thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom. Thank you ever so much. Yes, Mom. Thank you. God bless you, Mom. God bless you, too, mister.
Yeah, it's all right. We all have tough luck. Happy New Year's.
Same to you, mister. Gosh, it's been a long time since anybody said that to me. Yeah, your wife's tapping on the window. She wants you to come in before you catch your death of cold.
Oh, yeah. Well, good luck, Bud.
Hey, mister. What's your name?
Hey, what difference does that make? Go get something to eat.
Why, I was just thinking I could walk over to Grace Church and I could say a prayer for you, sir. I was going to pray anyway, and...
Thanks, partner. My name's John Smith.
It is? Well, what do you know about that?
What?
That's my name, too. John Smith.
Period. That's all. His name was John Smith. My name's John Smith. Then we met in the snow on New Year's Day 10 years ago. Yeah, I know. I stood there in the snow and shivered a minute watching him clump away through the snow, and I thought, oh, boy, I thought, John Smith. There, but for the whatever it is goes this John Smith. And Lucille down there busted the window, rapping on it with her wedding ring, making faces at me to come in before I froze, too. Well, so New Year's Day in 1939 was on a Sunday. That made Monday the holiday, and I didn't have to work. We just sat around the house loafing and drinking up what was left of the New Year's champagne. Along towards evening, I said, you mind if I go out for a walk, Lucille? She said, no, go ahead. So I put on my leather jacket, my overshoes, went out and walked in the snow. It was black and dirty already, like it always is in New York. And I thought, well, maybe it'll still be nice over in Washington Square. So I ambled over there. Yeah, it was nice. The lights and stuff, you know. The tree was still there alongside the arch, and I brushed the snow off a bench and sat down for a minute. Wasn't anybody else in the square except me, I thought. But all of a sudden, somebody said, kind of quiet. You know how flat voices sound when there's snow? And this voice said,
hello, Mr. John Smith.
And I looked up, and darn if it wasn't my little old man, little old John Smith. Well, I said, hello yourself, John Smith.
I thought that was you, sir.
How you doing?
Well, gee, that fin you gave me yesterday brought me awful good luck, Mr. Smith.
John.
Huh?
John, that's my name.
Oh.
What you mean, good luck?
Well, I got me a job shoveling snow this morning, and I made $4.
That's fine.
I could give you back part of the 5 if you wanted me to.
Nah, forget it.
No, I'd really like to pay it back. I mean...
Some other time.
Well, I got $7 altogether, Mr. John. Well, what if I bought you a drink? Would you mind?
Well, say now. I don't mind if I do.
Ah, swell. That's fine. Yeah, you like to walk over to McSorley's with me, huh? I used to go there.
Well, sir, I thought. A mug of ale would go all right, I thought. Yes, sir, and it'll make the old boy feel better. Yeah, I was full of holiday spirit. Come on, John Smith, I said. Let's not walk to McSorley's, let's run. You know McSorley's on 7th Street, just off the Bowery there by Cooper Union. Grand place. No women, no chromium plating. Just a battered old bar, a couple of cats, 4-inch sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, and ale. Boy, howdy. Yeah, and in the wintertime, the big old stove in the front room, red hot and still a-heating. So there we were in the back room, not quite so hot, but mighty fine, and a mug of ale apiece. That was nice.
I sure am grateful to you, John.
Well, I said, shut up and let's have another ale.
It's on me.
And I want you to know that we had something under 800 mugs of that ale before the evening was over. And that ale is all right. And pretty soon we were talking like old pals, John Smith and me.
Say, what do you do for a living, John?
I'm a newspaper man, John.
I'm an old newspaper man myself.
That's so, I said, and I didn't tell him I was in the classified department selling ads over the counter.
Yeah, many years ago.
Great business, I said, and hoped he wouldn't pursue the subject.
Well, it was. I mean, it wasn't a reporter or anything like that.
Oh, let's have another ale, huh?
Yeah, I'll get it. I was in the classified department selling ads over the counter.
I pretty near dropped my mug, but he was on the way to the bar. And when he came back, he handed me mine, sat down, and grinned at me.
Yes, sir. Just 10 years ago tomorrow that I left the business.
That's so?
Yeah. That Healy, that boss I had, he hated me, I guess. Do y'all remember it just as plain? We had a bottle stashed away in the men's room, and I went in to take a little snort, and this Healy came right in after me, just as I was lifting up the bottle. You know what he did? He knocked that bottle right out of my hand and busted it all over the floor. Yeah, that's what I said. You're fired, he said. And I said, who cares about being fired, but why'd you have to bust a bottle? And with that, I swung on him. Yes, sir. You know what happened? He called me up and apologized that night and begged me to come back to work.
What do you think of that?
10 years ago tomorrow.
I smacked a cop once at the Hawthorne plant in Chicago.
Good. Say, I did that once, too, in Akron, Ohio.
I was smoking in the yard, and he came up on his bicycle and called me out of my name. I knocked him right off his bike.
This cop I hit had a bike, too.
Ain't that funny? I remember so well. It was my birthday. I was 22 years old, 1923, April 2nd.
I was 22 years old, too. Only it was in 1913. It was in April, too, I think.
Coincidence, huh? Coincidence.
Yeah, I used to have an awful temper.
Yeah, me too, blazing.
Bad.
Yeah. So you're a newspaper man?
Was once. Small ale?
No. Well, maybe. Say, John, you want me to get you a job? I could do it.
No, thanks, John. I'm laying low for a while. I don't want any publicity.
Okay. Any time, though.
Thanks. Say, I ever tell you about the time I was a newspaper man?
No, that was me.
No, me. I got fired.
I ain't got fired yet. But I didn't have long to wait. Some of the boys kept the bottle stashed away in the men's room at the office, and Tuesday morning I slipped in there just to take a little snort. Miss Callahan came right in after me just as I was lifting up the bottle. You know what he did? He knocked that bottle right out of my hand and busted it all over the floor. You're fired, he says. I says, who cares about being fired? Why'd you have to bust the bottle? With that, I swung on him. I says, who cares about being fired? Why'd you have to bust the bottle? With that, I swung on him. Heard that before? Yeah, so had I. 10 years after it happened to John Smith, it happened to John Smith. Yeah, I felt pretty low about it. But I got a funny thought in the back of my mind. What was it John Smith had said to me?
You know what happened? He called me up and apologized that night and begged me to come back to work.
All right, it was silly. But I decided I wouldn't tell Lucille right away. I sat alongside the telephone till 11 o'clock, waiting for a call. And the phone didn't ring once. I take you now to Wednesday evening, January 4th, 1939. The scene is again McSorley's. The actors are John Smith, and several pewter mugs of Mr. McSorley's fine product. I am speaking. I say, John, did you tell me your boss called you up and apologized and asked you to come back to work?
What boss?
The one that fired you 10 years ago.
Oh. Well, to be perfectly honest, Johnny, didn't. That was a little malarkey I was feeding you. You know, I'm inclined to exaggerate a little bit when I'm, in my cups.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Why do you ask?
I was just wondering. Just thinking,
No, he really didn't call me up. But I met a fellow on the street a week or two later, and I got a job in a hotel, night clerk. I could tell you more things about a hotel.
Yeah, I bet. Say.
What?
That fight you told me about with the policeman on the bicycle, like the one I had. Was that phony, too?
No, sir. Akron, Ohio, April 2nd, 1913. And I got a job 3 days later. Motorman on a streetcar.
Coincidence. I smacked the policeman on a bicycle 10 years later to the day, and 3 days after that, I get a job as a motorman in Cicero. And this time, 10 years later, after John Smith got fired from his newspaper, I met a fella on the street a couple of weeks later, and I got a job. I hope all these dates aren't getting you all balled up, but if you just remember 10 years, you'll have it. This all happened almost 10 years ago. On January 26th, Thursday, Lucille came running into the hotel where I was working as a night clerk. I could tell you more things about hotels.
Oh, John, he's dying.
Who's dying?
That poor old man, that John Smith. You know, the one we gave the $5 to New Year's Day at the Lafayette. He's been hurt.
Why? How do you know?
They just called the house, and they keep asking.
Who called the house?
Bellevue Hospital. He's in there, and he's expected to live, and he keeps calling for you.
Oh, that's too bad.
Can you go right over?
Why, I can't. I've only been on the job here for 2 days, but my gosh.
John, think of that poor old man lying there all alone, and...
I can't do it. I can't leave. Wait, I'll call up Bellevue.
Oh, good.
Stay there.
Hurry. He's in the emergency ward.
Hello, Bellevue? Emergency ward, please. Hello, I'm calling about a John Smith. What?
This afternoon, hit by a truck at University and 8.
This afternoon, hit by a truck at University at...
8.
8. Yeah. My name? John Smith. No, John Smith's the patient, too. We've got the same names. All right. Yes, that's right. Thanks. How is he? He's checking.
Good.
Yes? Hello? Oh. Yes. Yes, I guess I'm the one. Yes, that's right. My wife said you called. Okay, thanks. Yes, I'll come over in the morning and get them. Okay. Thanks.
What?
He's dead. And I went and got the things John Smith had left to me. No, not much. John Smith, no address, it said on a tag. Just John Smith, no address. tight little bundle that looked like papers, a shaky note scrawled across the wrappings. Dear friend John, it said. Dear friend John, you're a mighty good... something or other. I couldn't read it. This is all I got to leave you, it said. Maybe you could use this stuff. You're a newspaper man. Signed, John Smith. The seal sniffled a little, and I guess I must have bawled too, especially when I cut the string and $3 bills fell out. I picked them up and put them in my pocket. A tattered little old notebook with the leaves falling out. Across the cover, the legend, John Smith, his diary. Well, I wasn't a newspaper man anymore, but...
Why don't you go to bed now, John? You can read it tonight on the job. It'll help pass the time away.
You need something to pass the time away those long nights alone behind the desk of a third-rate hotel. You need something besides phone calls, complaining there's no hot water, make those people turn down their radio. What time is it? Call me at 7 o'clock. You need somebody to talk to through those sticky early morning hours when there's nothing to read but the hotel guide and the women's page of last Friday's newspaper. I turned first to the period in the diary when John had been a hotel night clerk, 10 years before me. John, it seemed, was no angel in his earlier days. No angel indeed. There was a girl at his hotel. Some little town in Delaware. A girl who took his eye, Helen, a waitress. Blonde, the diary said. Blonde and petite. And they got acquainted. They got very well acquainted. And there was an assistant housekeeper in my hotel. Mickey, her name was. Black hair, snapping Irish eyes, and a laugh like Tommy Bartlett on the radio. Mickey, pretty Mickey. I used to sing to her when she was going off duty. That old song. And it seemed John Smith got in trouble over his Helen. Wife trouble. The diary hinted at certain unpleasantnesses 10 years before. But John in his diary always insisted righteously that he loved his wife. I love Grace, one paragraph read. This is only a passing fancy. Helen is a lovely girl, but I love Grace. Well, I love Lucille. I must read more of this old romance, I thought sleepily. I put my arms down on the switchboard, laid my head on them, and dropped off to sleep. And woke up with Mickey standing at the counter laughing at me. Hey, wake up and go home to your wife, she said. It's morning and I got work to do.
John, have you read all that poor old man's diary yet?
He's not a poor old man. He was just 10 years older than I am.
Is that so? He looked lots older.
10 years older than me to the day.
Have you read it all yet?
Oh, why?
Oh, I'd like to read it, too.
When I get finished with it.
All right. Is it interesting?
Sort of.
John.
Yes, dear?
When are you going to get a raise?
Well, gosh, I've only been there such a short time. Are we pretty broke?
Oh, the collector was here for the furniture, and I haven't paid the rent yet this month.
You haven't?
Oh, darling, it's awfully hard on your salary at the hotel, you know.
Well, it's the best I can do at this time.
I'm sorry, darling. What are you thinking about?
I was just thinking. I might... You know what I was thinking about? I was remembering a page in John Smith's diary. Today was February 7th, 1939. The entry in John Smith's diary for February 7th, 1929. I knew it practically by heart.
They've got plenty of money. There isn't a chance in the world of their ever finding it out. Besides, when I get on my feet, I'll pay it back. I'll take 20 tonight, 20 tomorrow night. Pretty soon I'll have 100.
And so I took 20 and 20 and 20 from the till. And I phoned the records, and I told Lucille I'd borrowed the money from a friend. That's what John Smith did 10 years before. It said so in his diary. That diary was a very strange thing. I read that John Smith broke his arm in 1908. I broke mine in 1918. John Smith was married in 1925. I was married in 1935. John Smith stole money in 1929. 10 years later, I did the same thing. John Smith had a girl named Helen in 1929. And in 1939, I had a girl named Mickey. And in 1930, John Smith fell heir to a very tidy little fortune. His great-uncle left it to him. I didn't even know I had a great-uncle, Norbert, but I wasn't at all surprised when 1940 came around and I got $30,000 from Uncle Norbert's estate. And so Lucille and I did very well, thank you, for the next few years. Lucille and I, and Mickey and I, just like John Smith did with his Helen and his Grace. Somehow or other, I didn't look at John's diary for years. It got put in a bookcase. You know how things are. But, well, sure, maybe it was that kind of subconscious stuff you read about. Maybe I didn't want to read it, or my subconscious didn't want me to. So, there it sat till last Wednesday. I pulled out a book, and the diary fell onto the floor. Well, I said. And I picked it up. I turned to the back of the diary, 1938, 10 years ago. And before I knew it, I was engrossed in John's account of how Grace had found out about Helen and what happened. And the door opened and Lucille stormed in.
Well, you and your girlfriend, Mickey.
Mickey? What are you talking about?
Don't try to stall me. I know all about her and about you and you.
Lucille, listen.
Don't try to deny it. I know all about it. I'm going to fix you.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to call the newspapers. I'll show you.
Put that phone down.
I'll show you. I'll tell everybody in town. I'll divorce you.
Put that phone down.
I will not.
Lucille.
Get away from me. I'll kick you.
Give me that phone.
Hello? Hello?
And John Smith's diary, there on the desk beside Lucille.
I tried to get the phone away from Grace, but I couldn't for a minute. Then I hit her with a desk lamp
And the date was September 29th, 1938. 10 years ago, last Wednesday, the day that John Smith became a murderer, as well as a thief. And me, yes, I took the diary away with me. If anybody found it, well, they haven't found me yet. They won't. Of course I know. John Smith's diary said they didn't find him either. The last entry in it is about the kind man named John Smith who gave him $5 on New Year's Day, 1939. Well, so I've got a little while left. They won't catch up with me. And I know what's going to happen to me. 10 years ago, on January 26, 1939, John Smith died. On January 26, 1949, I hope it'll be snowing.
The title of today's Quiet Please story was Meet John Smith, John. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And G. Swain Gordon played the other John Smith. Lucille was Nancy Sheridan. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week, I have a story for you about Beezer's Cellar.
And so, until next week at this same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
And now a listening reminder. The dramatic battle between law enforcement agencies and the underworld continues on David Harding Counter Spy, which you can hear over your ABC station this afternoon. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
WJZ, New York's first station. WJZ, AM and FM.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chaffel. Quiet, Please for today is called Calling All Souls. I tell you what happened last Halloween, or All Souls, or All Hallows, or whatever you call it in your part of the country. I bet you can't guess where I was. Well, I was a couple of places. But where I started, I was sitting in a tight little room in a great big house. You ever been west? Well, you know when you cross the Mississippi River on the Santa Fe from Illinois to Iowa, about 4 or 5 hours out of Chicago, Fort Madison, Iowa? Ever notice that great big place right alongside the riverbank to your right? The big high walls and the towers and the big gates? That's right, the Iowa State Prison. That's where I was last Halloween. In a little cell. Oh, very comfortable. All by myself. Waiting. And not much more time to wait. Sure. The death cell. I was just sitting there playing solitaire on the edge of my bed, trying not to think of what was coming up and thinking of nothing else but that. I was pretending I'd paid the house $52 for the deck, and the house would pay off $5 for every card I got in the top row. I was $32 to the good this particular hand. I didn't hear anybody come up. I didn't hear anybody except the guard walking around, till this voice spoke to me.
Red 9 on the 10 of clubs, Louis.
Oh. Hello, Delbert. Yeah, that's right. Coming in?
Yeah. How are you?
I'm all right. So far. How are you?
All right.
Sit down.
Yeah.
No soap, huh? Turn this down.
That's right.
What'd he say?
Oh, a lot of things.
What?
What's the difference? He said no.
It's tough, Delbert, when I didn't do it.
It's tough on me, too, Louis.
Yes, but they're not going to hang you.
I begged him to give you a 2-week stay, at least, but he said his conscience wouldn't let him.
Conscience, huh?
He said if he felt I could turn up anything at all in 2 weeks, he'd be tempted to give you the benefit of the doubt. You've had 3 stays now, and...
Could you turn up anything?
Louis...
Yeah, I know.
I've done everything I could.
I know. But I didn't do it, Delbert.
I know you didn't. But proving it.
You want to play cards? I guess I don't want to play either.
Well, I've done my very best, Louis. My very level best.
I know. It's pretty tough on me, though. Ain't it?
Certainly is.
No hope at all?
No hope at all. No witnesses, plenty of motive, your fingerprints all over everything?
I remember. Only I didn't do it.
Who did you? Got any idea, Louis?
No idea at all.
I thought maybe.
I just opened the door after I'd knocked a dozen times. I just opened the door. There they were on the floor, I told you.
I know.
And I was so shocked. You know, I couldn't help it. I tried to... That's how I got the fingerprints all over.
You told me.
I admit I didn't like Harris. I didn't go for Etta very much either. But I didn't kill him, Delbert.
You told me.
I just went out there to ask him to let me have however much he could of that $2,000 he owed me for the pigs.
You should have made all those statements about how you were going to get the money or else.
I know it. He shouldn't have gone through his desk looking for the money either.
I don't know why the dickens you did that.
Well, I don't know either, but I said I was shocked. I just thought this was a good way to get the money if I could find it. Nobody would know, I figured. I knew if I didn't get it then, I'd never get it. They were lying there on the floor.
Louis, listen, it was pretty hard to convince a jury you didn't do it with them lying on the floor and you going through the desk and blood spots on your suit and everything.
I know it, Delbert. I was crazy to do it. But I didn't murder him.
I know that, I told you.
Delbert, are they sure enough going to hang me?
Unless
what?
They discover new evidence.
Where are they going to discover that?
They'll have to do it awful fast.
Where are they going to discover it?
You tell me.
There isn't any more evidence. Whoever really did it covered his tracks too good.
I'll say he did. Oh, you smooched it up fooling around?
Oh, my gosh, Delbert, I was just trying to see if I could help.
And seeing if you could find the money, Harris, okay?
Well, I know it was foolish, but...
Honestly, Louis, now, you wouldn't expect anybody in his right mind to believe your story,
But it's
would
true,
you?
I tell you.
I know it's true, but I couldn't make the jury believe it, or the governor.
How do you know it's true?
What?
How do you know it's true?
Why, I just know it, Louis. I've seen murderers before, you know.
You don't think I'm a murderer?
Of course not.
Delbert, don't you really think there's a chance of uncovering some new evidence? Really?
I think the only people who saw the murder, the only people who know who did it, are Harris and Etta themselves.
But they're dead.
That's right, they're dead, Louis. Look, what I stopped in for, you want me to ask Father McIntyre to come round and see you now?
"13 steps up with your hands fastened behind you. 13 steps. Stop and turn around. The man says, 'Stand here.' Look down the 13 steps at the reporters, the doctor with a stethoscope hanging around his neck. Feel a man tying your feet together. Feel the floor give a little underfoot. See how the man stays away from the little trapdoor, reaching out to make the rope tight around your ankles. Listen. Father McIntyre's voice in your ear. A little rustling behind you and a black hood over your head and you can't see anymore. But you can feel the rope as it brushes against your neck, a little hairy and creepy-crawly on your skin. And the weight of the knot 9 turns on your shoulder. Floor gives a little underfoot. No, I can't. I can't. I thought I didn't do it. I tell you, I didn't do it. All I could think of was what my lawyer said, what Delbert said before he got up and opened the door and went away.
The only people who saw the murder, the only people who know who did it, are Harris and Etta themselves.
And Harris and Etta knew I didn't do it. Maybe they didn't know who it was that did it, but they did know that I didn't do it. Maybe they didn't. And maybe they did. Maybe they did know. Maybe they could tell me. Maybe they could discover some new evidence, the way Delbert put it. Maybe they could tell me where to go, who to look for, what I'd find. I could tell it all to Delbert, he could go tell the governor, and I'd get a stay. Maybe the evidence would be good enough so they'd let me go. Maybe they wouldn't hang. But Harris is dead. And Etta's dead. I saw them dead on the floor of their house when I went. And they accused me of murdering them. They found me guilty. I'm in the death cell, waiting. Harris, Etta, don't let me die. Don't let them. Etta, Harris, have mercy on my soul. And when I heard the bell tolling somewhere in the distance, I remembered. I remembered what night this was. This was All Souls' night. This was the night when the souls of the weary dead walked the earth again. Why, I remembered when graveyards yawn and tombs give up their dead, and the sound of the bell tolling away in the darkness of early evening, calling all souls, calling all souls. And I wondered if my soul had to leave my body when I walked up the 13 steps, and after, if my soul had to leave my body then, why could it not leave my living body for a while and go seeking after the others that stepped from the tomb this night? The souls of the weary dead, the souls of the unhappy dead, the murdered, the kindly souls that knew. Then I sat down again quietly. The fit of deadly terror was gone for a moment. I was exhausted and weak. I closed my eyes and the sound of the distant bell faded out as I thought. Why can't it be possible, I thought. All these things are not mere superstition. There's some foundation in every belief, I thought. I can't die. I'm innocent, I thought. And only those two know the truth. Calling all souls, I repeated again to myself. Calling all souls. And I stood up. I stood up in that brightly lighted, sorrowful place, and as I rose, I turned to look behind me. And there, on the bed, still in an attitude of despair, sat my body. And in a flash of darkness, the place faded away, the stone walls and the iron bars and the bare, narrow bed, the man in prison uniform seated motionless on its edge. And I stood alone in the darkness of a place I knew. Tall marble shafts gleaming faintly in the starlight, curving gravel roadways hedge-bordered, and the scent of moldering flowers in the darkness. A dry rustle of a weather-beaten flag at the head of a low mound beside me. And loneliness, all aloneness pressing inward upon me like a living thing. The eve of All Souls. And suddenly, quietly in the cold shadows, little whispers of innumerable voices. The voices of the wandering souls that hastened past me, seeking their dusty desires across the face of the world they once all knew. And then a voice, speaking to me in the dark, speaking my name in the darkness, calling me.
Louis!
And another voice.
Louis!
And I knew I had won, for these were the voices of the two they said I murdered.
Why, of course you didn't, Louis. Of course you didn't.
And a little child, a little boy, ran up in the darkness and took my hand and laughed to hear my name.
You remember little Tommy, our little boy that died when he was 6?
And I remembered. And in the darkness I saw many another I'd all but forgotten. Charlie Cullum, that was killed at Romaine in the Argonne 30 years ago. Albert Newhouse, my Boy Scout comrade that drowned so many years ago. Grace Williams, who died at her husband's hand. Crowds and crowds of the ones who had gone before, spending this, their brief holiday on their well-loved earth. And I, the only living soul among them, spending my brief moment with them to seek my life from them. On All Souls' Eve a year ago. with Etta and Harris there. And I said, "Help me." And Etta answered me.
What is there we can do now, Louis?
"You know I didn't kill you, Etta.
Of course.
Of course.
They're going to hang me for it.
You didn't do it.
But how can I prove it? Delbert said if we could find new evidence.
There's plenty of evidence, Louis, to be found.
Where? How?
Why, let me see. He found the money.
That's why you couldn't find it, Louis.
But if he found the money, it must be gone by now.
No, he has some of it left.
What good does that do?
Why, there's a list of the numbers of the bills somewhere.
They looked for it. They couldn't find it.
Have them look in the bedroom, Louis, behind the third drawer in my chest of drawers. I know where it is. It fell down there.
Oh, that's wonderful. But what good will it do now? Unless you tell me.
There's plenty of evidence, Louis, if you'll just look for it. He ripped his coat on the catch of the living room door. There's threads there that could be identified.
You know who did it? You know who did it?
Yes, we know.
Yes, we know.
Then tell me. Tell me, and I'll see. Delbert will see that he confesses. Look, I tell you, they're going to hang me for it. Do you hear? Tell me. Oh. And you still hate me. And you haven't learned mercy since you... You're going to let me die because you hated me while you were alive.
Louis.
You're going to carry it beyond the grave. You're going to keep it to yourself and let me hang.
You hated us, Louis.
Yes, I hated you and I hate you now. Ghost or no ghost, soul or no soul, I hate... No, Harris, have pity on me. It's all over now. There's no use hating me. Don't you hate the man that killed you? Don't you?
No, Louis, no.
We don't hate him.
But you hate me. You're going to let me die. You know I'm innocent. You're going to let me die just because we didn't like each other on Earth.
Louis, listen to us. There's no such thing as hate anymore with us.
Then why don't you give me a chance to live?
Go back, Louis. Go back to your body.
Go back.
Go back. To die.
Dying isn't so bad, Louis. You don't see any unhappiness among all these souls, do you?
I don't want to die.
You'd rather save your life for a while at the expense of somebody else's life?
But I'm not guilty. And he is.
Go back, Louis.
Go back.
I won't go back till you tell me who killed you.
Listen to me, Louis. You're tampering with things that you have no right to know. Your soul has left your body before its time. You have come upon secrets that no living man should know. Your body is waiting for you. Go back to it while there's time.
While there's time.
It is only this one night that souls may walk the earth.
And when morning comes...
Well?
When morning comes, if you are still here... Louis, I can make you no promises.
Go back, Louis.
Tell me the man's name.
No, Louis. No, it's none of your affair.
None of my affair? Don't you understand what I said to you? They're going to hang me. None of my affair. Listen.
There was no need for you to send your soul out seeking us, Louis.
I don't get that.
We have been waiting for this night, Louis.
Well?
Tell him, Harris.
He will have to come with us now.
Yes, that is the law.
You should not have come here. Louis, there is still time, but only a little time. If you go back now...
I won't go back. I won't go back until you tell me.
You have no right here, you know, Louis.
But I'm here.
And now it is too late.
Yes.
You will have to come with us.
Where are you going?
Tell him, Harris.
We are going to visit the man who murdered us.
You what?
I told you there was no need for you to come here, Louis. We have a way of taking care of this man.
I don't know what you mean.
Haven't you ever heard of haunting, Louis?
Come with us now, Louis.
No.
You must come.
You're really going to haunt him? And make him confess?
We are going to appear to him, Louis.
What he will do, we cannot say.
But when he sees us...
Well, then I'm going back to the prison.
No.
I'll go back and I'll call the warden. I'll get Delbert. Tell him that there'll be a confession. Delbert will get me a stay of execution. Then when he confesses, I'll be... Who is it, Harris?
Come with us and you will see.
No, I'm going back to the prison. I told you, get things all set up.
No, you changed your mind too late, Louis.
Too late? Why?
No, Louis. You have meddled too much. You have gone too far. The souls of the living have no place here. But you have come.
We told you to go back while there was time, Louis.
Yes, but...
Now you must come with us.
No. No. I want to go back.
Come, Louis.
High up over the face of the sleeping, starlit world with the tiny lights of the living far below us. The broad, peaceful farmlands, the sleeping cities, the broad breast of the great river far below us. The universe throbbing with strange, compelling song. And above us, around us, the sense of a million souls. A myriad, a countless multitude, returning joyously to their single night upon the earth they loved. And I looked up in the clearness of the haunted night, and above me, the endless pathway of the Milky Way glowed with a strange splendor. And Etta plucked my sleeve,
The pathway of the souls, Louis. The way we all return.
and I saw the features of the ones I had loved, of strangers, of men and women and little children, of boys in ragged uniforms, of bearded ancients and smiling babes in their mothers' arms. And on their faces in the sparkling night an expression of awful eagerness, of long-awaited realization that this night they would once again rest upon the mortal earth. And even I, the only living soul amongst all the multitude of the dead, even I felt an overpowering desire to set my feet again this moment upon the reality of earth. And I closed my eyes for a moment. And when I opened them, we three were in a room. And on a bed there was a sleeping man. Where are we? Is this the man?
This is the man.
This is the man.
Who is he?
Go and look.
No.
Go and look.
I don't want to.
Go and look, Louis.
You must go and look, Louis.
He lay there, sleeping as innocently as any child. The covers were drawn up about his face as if he were shutting out some childish fancy of boogeymen in the dark. But I knew him for a wicked, guilty man, a man who held my own life in jeopardy.
Look at him, Louis.
Look at him, Louis.
And I lifted up the comforter that hid his face and bent down to look at him. Delbert. Delbert. My friend. The man who had defended me in the courtroom and lost. The man who had gone to the governor, or had he gone, to plead for my life. Delbert. The man who told me, of course I know you didn't do it. Of course he knew. He alone of mortal men knew the murderer. For the defender of the accused man was the murderer himself.
Wake him, Louis.
No.
Wake him.
Delbert. Delbert. Delbert, wake up.
Louis! Louis, what are you doing here?
He came with us, Delbert.
Harris!
Harris and Etta, Delbert.
No! No, go away! You're a ghost!
We are human souls, Delbert, come to hear your testimony.
No! No, I won't tell you anything!
You murdered them, didn't you, Delbert?
No!
You murdered us, Delbert.
No,
Confess, Delbert.
I didn't do it!
You did do it.
You, Louis! You can't be here!
Confess.
Well,
Confess.
Louis must hear you, Delbert.
Louis! Louis, I did do it! I killed them, Louis! I murdered them! I knew I could throw the blame on you! I knew I could get you convicted and I could save myself! I hated them too, Louis! Oh, Louis! Louis, forgive me! Louis, forgive me!
Me forgive you, Delbert? Ask Harris and Etta to forgive you.
Harris! Etta!
We have already forgiven you, Delbert, but you have done a great wrong to Louis.
You will be punished, Delbert.
I'll confess. I'll call a prison.
I'm going back to my body now in the prison.
Louis!
Thank you.
Forgive me!
Thank you, Harris. Etta.
Louis!
I'm going back. Oh, Harris, you...
Wait, Louis.
What?
Louis!
Be quiet, murderer. What, Harris?
You can't go back, Louis.
I can't go back. Why, what have I... What?
You must stay, Louis.
Stay? Stay? Why must I stay? My body's back there in the prison waiting for me. I've got to go back and live.
No, Louis.
Why? Tell me why. Everything's all... What's the matter?
You tell him, Delbert.
Louis!
Well?
Louis, they hanged you half an hour ago.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is Calling All Souls. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chaffel.
And Kermit Murdoch played Delbert. Harris and Etta were respectively Ralph Schoolman and Mary Patton. Mr. Cooper and I are very grateful for the superb efforts of Albert Berman, who was always responsible for our Quiet Please music. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please again. Next week I have a story for you called Adam and the Darkest Day.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
And now, a listening reminder. David Harding Counterspy is a name that means action, excitement, drama each time his efficient law enforcement organization exposes another racket. Hear Counterspy this afternoon over these ABC stations. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
WJZ, New York's first station, WJZ AM and FM.